we're reacting to this. I'm gonna put this all up, a whole reaction as its own YouTube video, and then I'm gonna do two separate other videos. One, I'm going to make build guides on every single frame.
We are pretty ready to get started. And of course, we are going to be going at this as we usually do in alphabetical order, starting with Ash once again, as we still don't have anything before him alphabetically, which is kind of surprising at this point. With that, though, Ash has, though he is a part of the big Exalted rework we got, not changed in grade. He is still sitting at a B+, but it is really worth noting that
Ash's
the B+
rework
here
was
is
pretty
because
nice. The additional way to mod the his 4 was honestly really nice.
The changes he got. He got a number of improvements kind of across his entire
This is
kit,
what I
which
just
was primarily being
a little bit.
Smokescreen being more easy to keep up, and Blade Storm being much more effective damage-wise and being specifically moddable, making him just colossally easier to use, especially for newer players, and he is generally a very accessible Warframe for new players. At least you get the build together on him. Actually, farming his parts may be a little on the difficult side, but that doesn't factor in here. Overall, though, his rework did not fix the kind of main issue that Ash usually gets to, which is that he's on the very slow side. Even with, being able to teleport to targets and all that, his Blade Storm,
So here's my hot take on Ash. He's just Mesa with extra steps. Blade Storm is straight up Peacemakers, but you have to activate the ability and then deactivate the ability over and over again, as opposed to just holding it down. That's kind of just how I feel about Ash.
Mark and execute style of this and the speed at which it is executed is just not really fast enough for most of the things you want to be doing. This is great when it works on like a VIP target that can actually take the amount of damage Ash is able to dish out, because you can use this in like disruption, for example, very, very effectively. But it tends to be on the slow side, and invisibility with the kind of more enemies that we get that are doing
really
damage just as an explosion, like for example, whenever they die.
So if you don't know how his 4 works, if you haven't played this game, you activate the 4, it channels it. You sweep across an area. Every enemy you see gets marked. I'm going. Wait, you're going live? Message on my phone was 14 related. Oh yeah. No, I've left that going live message for a while. No, I'm going like deep Warframe for a while.
They just leave clouds of damage everywhere. Is a little bit less effective than I maybe want it to be for his survivability.
Yeah, so like I said, like if you mess with this 4, it's literally like you activate it, it has it's like channeled for a while. You pan over a bunch of enemies, and then you hey, thanks for the sub. You activate, then you deactivate, and every single enemy that you like marked clones spawn and like kill them. So you could do that, or you could just use Mesa, activate her 4, and every enemy you see just dies. You don't have to deactivate the ability and then wait for the clones to kill them. You just already kill them.
Shuriken seeing moderate benefit from the changes that he received, and it's mostly that he's able to do very, very large amounts of damage with Blade Storm and stay safe from the vast majority of things with Smokescreen, but his other 2 abilities aren't really helping him in the areas he would usually have trouble in. I really would have liked to see Shuriken be like an actual DPS ability that he can use on units that are not affected by Blade Storm, or just like being able to use this on a lot of weak enemies would have been a really cool space for him to kind of go into. But we didn't see that, but B+ ain't bad. Let's move on to Atlas.
I wonder if they could add a Shuriken augment. I think there already is one, but I wonder if they could do one that makes it like a channeled ability, like Frost, like Volts, Sarens, where you can it like just isn't a damage amplifier. It might help
now,
Ash out
Atlas
a lot, actually.
Is a Warframe that has benefited maybe the most from the Exalted rework.
Like make it so it does an additional hit of slash. That'd be pretty cool. Right? Like we have Sarens gives an additional hit of toxin, Bolts an additional hit of electricity, and then I think Frost adds cold. I think that one combines. But it'd be really cool if if like Ashes could like add an additional hit of slash. That'd be really cool.
Atlas got extremely really significant stat bumps to Landslide, and the direct modding of Landslide is colossal for any player that is new to the game and didn't have access to Incarnants, which were previously kind of holding Atlas up where he was. That being said, on the last roster review, I gave Atlas a B+, and even though Rumblers are functionally completely useless, being only okay without their augment, Petrify being a very solid crowd control ability that also has looting capabilities, which is important, and Tectonics being functionally useless in the vast majority of cases, though sometimes coming up to kind of mess with enemy AI in very rare cases. The thing Atlas is doing is having a good passive that can both heal him and not...
This is one I have nothing to say on. I played Atlas when he first came out. I have not touched him. He was like okay-ish, and I just like was like meh, and I don't have him.
Have him not be knocked down because this doesn't list his.
That's one thing we're gonna have to farm for a little bit. I think I'm just missing his helmet.
He can heal himself. He has a ton of armor. He doesn't get knocked down. And he punches you and everyone in your vicinity dies.
I've heard he's decent.
And sometimes that's all it takes. The simplicity of what Atlas is bringing to the table is I am going to uppercut you and it's going to kill everyone you've ever known. And that is quite good. So I'm going to place Atlas at A. I will note, have him at A- for quite a bit of time, but the more I played,
but I have heard if you just Atlas, essentially spam his
the more it became readily apparent that when I was able to choose Atlas, he was very often the correct choice. Just being able to punch any given enemy for just 15 million damage and kill everybody else along the ride for functionally no energy in a lot of cases is just
can you
really,
melee influence
really
build
good.
Atlas's punch?
The few things that this doesn't work on, you can usually just get away with the like kind of just general tankiness of Atlas and just health tanking through those scenarios. So he doesn't really have a whole lot of places where it comes up as a problem for him.
The big,
and he's in a phenomenal state right now. But with that, we can move on over to Banshee, who's
it's like why Excalibur's
who's
good.
Not doing so hot. Banshee, previously on our last tier list, was at C-, and she has continued to age poorly. That can unfortunately only mean that she is getting bumped down to D. We do have 3 D ranks this year, rounding out the 3 worst frames in the game, and Banshee is unfortunate.
Okay, let's try and figure out what they are right now. So we know Banshee's one. We got 3 others. Oberon's going to be another one. What's the other 2? So we've got Banshee, Oberon. What's going to be the other 2? I kind of think Necros might be in there. Let me see this real quick. What's the other 2 D frames? Let's try to figure this out right now. Banshee, it could be Chroma. Frost is also not really in a great point right now. He's decent with his new overguard stuff he can do. Inaros also might be there. Let's see. I don't think it's gonna be. Could be Nidus. No, Nidus is really good for solo play. Vauban. It's gonna be Oberon, Vauban, and I'm gonna say Ivara? No. Yeah, it's gonna be Banshee, Oberon, Vauban, Limbo. I hate Limbo. Loki. It's Loki. It's 100% Loki. It's Vauban, Loki, Banshee, and Oberon. That's what I'm calling right now. Those are the D ranks. Unless Loki's an F.
Fortunately, among them, the big problems with Banshee is that basically sonar is the only ability
Sonar
she
used
has
to be so good.
that is like of real use
so
to
good.
her. This is a big
and now
damage boost on the enemies that it does function
buff.
on, but on all of the enemies where the amount of damage that this adds would be good, Sonar either is extremely inconvenient or doesn't work at all, making this not really a damage buff whenever you would want it. Couple that with Sonic Boom with an augment, it can strip armor, though stripping armor is at an all-time low in terms of being a premium and fantastic ability, so Sonic Boom is also kind of a not ability. And then Soundquake being a standstill AoE that doesn't do even close to enough damage to wipe out anything that's on the steel path.
At one point, Soundquake was so fucking busted. It like legitimately, you would start a mission, you'd run to like some spot, and you just Soundquake. Defense missions, just stand on the spot and just hold Soundquake and never move. And you had enough energy efficiency to keep it up, and you never had to do anything, and it just killed everything.
Regular path, you can get away with it sometimes. This basically means that Silence is her good ability, and this is her really good ability. On other Warframes, subsuming a copy of Banshee and putting this on other Warframes is stellar, as this turns off all enemy abilities with their just like Xmas functions, all of like the Acolyte enemies, and any kind of enemy that has an ability that they use. Silence is like a Dungeons and Dragons style silence where they can't use any of that stuff. And if you're not Banshee, that's incredibly useful, but Banshee can't capitalize on this. This is a fantastic ability in a situation where you've solved a bunch of other stuff about your Warframe, like survivability and damage output, and then this is like the buffer that makes things.
The problem is Silence is supposed to be her survivability ability, because it makes you quiet. It makes you. It's supposed to be a stealth ability, but it doesn't make you invisible, so it's worthless
for you. But things are not extremely easy for Banshee. She is in a very rough state, and I really hope that she gets a rework soon. Because I think there's a lot of potential just with her theme, and I don't think a lot would need to change about how Sonar functions in order for it to be just generically good in most content. Between her 4, which I don't think design-wise is kind of ever going to be good, and, you know, be healthy for the game, because the wub builds we've had in the past with her were just like a plague on the game until they got nerfed, and they got nerfed for a reason.
Dante is going to be
I really would like
to
see Banshee receive
the amount of overguard that Dante can generate is going to be huge. We're going to come up on his prem pretty soon. Banshee has been in the past one of the best frames in the game. Sonar has been one of the best abilities in the game historically. There's been really big game-breaking like interactions with Sonar specifically. There was when Equinox first released in day form on Equinox. Equinox is her 4. Comboed with with Sonar, the slash procs procced Sonar, and so they increased the slash proc damage like crazy, but it also chained the Sonar around because of the Banshee augment. It was insane. Banshee was one of the ways to hit like damage, like cap breaking experiences. The rework to damage and damage cap, and how a lot of frames can just hit it now, a lot of weapons can hit it now, and overguard being in the game, she's just an old kit is essentially the problem with Banshee. She needs a rework because she's just an old kit. It's kind of the same problem with like the way they just changed Valkyrie. Valkyrie is getting a rework coming up, if you don't know, if you've been keeping up on it. And it's like they're nerfing her because they're removing the invuln on her ultimate, which is on her 4, which is okay. It's supposed to, and they're doing it in a way that's supposed to increase her playstyle. The problem is that the way armor and health tanking works in the game currently sucks. And so it's the same kind of thing. So even though Atlas was an A rank for him, who is a health tank, I'm sure I'm pretty sure Valkyrie is also going to be an A rank based on that. But like health tanking just in general needs to be updated. It's in the same vein of like it's just old, and the game and the way the game has changed needs to address the old design of these old frames. And Banshee is one that just got left behind.
rework at some point here because it's getting tough out here, and there's not even really a huge amount of reason to bring her to liches anymore. Thankfully, we get to brighten up and talk about Baruuk a bit here. Baruuk is a stellar Warframe. Now, Baruuk is one of the Warframes that were technically changed with the Exalted rework. However, Baruuk already did more damage than God himself, and did not need the damage bump that he could have received with the Exalted rework. The Exalted rework basically gave him all of the functions that he doesn't care that he got, because he was already so good. Now, already being so good is because his 3 is a massive amount of damage reduction, his 2 is like a huge AoE stun that charges him up real fast, and his 1, if you don't subsume over it, is just invincibility while you're not attacking, which is useful in a number of places and can charge you up if you're going into like level cap type scenarios, and is sometimes a good option there. But the main show is Serene Storm. You build up Serene Storm, you turn it on, and it just does tremendous damage. You just do waves of damage, you kill everybody. The slam attacks with this just do hilarious millions on millions of damage.
I mean, that means the frame is really well designed.
The only real problem with Baruuk is that if you don't have an enemy count, you just become invincible, which is not so big of a downside. Desolate Hands has a tremendous amount of survivability that it gives you, and whenever that's coupled with Serene Storm, you're like really invincible. But whenever you don't have a lot of enemies around, it's really hard to build up your meter and keep it built up so you can keep using Serene Storm to kill everybody. But the downside of your kit being invincibility is not so bad, but the lower functionality that you have in situations where you don't have a bunch of enemies does mean that, once again, Baruuk is staying at A- this year, but a stellar Warframe that I love to see in the vast majority of content nonetheless. Absolutely fantastic. Moving on.
Like, anything you're doing Steel Path has enemy capped. So like, if you don't know how enemy spawn like works kind of in general, in normal path, you get more enemies spawn based on the number of players in the group. If you just go Steel Path, you always have the maximum spawning. It's one of the Steel Path modifiers kind of thing. And I don't know if I'd give, so like, I haven't really messed with, I've leveled him, I haven't really built him up, right? I haven't really built him to be like the god Baruuk that he can be, right? Mostly because the Baruuk I built up was the normal one, and I was like, I'm just gonna subsume him because I'll make the prime later. But he's I'm surprised he got an A-, really, because it's like, you either kill everything because there's enough enemies that you keep up stuff, or you can just go him because he's invincible even if there's no enemies around. Like, if you do like any kind of mission where you're like a sabotage, right, where you're just sprinting through the enemies, you're not trying to kill them all, he's invincible the whole time anyways. So it's like, that's why I'm like, I don't know about an A-. Like, if he was invisible the whole time rather opposed to like invincible, he'd probably go up because of like spies and rescues, right? But I mean, invincibility, invisibility, same thing, right?
We got to talk about Caliban. Now, I'm not going to mince words here. Caliban previously was at D rank, and he's not at D rank anymore, but I still did consider talking about Nautilus instead of him in this slot, because Caliban is incredibly forgettable. Now, a really important note before we move on is that in the upcoming update, which is only a couple weeks away at this point,
I need to rebuild him, and I need to spec him out actually well. But I gave him a really light build, and just Summoner's Wrath and Kamisato, it just breaks him.
Caliban is getting a new augment, which might give him something more meaningful to do. God, I hope that is the case. Currently, I am placing Caliban at a C rank, and I don't have a whole lot of hope that he is going to be much improved.
The amount of CC he has and the amount of damage and like stuff that his like ads can do.
The reason Caliban is at a C rank is that he did get a full rework, and the rework was better for him. But in general,
maybe a C+.
It's kind of a bit of a mess. So the big thing that Caliban got whenever they reworked him is that he now has Tau status, which he applies basically on every single one of his abilities, which makes enemies much more vulnerable to status procs. With that, though, he doesn't have any status procs that are inherent to his kit, which basically means if you're going to use that status that he inflicts, you need to then use weapons that inflict statuses in order to take advantage of that, but the weapons that inflict statuses already inflict the statuses. So it's at kind of a weird synergy point where you could just be buffing your damage, and that'll do the same thing as more statuses in a more generic and better way. And he does also have a damage buff, but otherwise things aren't really coming together with Tau status being used by him to make his abilities better, but you can weapons platform with him.
If Tau status
not
was
great
just
because he doesn't have the other abilities for weapons platforming. His first ability is probably his overall best ability, which is you spinning through a bunch of enemies and getting a bunch of resources for your energy, your health, and your shields by spinning through those enemies. Really good for survivability, really fantastic for shield gating, and this is also the ability getting the augment that I hope is going to be the kind of cornerstone of a real build for Caliban to use for the foreseeable, but we'll have to see. So this ability is really solid. Great resourcing ability. We love to have a Warframe with a resourcing ability.
Like a lot of people
his second ability is Sentient Wrath. This is much the same as it was, though it is a lot less finicky than it used to be. This lifts enemies up and makes them damage vulnerable, which is a nice multiplier for you to
Sentient Wrath is one of the things that people talk about on Araxia, and like they really hope the CC is as good as Sentient Wrath, and it seems like it is, right? So like I don't know, like this is the kind of things where I'm like I'm not sure about the C thing,
but this is really finicky to cast all the time. Its range isn't bad, and its duration isn't bad either. It's overall a totally fine ability, but in order to use this on large amounts of enemies, you have to spam
especially because it seems like he's not doing an F tier,
and
so
spamming
C
it constantly
isn't
and applying
average,
it to every single group is just not.
It seems
really
like B was the average, so I don't think
you're trying
C
to do.
is.
So while it is like a pretty reasonable damage buff, it's not so much where it's worth what you're putting into it the vast majority of the time. But it is like a solid enough ability overall, but kind of just on the middling side in the end.
He might be doing.
Speaking of the middling side, we have Lethal Progeny.
In which case,
I do want to state that as part of this rework, I think this ability is cool. It's just not good enough. This ability allows you to basically choose a summon, which is either Conculus, the Ortholist, or the Sumulist. Conculus, they're the melee guys. They come in, they melee guys. The Ortholist, they're the gun sentients. They come in, they shoot guys with guns. The Sumulist is like a defensive one that basically just generates a bunch of shields and summons a bunch of guys that generate shields, which is fine. The main problem is that the Conculus and the Ortholist are damage guys, and they don't do any fucking damage. They do no fucking damage. They get nothing done when they are around the vast majority of the time. Now, if you combine the full might of the Avengers of Warframe to damage buff them, and you have like a 25 form of build and the will of God on your side, yes, you can post a TikTok clip that shows that, oh man, the Ortholist killed a guy. But it sucks. It is so inconsistent, and it is just awful to like make use of in a mission.
I think it's pretty good.
Ever.
So here's one of the things: like I haven't really taken Caliban into Steel Path, and I haven't really built him up. So like, I might change my tune on this, but I think like if you build correctly for the summons, I think they're good.
They were good, and these are a part of the augment that he's going to get for his one that maybe will make the Ortholist halfway decent. But right now, all of these summons are basically glorified little shield generators, and
I mean the Sumulist
styles out here. These things do
better.
Nothing. And speaking of doing nothing, Fusion Strike. Now, Fusion Strike in the past was basically a glorified just armor strip. Okay, stripping armor was really good.
Like it's kind of cool when the Conculus
stripping armor still really good, but not the most important thing on this earth. That,
it's like Wisps
combined with
the augment.
This not doing very much damage means that you lock yourself down in place, you shoot a bunch of lasers. These lasers can be copied by your Conculus, and that means you're just shooting lasers that explode all over the place, right? The problem is that if you're on above regular path, even regular enemies like don't die when you do this. So this doesn't have any of like the factors that would like lead to you killing enemies with this. This doesn't like take advantage of the Tau procs that you can put on enemies and like put a bunch of heat on the enemies to then be multiplied by things like Archon Vitality and your strength modifier and the Tau status and like burn all the enemies down. Just like how like these guys don't have any statuses that they're really outputting to like capitalize on the other things you're doing.
If you made his Fusion Strike like the laser beam it shoots, what's it called? I can never remember the fucking term for it. The moddable weapons. like Atlas, Ash, Mesa, what are I can never remember what they're called. If you made this a moddable weapon, I wonder if it would actually be good. They think it would be, right? And like you might say like, well, it's just one like laser beam that you shoot out, but then it's the same thing as Gara's, right? And I think it'd be good if you allowed us to mod for it. You could put multiple statuses on it. It would make the Tau statuses that we applied actually worth it something. You could I mean, like, probably the condition overload effect from galvanized aptitude wouldn't work on it. It usually doesn't work on those weapons. But it would actually be good. I think that would be a good change to Caliban, to just make him just flat out good.
It just doesn't do much. So in totality, you are reasonably resourced and survivable with Razor
That
Gyre.
let you mod if you were able to mod the summons as well, that would be huge.
Then
like Sevagoths,
nothing then happens after that, which is really frustrating because I think from a fun perspective,
that'd be insane though too, because you'd have to form a 3 different summons.
I think that this kit is really cool.
I mean,
but
it would be really
using
cool
a really cool kit that then lets the enemy just walk up to you and kick you in the dick is not fantastic, and I wish the numbers in this thing were better. Anyway, let's move on and we can all forget about Caliban again.
I think that would be a huge upgrade, is give us the ability to mod the different effects on Caliban, the summons, the laser beam, and I think you would like send it through the roof. I don't know if you necessarily need to be able to mod like the weapons on the summons. I don't think that would work, right? So what maybe, so instead of being able to mod all 3 summons, right, give us 2 mod slots, the melee for the main one, for the first one, and the range weapon for the second summon, and then let your 4 use those same mods, right? And I think you would actually make just his entire kit amazing.
The dead, let's talk about Chroma. Now, Chroma previously last year I rated at a C+.
Yeah.
And I am going to give him a C+ yet again.
Yeah, he's really average.
Not the worst thing in the world to be Chroma. You've got a buff on your 2.
You want to do much damage?
Choice.
You want to be pretty tanky?
And you've got a big buff of Vex armor that is honestly not aging particularly well. And then you've got a 4th ability and you've got a 1. Now,
the 4th ability.
What are you doing as Chroma, and why is he
get a lot of credits from it?
Well, in general, he's actually very similar to Caliban in terms of effectiveness, where like you have some like buffs and like okay survivability, and you can like get through missions well enough between your 2 and your 3.
My current build for Chroma is party buffer. I modded him with max range for Vex armor, and I put the Vex armor mod in so that way I buff and I keep all the rest of my party alive. I think if I upgraded to Nairu more, so I'd actually have higher armor rating at flat out, might also help him a little bit out too. And I just need to upgrade my Nairu. It might make him play a little better. The problem is that like I end up dying all the fucking time when I'm taking the damage for the rest of my party. And I end up sitting at like 3 health for my like HP value. If Chroma had some way to generate overguard so you're immune to statuses, it would be amazing, right? But he doesn't, so it's just rough.
But Spectral Scream functionally doesn't do anything. You can change your element with this, which means you kind of gotta have it if you want to do that, though it's usually cuttable.
Just cut
and
it,
then you've got effigy,
with one element.
Which, let's be honest, is the reason for the plus here. This doubles credits.
Yeah.
Chroma is the Warframe that you look at whenever you go, I need credits, and I would like to get twice the amount of credits that I would normally get. And
so if you don't know how to credit farm, if you're like, oh man, I really need credits, if you're in 1999, go do 1999 capture or an exterminate. Not an exterminate, because exterminates have like the larger cache. Go do the capture. You do 1 Legacite. You go, you find the vault. You find the code for the vault. You go to the vault. You pop your effigy. You crack open the vault, and you instantly get like 200,000 credits That's without anything else. If you have the dog mods, so you put a dog as your companion, and you have loyal retriever and the other one that also increases your credits, and you just get like 1,000,000 credits just for opening the vault, and then you end the mission and then do it again, and it takes you like 2 to 3 minutes a time to get 1,000,000 credits, and you just repeat it for like an hour, and now you never have any worry about credits ever again.
In 2 specific scenarios, Chroma works for that, and he works extremely well for that. That being safe farming in 1999, which I would say is the single best credit farm.
Yep.
That is best done as Chroma. He makes it twice as good to be doing that in any scenario because he stacks with all of the boosters. That is stellar. There's basically no argument. You should be using Chroma for that farm, and it is an absolute staple of the game.
The 200,000 I was talking about is without a credit booster, by the way. With a credit booster, you instantly have 400,000.
Also, Profit Taker being the kind of potentially maybe higher amount of credits if you are extremely skilled at Profit Taker. That is also a place where Chroma works. Personally, I would say that you'd be better off not taking Chroma to Profit Taker and doing it as a Warframe that has like a way more.
So you can do it with a group of 4 friends that are all on Chroma.
But you can still bring Chroma to that if you want to get it done.
You don't all get the bonus. Said, everybody has to remove
he
their
works
effigy
okay. He's got 2 buffs. If you just want to shoot guys and be like
bonus,
survivable enough, he does those things. And double credits is a pretty nice niche that it's really hard to get away from, as he's the guy to go to whenever you want to get twice the amount of credits. For that, though, we don't need to talk about Chroma anymore. We can move on to Citrine.
Citrine's amazing.
And move on to Citrine.
If she's not
now, Citrine is actually in kind of a bit of an odd
so some people don't like the fact that Citrine, you have to sit still. So some people don't like the way she looks. I can kind of get that if you don't like the Jimusi. And some people don't like that you have to sit still on the point where you put your crystal down. Okay, the augment is going to make the where you put sitting still better, and she's getting a new skin, which solves the other thing. But she's such a good kit. 90% DR for your entire squad, natural health regen, a great way to generate health and energy orbs, statuses on every fucking enemy hit, just period, like infinite statuses. She's and then you automatically take any weapon you have and give it an instant 300% critical chance. If you don't know how her 4 works, it generates a crystal on the side of the enemy. If you shoot the crystal, you have 300% critical chance. That is just flat. If, like, for some fucking reason your weapon has 400% critical chance, so you have Innervate or something like that, the crystal, if you hit the crystal overwrites that and takes it down to 300%. Okay, kind of shitty. But apply that to a status weapon. Like 2% crit chance on a weapon. Throw Prime Target Cracker on it as just a random mod on it. Right? And then just build it the rest of the way with status. And then just hit the crystal and you do 300% crit chance flat out. For every single hit. And you're not even built for crit on the fucking weapon. She's amazing.
Now, previously, on her first roster review, on the 2024, I did give her an A. That has proved over time to be just a little bit high, though that is due to some things kind of outside Citrine's control that have gotten a little bit worse about her. So we are bumping her down just to A-. I think that she's still very, very good.
Okay.
She's an excellent Warframe that can use her 1 as a DPS ability.
I can
her 2 is a fantastic defensive ability for you and your entire squad. Prismatic Gem is actually like been a very good buff, and this is actually about to be even more useful with its new upcoming augment that we've seen.
Prismatic Gem is huge.
And Crystallize comes up in a number of different scenarios where some like high value targets can be eliminated very easily.
You can get rid of Crystallize,
that being acolytes and such.
Roar.
With that, she has a really solid supportive kit, and also her passive helps too, just giving just general health regen to the entire squad. And it's good stuff. It's just helpful. There's pretty much no scenario where Citrine is in a mission and she's having a bad time, and anytime there's a Citrine in the mission, all of your teammates are also having a fantastic time having her around. They're all just more survivable, they've got more status, and things are just easier with Citrine in the party. That being said, the reason we are bumping her down to A- is because her actual damage output capabilities have been hindered quite a bit by the changes made to armor. That is because her 1 used to really easily get through all of the armored units by always inflicting slash and then using that slash damage to easily kill those enemies by ignoring their armor value. Those enemies now have a significantly lower armor value, but significantly higher health, meaning that Fractured Blast has a much harder time keeping up and just like, wiping out squads of enemies like it could previously. So her damage taking a pretty significant hit, I think makes her like a bit less of a must-have type Warframe. So I have lowered her just a smidge, but she is still
as long as you do it within like the crystal
squad.
Time, all the stats you're gonna apply are still gonna kill the enemy.
That newcomer being Site 09. Now, I do want to talk about.
I'm really curious to where he's gonna put Site. I don't like Site 09. Evade is cool. I never really get it to work out for me the way I want it to work. Right, I can get times where I get like really long periods of invisibility, but then it wears out and you still have like a long cooldown before you can pop it again, and it's kind of ass when you're waiting for evade to come back. I'm not a fan. Like, snipers just suck in the game. That's one of the biggest problems. And yeah, you can mod them for gas, and you can apply gas to the sniper, and you can pop out and like shoot through every single wall. The problem is that like if you're not playing, like, most of the time the missions you're actively doing, the punch through doesn't come up. It's my biggest problem. In actual play that I've done, right? I've done like you do, like, because what do? You do like to actually farm stuff out. You do survival, you do void cascade, you do disruption. I mean, disruption, it would actually come up. The punch through, like, just imagine sniping the demolitionist from like its spawn. That's great, but like, I feel like most of the time it just doesn't come up. Evade is great. The ammo refueling is great, and applying extra statuses, especially if you're using like say the Conifix, or using Boltor that triples your multi-shot, right? Pretty darn good. But I don't know, like the addition of the sniper I don't like. It's just, I need to play with him more probably. I feel like I would subsume out the sniper actually, and add roar, and go roar, evade, pop down the thing, use a shotgun, and then just shotgun through the entire map. Maybe not a shotgun, because shotgun, the damage fall off, but like, you know what I mean.
About with Site 09, that there are kind of two very different builds for Site 09. One of them focuses on the thing that he's, I think, intended to do, which is neutralize his really good sniper rifle, the neutralizer, and shooting enemies through infinite walls functionally, and killing enemies where they spawn. That is coupled with evade, which gives you infinite invisibility as long as you can hit headshots, and resupply, which is a very, very good damage buff that gives you guaranteed status procs, which is also phenomenal.
Resupply is good.
That especially is all kind of brought together.
If you're comboing it with something like Primary Blight, kind of thing, where you can guarantee a toxin status that doesn't combine. Really great.
You see enemies,
or like you can choose to not mod for fire on a secondary and still have Cascadia Flare on and still take advantage of that
through an incredible distance and giving you a massive amount of punch through. These things are an incredibly solid kit, and I think that Site is probably one of like the best designs that we have seen in Warframe in quite some time, which says a lot because the designs have been quite good. For that, I am putting Site at A-. Now, I would like to note, Site is not without issue, and this could be viewed as a bit high. There are a few reasons why he is an A-, because otherwise, I think I would
everything
be more
about him, I
about
feel
him at
mid.
B+. He is an A- because resupply has the capability to enable a zoom and boom type build, which basically gives you infinite energy, infinite ammo with guaranteed statuses on any number of abusable explosive weapons, a la the Kuva Tsar and such. Those builds, which function on Resupply, just giving you shield gating and infinite ammo by casting it constantly as you move through a mission. Allow you to basically bullet jump through any mission as a moving explosion.
Maybe I haven't messed with that
kills
enough.
everything.
And
this allows you to clear missions incredibly quickly. Is it really high investment and a complete kind of bastardization of what Sight wants to do with the entirety of his kit? Well, yeah, 100%. It totally is. But it's a really effective strategy. And for speedrunning a number of different missions like exterms, and like, mainly exterms, but like cracking relics, doing that is kind of optimal.
I've heard he's really great at prop taker,
but those types of missions, or like even taking this through survivals because the damage is immense, or like really whatever you want to do, if you're willing to do that higher investment on the U part of it, because it is like a very particular thing that you're doing that is a la like a Titania, it is really effective. So having a very effective kind of speedrunning style build and a very effective just general build that can be a little on the slow side and a little on the not liking teammates side, because Evade does need you to get the headshots and not your teammates in order to give you more time invisible, which can sometimes come up as a problem. And he has like a few issues here and there with like, you don't really want to bring him to a boss fight in particular because there's not an enemy he can just kill over and over in a lot of those for his Evade to stay up. But I do want to put him at an A- because I do respect that the two different builds that he does have are very good, and they're very good in kind of completely opposite ways. With that, we can move on to Dagath.
Dagath is amazing.
Dagath, similarly, actually, to
also,
Citrine,
I hate that pronunciation.
has had a bit of a rough time. Rougher than most, I would say. Previously, on the last run,
I originally did not like her augment because I was just like, this is dumb, because it just like I have like a longer version of invincibility if I don't use the augment, but as long as you can just keep getting kills, you effectively just always have the 2 or 3 going, or 2 going, or I think it would be 3. She's amazing. Anytime and every time I have Dagath available in EDA or ETA, I grab her immediately. It like the extra critical chance, instant invincibility, viral procs all around. It's just great. Like, I think her 4 doesn't do enough. And I think that's one of the biggest problems. Because in order to keep her invincibility going, you got to get kills, and the 4 is one of the best ways to do it because it gives you some invincibility while it's going. I think the invincibility on 4 also doesn't last long enough, because a lot of times I cast it, and then as I'm coming down, a Jade Light's beaming me, and I'd fucking die as I'm like coming out of the cast. Maybe a couple of yellow shards would fix that. Probably. And I think in trying to get kills at level 500 with the horses kind of sucks. But like, other than that, she's great. She's so much fucking damage.
For us to review her first.
Maybe I just need to throw Roar in her 1. I don't know what I have in her 1 right now. It might be Nourish for energy. I think I might just throw fucking Roar in there and figure out something else for energy.
Review. She was at a B+, but I have unfortunately had to move her down to a B-. Not a huge shift, but an important one, and one that has been caused by the armor changes. The armor changes were critical in the reduction to how good
she's not as good. Because Viral's not as good.
That is because the previous thing that you used
Viral
to do
Heat's one of the best things to do.
You would put Doom on enemies, then you would cast your 4. That would remove their armor, and then their little baby health that would remain under their armor would be killed by Ricali's cavalry. That was pretty good. That's a thing you could just kind of generally do, and her get out of jail free card of Grave Spirit was really effective. And the augment for Grave Spirit enabled a build where you can just turn Grave Spirit on and then spam horses, and then you didn't even have to do the Doom part of her kit. That's all well and good, but it's kind of much too slow now. With the enhanced health of enemies, generally speaking, it's just not that effective, and it's much more effective just to shoot a gun, and that's tough.
I mean, so like, I don't spam her horses. So I sit in the invincibility and I run and gun that way, because the 3 gives you extra critical chance on just for having it active and stuff like that. And you can Doom, you get vulnerability, you get more damage. It's great. And then I only use the 4 in order to rebuild, and for the invincibility frames, and to rebuild to drop the cooldown on 3 to reactivate it, right? And that's the reason why I say her 4 needs more damage, and that's it.
I do want to note that there is a new build that I will be posting after this review that actually utilizes her weird scythes as the DPS mechanism instead of her 4, and I found it to be better than the horses. That is notable because without it, I would have actually had her at C+, which is a really rough spot to be in.
Maybe we try that out. Maybe on config B, subsume out the horses for roar. Weird scythes. Maybe. I might have to mess with that today, even.
But that new build that we will be talking about in the future focuses on using weird scythes with a number of subsumes to basically spread doom and be able to do damage at least a little bit more effectively and in a better amount of scenarios. And much more passively to allow you time to use weapons and not be stuck in the Ricale's cavalry animation all the time. So that's the thing that can come up here and is notable. Her survivability with Grave Spirit, I think, is generally pretty good. Just having a get out of jail free card where, like, oh, you killed me, but no, you didn't, is pretty generally effective, and just needing to not die again for 25 seconds is usually very achievable. So from a survivability standpoint, she's decent, but that her output, which is what she really should be doing.
My favorite thing to take for
like everything else about like EDA, what her damage can do should be better without subsumes, I think. But she's at least doing okay for now. Let's talk about Dante. Now,
he's gonna put Dante
on the last roster review, he was at an A-, which was in lieu of him having just been nerfed and me feeling that he might be a lower rank than I was really feeling about him, and that his his part of his 4 was much worse. And all
hurt him a little bit,
stuff.
but not by much.
With that, I'm happy to say that over the Exalted rework and just general performance of how Dante has done, I'm happy to bump him up to an A+.
Yeah.
Dante has proven himself to be absolutely invaluable in pretty much any number of situations. He makes you and your entire team generally completely invulnerable when using Light Verse, where it's just spamming Overguard on yourself and the entire squad. The double Light Verse into final.
How to play Dante. 2-2-4, 2-3-4, 3-2-4, 2-2-4, repeat. And then you just do 2-2-4 again, like a little bit, and then like randomly throw in a 3-3-4. That's how you play Dante. You keep up the 2-3-4, you keep up the 3-2-4, and then you kind of spam 2-2-4, and everybody's invincible. Everybody has max overguard. You've buffed everybody. You're doing a bunch of damage. You're having a good time. That's just Dante.
Final verse buff of Triumph, giving everyone a bunch of Overguard, and the ability to generate Overguard on kill is ridiculously good. Dark verse can do pretty good in a number of different scenarios. It actually is okay for damage output when combined with his 4, though it is much more limited and not something you're going to use all the time anymore. And Dark verse can break boxes, which is just kind of a nice thing in addition to it. The other combinations of Dark into Light and Light into Dark are just generally really good buffs for yourself and your squad, with the birds and the books that you can give the books to everybody and have the birds go around and make enemies more vulnerable.
Just do hydration,
and that birds vulnerability only bolsters Noctua, which is now an absolutely stellar exalted weapon with the new exalted functionality that we just recently got.
I always forget that name.
Just, an incredible sidearm that just kills everything in front of you. This, of course, needed to get the bug fix that it did get. If you do go watch my builds video for Dante, it's worth noting that the fix that I talked about in that video did have
orange shards and arcane hotshot would be really good on Dante, actually, now that I think about it. And then just mod in heat damage. And Noctua might just fucking be a red crit monster.
Happen in that build is now absolutely ridiculously busted. So he's in a phenomenal
state. Most of the time when something's a secondary exalted,
and I do not see that changing.
It's a red crit monster with arcane hotshot and stuff.
Let's talk Ember. Now, Ember has been incredible.
B+, maybe? I'm not a fan of her new playstyle. The insane overguard is awesome, but I'm just like, I feel like, personally, I never feel like there's enough enemies to actually capitalize on it.
Incredibly popular for some reason over last little bit, and she has seen quite a bit of play. That being said, in general, I think that Ember's performance has just been okay. On last year's review, I did have Ember at a B+, which was down from her even before then A ranking. And I think she's been in better places. This year, I am moving her down just to a B. Now, this is not bad.
Like Old
usual,
World on Fire.
Clarify that B rank doesn't mean the Warframe is bad. That's not what that stands for. But I think that she is a bit worse than other Warframes that are in the B+ category this year, just by a smidge. She does, of course, have effective means of doing pretty much whatever she wants to do with the damage reduction she's going to get from Immolation, the armor strip from Fire Blast still being quite useful, and the ability to, if you want to, DPS with Inferno. Now, the if you want to is the kind of rough bit that is really bringing the party down for Ember. Inferno, I really think, deserves a buff to have better scaling damage into higher levels of play so that you can more readily use this as a higher level clear ability, because right now, you kind of don't have one. This ability can, if you cast it enough, kill enemies at higher levels, but it's much, much worse than actually using her 1 as your quote-unquote DPS ability, to use her augment just to buff your weapons with massive heat damage, and then just shoot the enemies. This makes her do kind of a poor imitation of the other weapons platform Warframes, and then you will usually replace Inferno with something like Nourish.
But you need Inferno to fire procs, and you can use the 2
make
to
you just even more of a weapons platform. Does that build work, and is it really effective? Yes, absolutely. It is really very good. Is it Ember? I would argue not. I would really love to see Inferno be buffed, but she's by no means a poor Warframe. You can weapons platform and survive with her still quite well.
Meteors is really
she's
cool,
not doing anything
but I miss
particularly unique. So I think the right middle of just good is appropriate for her. Unfortunately, not right in the middle of just good, we have Equinox. Now, on last year's roster review, we put her at a C-, and
I think she should stay C-. I have loved Equinox for so much. Equinox was my main for the longest time. My biggest problem with Equinox is that I want some of her night abilities while I'm day, and I want some of her day abilities while I'm night. I don't like Rest and Rage playstyle. I love there's a Pacify Provoke. I don't like Pacify Provoke. I think I like Rest and Rage. The slow, just while running around slowing enemies, having generating shields. I love that playstyle. The problem is she just doesn't do damage that way. No, there's no buffing. There's no way to actually generate a bunch of damage. And it's you're just like a worse Trinity, right? There's other frames that just do better at what you're trying to do. You give yourself some damage reduction. You give yourself you slow enemies, and then you generate overshields. It's not good enough. And then like her 4 in day doesn't do enough damage. And I love her 3 in day because it generates the extra power strength. And like I wish I could do that while doing the other things, and I just don't give a fuck about the sleep. Right? Like I want the sleep removed, and I want Rest and Rage split into 2 separate abilities that I can just have active, no matter which one I'm on. I would love to swap between day and night, generate damage like slash procs and big boom damage, and have shield regen, and then just always have the power strength buff going, and always have the slow and defensive buff going. That's just what I want, and it's just not what she has. And I love Equinox. Plus, I hate the way her day form looks. Her night form looks so much better.
And yeah, she's going to stay there. She's not breaking down into the D ranks with a few others that we have there this year. But things are not currently phenomenal for Equinox. She is doing totally okay. She can still technically clear enemies with Maim, though it's a little on the fudgy side. With the damage output that you need on this falling off, and it just being kind of a
Maim just doesn't do enough.
A weird one to need to build up, because you usually are using a very.
I love when like I need to do like there's like a daily or something like that where I have to do like a low level mission. I just go Equinox, pop Maim, and then just run through the quest, and I kill everything, and I'm done. I love that. But any other context, it's not good enough.
Very powerful weapon to kill a bunch of enemies, and then you kind of just get to cash it in to kill a bunch more enemies, but you could just keep shooting, generally speaking, with Maim. Maim trading is not a thing anymore, so there's not really any, like, a reason to do that. Her Pacify and Provoke just kind of doesn't have much of a reason to be used.
I don't want
Both forms of this are pretty bad with the ability strength to nearby allies.
So when I said her 3 swapped into 2, I meant her 2 swapped into 2 separate abilities. I want her 2. I want with the augment her 2 to be her 2 and her 3. No matter which form you're in, and then just keep it that way.
Frames want, and then reducing damage inflicted by nearby enemies being, like, you know, of course, a damage reduction for yourself as like a tanking ability if you want to use it, but just generally being worse than other choices. Rest in range is still
I was right.
Best ability with.
I was right. I like the other way. I like the other one. I like the one he was just talking about. I'm dumb. I like the power shrink bonus. I like the damage reduction. It's great, and I don't like this playstyle where you just like you hit it and like you hit like one or a few enemies and then you shoot. I'd rather just keep shooting.
With the night being the sleep here, this is, of course, has a bunch of utility uses and is, of course, just great crowd control on the enemies that it does work on. This is also her subsume, though, so if any other Warframe wants this, they have ready access to it. Her first ability is, of course, Metamorphose. Metamorphosis.
Have to use it.
This is fine. With its augment, you can do a Wukong impression, which is it's okay. It technically is okay. But overall, you can get like a tanky build going with Mend plus Pacify, or you can just do Maim stuff to get a little bit more damage output. But overall, I think things are a little on the rough side for Equinox. Yeah. I would really love to see her get looked at for some changes and general buffing. I think she does have the potential.
I might rework her. I might play with her a little bit and swap out her 2 for Roar, maybe, and then run. And then just run Night.
Port Warframe, but right now
maybe I can swap out her 1. I just want to just run Night. I don't know.
She's just kind of not living up to that. It's time to talk Excal. Now, Excal obviously is an exalted Warframe. He's the first exalted weapon Warframe with his exalted blade. It's why we call those weapons that. And he is, thankfully, tremendously improved by the exalted
influence
rework.
Did so much for him.
Of course, being tremendously improved by the exalted rework is important, because otherwise I think I was going to have to lower the B+ that he got last year, because things were not doing so hot for Excal. Thankfully, with the improvements of the rework giving you access to things like melee influence and just being a tremendous amount of damage from that, and being able to output a tremendous amount of damage while being invincible with slash dash, plus the improvements that were made to slash dash, I am comfortable bumping up not only Excal, as we're going to talk about a number of other Warframes, to A-.
Yeah.
So this A- is basically that he is just truly on the lower end of A.
Yeah.
It's not really that he has a particular like sticking issue like Baruuk, who has a very big problem with very low amounts of enemies just becoming invincible, so he kind of loses his kit. Excal never really loses anything. You're always able to slash dash around. You're always able to Exalted Blade with no problems. You can use Radial Javelin and its buffs and stuff. They usually replace this. You can stun enemies with Radial Howl very effectively. All these things, they always work, but they're a little bit less effective than the top echelons of like A+ territory.
Yeah.
And just in terms of what you're able to output and kind of the safety at which you do it, I think it's at about an A- level. You're not going to be like performing insane stuff in any like particular niche or anything like that.
I haven't touched him since the Exalted rework,
which could definitely be worse. Let's move on.
I've seen the stuff you can do.
Speaking of could be worse, let's talk about Frost. Now, Frost has actually been quite a bit more useful than he's been in the past over this last year. We are bumping him up from the B that he got last year up to a B+. So if you want to view this as him stealing Embers plus, it kind of is that. And the main reason for that is because Frost has just been kind of a general workhorse that works at everything. and he's become a team support that's really nice to see in a lot of different pieces of content. Whenever you see a Frost in ETA or EDA or like really any content, usually right now what that comes alongside is a tremendous damage buff from Freeze Force, his 4 giving him and everyone else a bunch of overguard, and him defending any objectives you need to defend really effectively with Snow Globe. Now his 2 is terrible.
Ice Wave at one
Ice
point
Wave
was
is really bad. This ability is
at
awful, but that does give him room
really
to subsume a number of useful abilities that you can kind of just go into whatever you want, as his stats are pretty malleable should you need to go into a particular one for any given subsume you want to run, whether that's like, you know, Nourish or Gloom or what have you. And the flexibility and just general support to the squad.
Oh, I remember what I wanted to fucking run on Equinox. I was wanting to run Gloom. That's right. I wanted to go Night. I wanted to activate her 4, her 3, and Gloom on her 2. That's right. And I was trying to farm out Sevagoth, and I just never finished farming her out. Now I just remembered that was the build I was going for like a while, and I just never fucking did it because I never got normal Sevagoth.
Been really nice. I do really think that Frost is probably one change to Ice Wave. Ice Wave, like, you know, figuring out how Ice Wave could maybe be like a DPS ability is probably the missing piece, I think, to easily catapult Frost into A tier. But I do think that Frost is actually close to making it into A tier as it stands now. And one of his biggest problems is that if you don't have his Avalanche Augment, pretty much everything he wants to do falls apart, which is a tough sell. But as it stands currently, I'm very happy with where Frost is going, and maybe he'll be a 2 augment build that'll be stellar.
I mean,
now,
I run 2
of stellar,
on him right now.
This hasn't changed much over the years. Let's just get it out of the way. Yeah, Gara's an A+.
Yeah.
If you've been here before or you know what Gara does now,
you want to have 90% DR always and do millions of damage to an entire room, and also when an enemy just gets next to you, dusts itself, just play Gara.
This is known. This is a known quantity. Gara is absolutely phenomenal. She was absolutely phenomenal, and she only got better with the Exalted rework. Now, prior, she would usually use her 4 plus her 1 plus her 2 in order to like make a big wall and break it with her 1 and do like DPS capabilities to like steal path and blow everybody up. But with the Exalted rework and the buffs that Shattered Lash got, now you just swipe right and just press 1 and everybody dies. And that is a significant improvement to the ease of use for Gara. You can just swipe on an enemy.
Plus,
obviously, in the video, it's showing you using the piercing version, which you should never be using on Gara. But the swiping version of this just kills
everything.
Battalions of enemies at a time. You swipe it through a level, it goes through walls.
It goes through walls. Yeah, if he didn't mention that, I was going to mention it.
Using this alongside influence extends its range very significantly. I will say that without influence, it would be a lot like harder of a sell because influence makes it a bubble AoE instead of just being a line, which is very important to its usability in a number of tile sets.
Just beats everything. It makes every melee weapon.
Gara is just incredible. Her 2 gives her a bunch of defensive. You can give this to all of your allies. You can give this to defense targets that you're defending. You can couple that with her Mass Vitrify going around defensive targets, although this is hard to keep up around a defensive target if you are using Shattered Lash near it, as Shattered Lash will still blow this up, which is not such a problem because if you use your 1, all the enemies will be dead. And her only real problem is that Spectra Rage kind of doesn't do anything. Again, this is kind of just a free subsume slot that you can just make something else.
It's also the thing you subsume on frames, and I've
never
seen
been a
it be like
particularly
decent
amazing ability, especially without its augment. But the ease at which you can just be Gara and like do damage reduction, eat hot chip, and murder is obscene. She's a phenomenal Warframe that has only gotten better.
So there's a guide right now, and I really suggest watching it. Is MH Blackie. He put out a guide like a month ago or something like that on Gara, and oh my god, he shows up 2 builds. One of them is you just hold 1 and it just swipes across the screen and everything dies. And the other one is building up her Shatter Shield, the and you just build it to millions, and you just walk through a level, and everything dies, and it's great. Whichever way you want to build. Garuda, I've never liked her playstyle. I've heard you can subsume out one of the abilities and it like fixes the playstyle. I haven't messed with it yet though. This is definitely one that like I need to like I've never really built up, and I need to build her up, and I need to like play with her like more so. I don't have anything good to say, and I don't and the only thing bad to say is I just don't like the playstyle. And that's pretty much it.
Let's talk Garuda. Now, last year, and actually for every year that I believe Gara has been out, she's been a B ranker. That being said, I have decided this year that she is going to be bumped up to a B+. And this is just kind of for general usability. Her abilities have just gotten a bit better. The way that you deal damage with Dread Mirror has gotten very much improved by the changes to armor. And you would think that Seeking Talons would get significantly worse with the changes to armor, with this being slash procs, but the raw damage of Dread Mirror being considerably better, and Seeking Talons making everything you do deal slash, is actually still incredibly effective. Just adding slash to any other already effective strategy is much more powerful whenever our normal effective strategies aren't already slash, which they used to be in the past. We used to just already be on slash, so
slash
making
is
it
huge,
so that we
force proc was huge.
Wasn't that much of a benefit.
Slash was like
now
the
it
thing.
is much more of a considerable addition to anything that you're outputting. Couple
Impact
that with, of course,
slash
the new
mods
things
were
that you
like
can do with her that I showed off in her last build video, with like her claws being a much more reasonable thing to be using in general. Even though that
talons are exalted
doesn't need to come up a whole lot because there are plenty of fantastic melee weapons, and of course her just infinite energy with bloodletting combined with the various arcanes.
I think it's alter, as I heard that you
means that you're usually invincible. You usually have infinite energy,
and it fixes things.
And there's not really much the enemies can do about it, as you're going to be constantly shield gating everything that they're doing. Blood Altar is the weak point of this kit. Again, this is usually just replaced with something else through the subsume system, but even as like a standalone ability, it's really not so bad on its own, as it is like a heal and like a stun for one enemy, which is just fine. And in the subsume system, this actually has had some uses on other Warframes in the past. Overall,
so one cool thing you can do with Blood Altar is that you could subsume it on mag, and what you do is you magnetize that, and then you blood alter them, and now that blood alter that, and now the no matter what damage. So one of the shitty things about magnetize is that once the enemy you cast it on, it no longer sucks in enemies. Blood alter keeps them alive and keeps stacking the damage for everything, so that when so it keeps sucking in enemies for the entire duration, and then once the bubble fully blows up, because the blood altar enemy just kept on stacking up damage, it increases the amount of damage for that explosion immensely. I think Breach Surge is a better subsume, but it is an option if you like the way that feels, and it's really cool. Plus it heals mag, so there's that too.
That Garuda is just like a bit better just due to like kind of the situational nature of it, kind of the opposite of what happened with Citrine. We've talked a lot about the kind of cause and effect of the changes to armor on a number of different
another
Warframes.
one I've never really.
But you know who doesn't give a shit about that at all?
I've heard he's getting really good right now.
Gauss has been, over every single year I've given him a grade, an A- Warframe. And that hasn't changed at all.
I don't understand his kit. I think that's one of the biggest problems I have with Gauss. I've like looked at him a couple times. I've leveled him once, like, 'cause I have his prime. I'm making his normal mode right now for MR, and I can subsume it. And it's just like there's just something about his kit. I've read it over like 2 or 3 times, and it just doesn't make sense to me. And I feel like I need to look up a build, and I need to just build him up, and maybe I'll actually like him. But when I played him, I was like, eh.
Buffs can DPS with
I would rank him as a C,
and has very solid survivability with kinetic plating, and is very fast to get around with Mock Rush, with the main detractor from his entire kit as a whole being that, similarly to Baruuk, though differently, if you're not constantly moving around and zipping around all over the place and the game mode doesn't want you to be doing that, his meter management is like a huge pain. So he gets a little bit of a detractor because of that. If you are doing a mission that is well suited to Gauss, though, he performs incredibly well with just, tremendous weapon buffing. If you just want to like DPS with Thermal Sunder, this just wipes out whole squads of enemies.
I need Thermal Sunder as a subsume and to throw it on Titania right now. That's one of the biggest things that like I need on for one of my builds.
Line very easily with its like ridiculous scaling that it gets access to that honestly Ember should probably have. And of course, being functionally completely invincible to all of the common damage types is pretty big. I will note that he is getting a little bit of an extra negative as compared to someone like Baruuk, because he is vulnerable to certain damage types, and those damage types have become a little bit more common with the addition of the 1999 content. But Gauss is really not currently having any troubles. He's just speeding around, playing pranks on the enemies while he kills everybody.
Even if you're
now, Gauss's
even if you can take damage, I mean he's still a shield frame, I believe. So just shield gate.
The Grendel,
talk about not a shield frame,
on the other hand, has received a number of different changes. This primarily being
run like 15
that Regurgitate with its new augment is actually quite an effective damage output solution, where you eat a bunch of enemies and then spit them out and create a bunch of very high damage gas clouds that works at pretty much all levels of play.
I need to rework him.
This is
because the way I
really
built him,
solid, a great thing to be doing.
So the way I built Grendel is I made him meatball mode, and it was okay. It was a fun way to play. It was a fun way to get around. I mean, you have infinite energy because he just eats them and use nourish, right? He's really tanky. You just run around. The problem is there's like no way to really do damage in that build. And like when I was trying to play any kind of higher rank mission, the meatball mode just wasn't it, really. And I need to there's other ways to play him, I believe. Like the ability to like spit out the enemies, regurgitate is like big. And I need to mess with that more, I think.
Strips armor, which is just kind of a bonus for its damage output.
Maybe subsume the meatball.
Makes it so that like the eat and then spit out game plan actually works, which in the past you pretty much would never use regurgitate because it didn't have enough of a payoff, but the augment really gets him there. That being said,
I don't know.
There are enough hitches and weirdness to his current gameplay that unfortunately, though he is one of my favorite Warframes, I do have to keep him at a B+.
Okay.
He is just a bit worse than his speedy brother.
Just clunky.
And this is for a number of different reasons. These mostly relate to him not being able to keep himself full really any content. Whenever you eat enemies, they will die pretty quickly in your stomach, meaning that you lose all of the benefits.
One thing that I actually get annoyed with really is that the enemies die so fucking fast. You have to spam your one a lot because the enemies, if you eat the enemy and it's instantly dead, especially if you're playing on anything in lower end content, because the enemies you're eating have like no fucking health.
Benefits for pulverize and for like your additional armor and such like that very, very quickly. I think that it would be as simple as once you have a full belly, if you like maintained that state for some amount of time and just needed to like get a full belly every so often in order to maintain those buffs, that he would be much better in a larger variety of content. But right now he's kind of held back by, at most levels of play, eating enemies can be a difficulty because of course you can't eat enemies with overguard, and your teammates will be killing a lot of weaker style enemies, so you're not going to have much to feast on if you're playing in team content. That is just kind of the problems that follow Grendel around. Is he good? Yeah, he's very tanky. He can shield gate really well. His low shields actually give him a significant benefit in that scenario.
Yeah,
and his damage output is pretty solid.
That's why I want to run like a C+.
And he can be quite fast as well with pulverize. And pulverize breaking boxes is not nothing to be considered. So overall, I think Grendel's in a pretty good spot. But the few problems around his kit just kind of compound to bring him down.
His kit's good,
or keep him down a peg. As
the abilities are good to use, but he's just clunky.
Let's talk about Gyre. And I know this conversation is not going to make many people happy. Now,
no, you better give her a fucking A, B+ at a fucking minimum. Holy shit, Gyre does so much fucking damage. She just wipes everything the fuck out. Just red crits nonstop. You just walk into a room and everything's dead. It's a little hard to maintain in the beginning, but once you get it going, you're just fucking a thunder god.
Gyre previously was at a B-, and she is moving down. She is moving down to C+.
Ooh.
This is for a variety of
reasons. He's a B-.
I thought Gyre is an incredibly greedy design that really often does not play well with others, with her abilities going on cooldown whenever she is not able to get kills with her abilities.
Because you want the kills.
And that compounds with getting kills with her abilities being much less effective than a lot of other Warframes. It is just considerably slower for her to be using either Arc Sphere or Coil Horizon in conjunction with her 4 and her 3 to get enemies dead. Does it get enemies dead? Yeah. But it does so at like an okay-ish pace. And an okay-ish pace of killing enemies can be good. But that okay-ish pace is coupled with some of the worst survivability in the game and multiple augments that I would call pretty much must use if you're using some of her abilities. The one for her Cathode Grace to keep going constantly really makes...
I swap her to the like gold combo for Hildryn's and because she has so much energy efficiency with Archon Stretch, like you just use it every now and then. You armor strip everything. It makes it so it's easier to kill everybody, and then you also just max out your energy and cleanse statuses all the fucking time. I don't know. Like I mean, yeah, it's relying really heavily on a subsume specifically in order to keep her alive, but I mean, like, she's got the kit that fits it, right?
So that you can build her more greedy, which she needs. Like, she needs to be more greedy in order to get her payoffs going. But that removes a slot from your build.
Plus the duration
if you want to use
long,
her Coil Horizon augment, which allows it to do some more interesting DPS and be used a little bit more effectively in that regard. That's another augment.
I want to subsume a Gyre so that I can take Coil Horizon and put it on Oberon. I don't know if you've even seen the fucking like craziness you can do with Coil Horizon on Oberon. There's a weird glitch where it's just fucking like disco raves everything, and it's really funny.
Which is constantly just breaking down her needing every stat and not being able to get them. Would she love to be able to include like redirection for some survivability and adaptation? Yeah, probably. But she just doesn't really have room if you also want the enemies to die. It's not a situation where like Saren, for example, just kind of does whatever with whatever stats. You really need to hit certain strength thresholds to be killing enemies fast enough to support what you're doing at the incredibly low survivability you have to do it at. And
so my favorite way to play Saren is actually go keep efficiency and range kind of at like 100, and then go catalyzing shields use Molt to cleanse statuses, and then you just rock with Venom Dose and just like channel a bunch of abilities. Drop her 4, and just channel a bunch of damage buffs. Just make her make whatever gun you're doing just do obscene amounts of damage, and you're effectively invincible with the amount of shield getting and Molt.
I think that Gyre's really, really fun.
I don't think she's a fair comparison to Gyre.
The effectiveness is just tough. I would really love to see just some general buffs for what Gyre is up to, because I think from a numbers standpoint, if she just did more damage, she'd have more room in her build to make her life a little bit easier, which would go over well for her, I think. But yeah, moving on. I know a lot of people are going to be unhappy about that one. Let's talk about Harrow. Now, Harrow, in our last review, was at a B+. And
what are these pronunciations? Harrow? I like Harrow, right? I don't know. It's tripping me up because there's another one he said earlier, and I was like, what the fuck is that pronunciation? I don't remember what it was. It wasn't Baruuk. Who was it? I don't know. I don't know why I got so hung up on that for a second. I mean, like tomato, right? Say words how you want to say them. I don't know why that like just like I was like, what? Oh, why did that? Okay.
This year, I'm moving him down just a smidge to B. I think the Harrow is kind of like the pinnacle of the perfectly average-ish Warframe, especially in a more supporting
you play him right,
type
he's
role.
Invincible. You play him right,
or that his supporting type role doesn't offer a whole lot right now. He can kick out a ton of energy to the squad with Thurible, and you can make everyone temporarily invincible with Covenant, and those two things are not nothing, but they're really not the support stuff that we want to generally be seeing from our current supports, where a lot of the supporting type Warframes are offering functionally completely invincible allies all the time. The kind of hitchiness of Covenant is not really desired, and the crit buffs of this,
Trinity.
while acceptable, are not really
the problem is that like when you're a support
situations.
frame, you kind of have to compete with Trinity, right? Trinity right now gives herself 75 or 90% DR with a baiting link. She gives the squad up to 90% DR, heals them fully, gives them overshields, gives yourself a bunch of critical chance, and then makes sure that everyone always has max energy. How do you beat that? Right? I mean, Roar, right? Like, give everybody a bunch of fucking damage too. But you can put Roar on Trinity on her one, right? So it's like, you gotta like anyone and everyone who's a support frame has to compare to that, and it's kind of like puts them all lower, right? Trinity's an A, and every other support frame has to compete with that at the same on the same level.
Thurible, on the other hand, because most Warframes are built to sustain themselves, there's not really a situation where we need this insane amount of energy generation that you can do, and this energy generation means that you need to be doing it. It's not a buff that you can apply to your teammates and then they can get themselves their own energy through their headshots and kills. You need to be getting those kills. So because of that, you need to be doing kind of a lot
having
of
the headshot is kind of
and
rough.
that means that the more you are doing, you're supporting teammates who are doing
although
less.
evade on Harrow
and
is
if your
great.
Teammates are doing as much as you'd expect them to be doing,
Just
like
always
a Mesa
be
or something,
always be in headshots.
You're not really helping them in the vast majority of cases, which is kind of a weird place to be. You couple that with Penance being fine, like the reload speed and the fire rate are okay. And of course, Condemn being maybe your best ability, with the ability to generate a tremendous amount of shields and lock down a ton of enemies, this being an amazing subsume for other Warframes. And you get a playstyle that is just generally good.
Lines
to
up
be
your
converted
headshots
into like a thermal sunder damage dealer that does work on Steel Path like reasonably enough.
I never heard the thermal sunder on Harrow. That's
okay
cool.
experience at pretty much anything you want to take him to. Does he like work?
Most of what I've seen is
yeah.
remove Penance for evade. At least nowadays, because it's Saturday 9 right release. But remove Penance for evade, and then you just Thurible, and then you walk around and Condemn and get headshots and continue being invisible and doing a bunch of headshot shit and generating energy, and it's great.
Does he work in like kind of a weird way that's a little bit less than you maybe exactly desire in all those places? Yeah, but
greedy,
you know, sometimes you want to eat a perfectly average priest-shaped meal, and I guess that's him.
Average priest-shaped meal.
Now, discussing something perfectly average is not something we're going to be discussing in regards to Hildryn. Now, Hildryn previously received an A- from me, and there was some concern that she was going to go down in grade. Because of the changes to like the scaling of armor and all that stuff, there were some questions to be asked about what the future of Hildryn stuff was going to be whenever she was just spamming pillage and then like having...
She still has a little bit of a problem with that, like her ability to survive is tied to her energy, and if she's taking damage, then she has no energy to then use that to survive, right? Because it's her shields. Her shields are her energy. So if you're taking damage, then you don't have the shields to cast the ability to get shields back to keep surviving, to then also have the energy. So it's like this like cycle. If you can't keep up as Hildryn, you're fucked. And if you're fighting something like Infested, where there's no shields and there's no armor, which means pillage just doesn't do anything, you're fucked. It's just like, I love Hildryn, and I actually don't like using her for. If I wanted to fly or float around and shoot pistols like laser blasts, I play Jade. I love Jade. I hate that she's pregnant, but I love Jade.
Haven up and having, you know, burning pillage be her whole thing. Thankfully, everything about the way that we use Hildryn has changed. Luckily for her, it's changed in a pretty good way and has kept her at a solid A-. Her new functionality is that her augment lets her use her Balefire in her 4. Yes, we are using her 4 in a unique alt fire that basically lets you just barrage fire huge explosions and kill everybody in front of you.
I don't like the way she floats around.
That's pretty good.
That's my biggest problem with it.
The buffs to Aegis Storm mean that it's actually quite fast at dodging around, and it provides its crowd control very well.
I know if you put yellow shards in,
large
she is faster, but
and you still get all of the benefits of just dumping pillage out and removing all of the armor and all of the shields of all the enemies around you. There are still the notable disadvantages of Hildryn, which is that if the enemies you're fighting don't have armor or shields, your energy, for lack of a better term, because you use your shields as energy, economy gets a whole lot worse very suddenly. But subsumes, like Harrow's subsume actually, really fix that problem up and let her just kind of do what she's doing in pretty much any scenario. So she now has a really solid explosive exalted weapon.
I subsumed her once.
She's pretty much invincible in the vast majority of content with her very large amounts of shield and constant regeneration you're going to usually be on, especially when coupled alongside things like Aegis. And she's just having a phenomenal time at pretty much anything that is not getting into mid-high 4-digit levels, where suddenly enemies are going to be shooting you once for your entire energy pool, which suddenly becomes a big problem.
I subsumed her
even that has been bolstered
but I think I should subsume her 1. So if you subsume her 1, it means that you can't use the pistols in the 4, but you can still use the 4 as to float around a little bit. And I think I'd rather do that.
The secondary arcanes letting you steal Overguard and being able to protect your energy economy, your shield, through that method.
Yeah, Overguard's great.
So things are looking
run secondary fortifier and keep
I would say
in
terms of the usability of her kit, it's really never been better. All right, Hydroid. Now, Hydroid obviously received a big rework, and we placed Hydroid at an A last time. With that, unfortunately, very extremely similar to how Citrine changed, Hydroid is moving down to an A-. This really does mostly have to do with Tempest Barrage being a much less effective means of damage output now, with the much higher health values the enemies that we're fighting generally have, because they have much lower armor values,
so
and the
much
armor stripping that you can do as Hydroid is worse. That is kind of exactly to be expected, and it's not that this is a bad performing strategy. It still works very well, and the plunder's huge. Plus your 1, and throwing out your tentacle swarms to also get some loot and crowd control, all still works as a good package. You're still plenty survivable. You still do plenty of damage.
My other problem with tentacle swarm is it's really annoying.
Generally, title surge is more of a free subsume slot. But just in general, you can just spam out Tempest Barrages, use plunder, and throw out tentacle swarm pretty regularly, and that's just gonna do stuff in any given mission. Tempest Barrage is even still a considered subsume for other Warframes as a damage dealing ability that you can put on other frames, so it can't,
especially when you can add
but yeah, a little bit worse on Hydroid. This is really for a lot of the reasons that I've been talking about with Citrine and all that. And it just is the way that it is. Maybe a slight damage buff across some of these abilities that really relied on their ability to armor strip would have been cool whenever they made that armor change, but of course a little bit of time needs to pass to really see how those things met out. Inaros. So Inaros.
Wait, so this is one that we said was a D, right? Did we say Inaros was a D? I know we said Loki, Oberon, Banshee. Who else did we say was a D? I think it was Inaros that we said.
Been kind of a history of ups and downs. He's been an A, he's been an B, he's been a high B, he's been a low B, and unfortunately, I would like to talk about him being at currently B-.
Really?
Now, previously, he was able to do quite a lot by inflicting a bunch of statuses, by using his third ability or his second ability, Sandstorm,
I played
to deal a bunch of damage with its augment
out.
and really just like get at enemies that way with a bunch of splash damage. Now, as we've talked about, the armor changes and the health increases kind of across the board.
I need a second. I need to get some water and another drink real quick. I'll be right back. Yeah, that slash damage is going to come back to haunt everyone. This is a long react, and it's not usually what I do. I appreciate anyone who's lurking and just chilling. I'm gonna be doing something with this though, and I wanted my reaction out of the way, and I wanted to do it on stream, so I didn't spend much extra time off stream reacting to it.
A bit tougher for Inaros overall. Combine that with the rising levels of the game means that as a health-only Warframe, he's more vulnerable than he's ever been in the past.
There's the health.
Because when enemies are just regularly level 500 plus now, he can just die in some of that harder content where other like Warframes will just kind of get a free pass with their shields and general survivability.
What?
That makes things tough.
ETA with like non-stop toxin procs makes Inaros suck crazy.
Get to 0 shields, you do have time to respond, and whenever you get to 0 health, you die. Which is rough. You combine that with Sandstorm, which he was using as a DPS ability, being a considerably worse DPS ability now, and his one not doing a whole lot besides stunning still, and Scarab Shell being fine as a survivability method, and of course it is going to eat those status effects, which is good, and Scarab Swarm not doing what you want it to do anymore. Of course, like we talked about, the armor strips are much worse now, so those like guaranteed corrosive statuses and like all that such is not.
I mean, armor strips are like worse now from what he's saying, and it's like comparatively to like before a health change, they're still great. You still want armor strips on your frames.
It's not really coming together. There's not like enough damage. The survivability is like, you know, health tanking is kind of not in a fantastic spot right now, and his damage being lowered from where it was, which is bumping him up to like a B+ in terms of his general ability to clear. That becoming worse again has put him right back down to where he was previously, back down at B-.
He's gonna die
unfortunate to be sure, but I do think that like with his current kit, just some like general number buffs, or of course, you know, just systematic like changes to how health tanking currently works, could easily bump him back up. Time to talk Ivara. Now, Ivara, interestingly, has moved down just a smidge from a B+ just down to a B.
Oh, really?
I want to talk about why. The reason for this is she is very useful for a large variety of niche tasks.
Yeah, I guess
such
that's
as
why
hunting,
she's so high.
being a lot of people's go-to spy mission runner, and just being just like generally pretty good and pretty like casual friendly to just kind of.
If you want to go fishing in any open world, go Ivara because the invisibility helps. If you want to do spy missions, go Ivara. Slap on the augment. You can just run through and you have no problems. If you want to do so many things. If you want to steal some stuff, when you're invisible, you steal actively. And one big thing, I don't think he's going to mention it, and he hasn't mentioned it yet, is Samaris scanning. Do an exterminate on Ivara. Get to the extraction zone. All of the extermination enemies just come to you. Scan them all, kill them all. Another wave of enemies come. Scan them all, kill them all. Another wave of enemies come until you've killed enough that you can extract. Get the extraction pad, you're out. And do this twice, and you cap your Samaris standing for the day. It's you go on an exterminate in Sedna. I can't remember which. I think it's in Sedna. It's I don't remember which exterminate it is, but just do it on Steel Path, and you just cap your standing on Samaris instantly.
Everything. You turn on Prowl, and you just kind of do stuff. But the Exalted rework kind of revealed a problem
Artemis
that
bow needs
Ivara
more.
has, and that is that Artemis bow is really just not aging very well. Even with its augment, this is just not performing super well. It is like primarily pretty much single target outside of enemies who are standing in a line for the most part. And it's just not keeping up with all of the other exalted weapons or just weapons in general that we usually want to be on.
Problem is bows are
That doesn't mean that it's useless. It does good damage, but the way that it applies that damage is just
really
not at the effectiveness level that you usually want to see. The way that I've been talking about this on stream and whenever I play Ivara is that, weirdly, even though it's not a bad weapon, this is kind of the big loser of the exalted weapons update.
You'd be better off just running the Baruuk.
It just revealed that even with all of like these changes and additions, it even still pales in comparison to other much better primaries that you could have access to.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty tough spot to be in. Now, there are cool things you can do with Ivara, mostly revolving around like some interesting strategies you can apply with Navigator, like with the book and such like that are reasonably effective like ways to go about general mission running that you can do. And of course, Quiver is still like, you know, invisibility, and you can do certain things with like scanning missions and such, and dash wire buffing and some such things that you can do there that are all pretty decent. And you can choose to use your invisibility this way, though I would tend to avoid it. But the general package of what Ivara has going for her is that if you like using her for the convenience of what she brings to certain activities, such as fishing as well, for example, she is stellar at all of that stuff. But I would say that if she didn't have all of those different niches that she can fill and really be like a workhorse for your arsenal, she would be at like even a bit lower than this rating. Probably she would get bumped down to like a B- without all of those nice additional things that she can benefit you from. We got another new Warframe to talk about, though. Let's talk about Jade. Jade is brand new for this roster review.
She is
and she is absolutely stellar. I've had a fantastic time with Jade, very similarly.
I have been playing Jade like almost nonstop recently, and I have no subsumes on her. I just play her kit the way it is, and you don't need anything. She has a complete kit. It's amazing.
I think that her design is incredibly good, and in terms of her just general effectiveness, I am putting her at an A. Now, it's worth noting that in like the next week or so, we are getting another new augment.
I don't think her augment's gonna be good.
I don't predict that augment is going to be world changing for her.
It sounds really
like
cool.
A huge buff.
I don't think
I'm not sure she's even really going to be able to make room for it. But already the general game plan of what Jade is up to is really nice. She's kind of a somewhat support, somewhat DPS style Warframe, where she will go into her glory on high, letting her fly around, just getting true flight and doing whatever she wants.
Here's the thing. Glory is amazing. I like Glory better than Titania's pixie form. And is like, as long as you're using her one to blow up zones of the room, you're also healing your allies. You're also granting your allies power strength buff in intervals, right? Because usually you're not going to sit on it. You're usually going to sit on her flat damage buff that just replaces the need for things like Hornet Strike and Serration. You can get like a 275% if you build her right. 275% flat damage. It's better than Serration. It's better than Hornet Strike. And it works in the same exact way. Just take those fucking mods out and just if you're playing on Jade. And then her Ophanamize being able to fucking res from a distance, combo with Vazarin, so you have like really fast reses. It's insane.
And giving her an exalted weapon to use with her kind of like beams of light that she'll be firing. And she has Ophanamize, which is a slow at all enemies that she's looking at, and an armor strip on all enemies that she's looking at. And this can revive allies, though that is a minor benefit. So she's got right away a 4 to utilize. It is an exalted weapon that is very solid in terms of its damage output, kicking out a massive amount of heat procs. And that's combined with all the enemies that you are looking at and shooting with that, getting
I've been
armor
trying to use an arcane hotshot, encumber, and impetus build on her, and I keep on trying to see if I can get it to work. I don't have arcane hotshot maxed out, so that might be why I just can't get it to work. But Innervate, there's something about the way the build is, because I have 3 orange shards on her. There's something about the way this is without Arcane Hotshot on this build as well. With Innervate on Glory, it just red crits every fucking attack. It takes you a minute to build up to it, but once you get with Innervate, once you get your maxed out Malt Augmented 255, whenever you cast your Glory and you're flying around, every single attack is a triple exclamation point red crit, and you're doing insane damage.
Slow, meaning that there's not really much the enemies can do about it.
I like never even activate Ophanimise, really, because I don't need the armor strip. It's insane.
Them. And then you combine that with Symphony of Mercy, which is a slew of different buffs. You have Power of the 7, which is a large...
The shield is great. The Spirit of Resilience. You literally I just activate it every now and then, and I sit on it for like 3 seconds. I cap everyone's shields out, and then I swap back to damage.
Strength buff, which you can use to turn that on, and then turn your other abilities on, and then swap to your second buff, which is Deathbringer, which is a Serration style damage increase for yourself and your entire squad.
It's just a better
damage buff. And
Symphony of Mercy is what Rest and Rage was supposed to be on Equinox, and it's just better.
Finally, her defensive buff, which is Spirit of Resilience, basically just giving all of your allies a bunch of shields, which in most cases will make everybody pretty much invincible. That's all really good. But that's not where it ends, because we also get Light's Judgment. Light's Judgment lets you throw out an orb that basically starts affecting an area. And if you utilize that with your alt fire, enemies that stand in your 1 get marked, though they can be marked by your 4 as well. That's usually not what you're going to be doing. You throw out your 1, the enemies get marked. You alt fire with your 4, and everybody blows up.
Yep.
This can use an immense amount of energy sometimes, but generally speaking, this is just like a really good way to clear large groups of enemies, especially whenever they're huddled together.
Negative energy issues with
and it really just gives her like a nice varietal kit that only really has problems whenever you need to carry like a mobile defense, like terminal key. Those are like pretty much the only trouble you're going to run into, because you can't carry those around while you're in Glory on high. And obviously the list of like negative things about her is pretty damn low. So she's an incredibly good Warframe that just like zaps everybody.
Main negative, she's pregnant. She's such a well-designed frame. Her kit's amazing. There's like nothing you want to remove. It's all around great. Her aesthetic in general, the like angel, be not afraid. You have the Ophanimise, your like a Glory on high, right? It's all holy, like themed, amazing theming, amazing everything. But when I'm standing there and like her belly opens up and she's like sitting there rubbing it, it makes me feel like icky. I don't like it. Every single person I've ever shown Jade to, if they play Warframe or not, they look at it and they're like, I don't like that. It is disturbing, and it actively like makes people, it pushes people away from it. She needs a skin where she's not pregnant. I'm sorry. She needs it.
He slows everybody.
Because you are actively harming like people who want to play her, and like pushing people away. It's like the thing I don't like. It feels weird. It feels fetishy. It's not good.
Strips all the armor off enemies. Buffs
and I don't like that Rebecca keeps on making jokes about like the augment being twins or something like that. I don't like it.
Buffs herself, blows everybody up when necessary, and provides heals and shields and all that good business while she's at it. I will note that her survivability is generally pretty highly tied, I would find, or I have found, to effects like the aviator mods and the aerodynamic mods that give her damage reduction while she's flying around. But that stuff easily...
Always have a polearm on her and put the Boreals mod on it, because you just instantly get an extra 20% DR. Just flat out. And that's that's it.
He fits into her build because she gets double aura slots. So it's really not been difficult to find room for all of that. And it just in general, because of those double aura slots, she's also very easy to build on a budget. So if you're a newer player, getting her is quite effective.
She's kind of hard to farm, though.
Your build in and then effectiveness out, I would say.
The elevator is kind of hard
to do. That's Jade, absolutely stellar. Happy to add her to the roster.
Oh, I'm happy to help.
I'll be honest. We're going to talk about Khora, and Khora's been...
I have no idea if he's going to make her a C or an A+. Khora nukes if you build her correctly, right? Plus, she's a farm frame. There's no way he puts her at a C, but some people just don't like her kit.
Good for a couple of years here. And the Exalted changes only kept her insanely good. She's still an A+. We're gonna have a very similar conversation here.
I was like, there's no way he goes low. But I've met a couple people who just don't like Khora,
as we had with Gara. But we have a few other things to talk about. First and foremost, Whipclaw. Now, with the Exalted changes and her not getting access to like the Magistar and Karnan buffs and so on and so forth, do you technically do less damage with Whipclaw now? That actually depends on how you calculate the math. Will you see a lower number when you hit one guy? Yes. Will that guy be dead? Almost always. So does the lower number matter? Pretty much never is the answer.
Looks like a companion changes helped her out too.
Generally speaking, you're on an influence build, and the thing that influence does is scales with group size and also scales your range out to hit more enemies than you'd normally be able to. So does Khora do more damage effectively to more enemies? I would tend to say yes, at least in the vast majority of meaningful content, and even in like lesser content. The enemies are dying instantly, so there's really no functional difference from how she worked before. So personally, for me, there hasn't been any functional change to Whipclaw besides now it procs influence and kills everybody 25 additional meters away, which I think is pretty good personally. Of course, she does have Ensnare. This is very useful for missions like Disruption, and just it's a general stun that works on way more things than you'd think it would. And of course, increases the damage of Whipclaw should you need to do so for some reason. That is, of course, also combined with Strangledome. Strangledome being the premier looting option with its augment. This is the best way to farm just about anything that drops off of an enemy, as long as they can be picked up by your 4 or just like even generally interacted with by your 4. This is a tremendously useful ability for the reason of also any enemy that you hit in it with your 1 will hit every other enemy inside of it as well, allowing for you to do even more damage to those enemies while they are inside of it. Just, scaling it to ridiculous. And finally, we get to talk about Venari. Now, Venari, I think, is the underrated part of Khora's kit, because quietly, the changes have allowed Venari to be a little murder monster. With the proper build on Venari, you won't be looking in the direction that Venari is. But every enemy near Venari will be dying pretty much constantly. Venari will just run up to a pack of enemies, do basically Light's Judgment attack to one guy, and then with the proper build, allowing you to do Contamination just to kill everybody that is around that one guy. What this functionally means is that Venari is doing a lot that you're not seeing.
Does Khora have a
this is a free subsume slot. What I mean by free is that you don't really care about swapping Venari to different modes, and you don't lose Venari whenever you subsume over this slot. Meaning you not only get to keep the murder cat, you also get whatever subsume you want completely for free. And it's just all tremendously good. The one downside to being Khora is that your survivability is pretty much exclusively shield gating. But if you're not casting Whipclaw, you probably should be casting Whipclaw. So it's not really that big of an ask for Khora to be on a shield gating type build. It just means you need to include a couple of those mods, and then you're pretty much invincible all of the time. So absolutely stellar Warframe probably didn't need to spend this much time just, gushing about how incredible Khora is.
So you can either run catalyzing shields, right? And then rebuild, or you could actually run shields and run pillage over Venari, and that would work. It seems like she needs a cleanse, I think.
Though maybe it will serve as a point of comparison.
That's one big thing.
We have another newcomer, that being Kome. Now, based on the way people talk about how I talked about Kome, I think a lot of people are probably expecting me to give this Warframe like an F, but I assure you,
like a C.
It's really not that dire. I've got Kome at just a B-.
Yeah.
Just a bit below average, a bit below what I would like to see for her. And what I would like to see for her,
she needs to be able to stack her like Duviri buffs faster and better. And she needs to not lose them over time. She needs to like when you're doing like if you do like a 3 hour, 2 hour, an hour, sorry, an hour, a 2 hour, a 3 hour survival on Kome, it needs to feel like you've been in Duviri.
The point of the negativity I have surrounding this Warframe. I think her design is really cool. I think her kit is really cool. I think the effectiveness of what she outputs could be a whole lot better. That basically revolves around her 1 and her 4. So her Bunraku is basically puppet strings that you put out. These do a bunch of status based on her dice rolls. And the damage that this outputs is nil. This is really rough without another ability to back it up, which is
I could see Bunraku being another loot augment eventually. I think that would be great to give us another loot frame. And because she strings up enemies, it feels like it fits right in. Right? It's the same as Strangle Dome, it's the same as Tentacle Swarm. I feel like that'd be a great way to have another loot ability.
The unique helmet subsume that makes all the statuses stack up a bunch. I forget its name currently, but that's usually the thing that you're using, and you use it instead of Kumhimo. Kumhimo, this is a bunch of strings that you throw out. And
Kumhimo is a really
you
cool
can do some like hitchy things where you drag enemies through this.
I
with,
wish
like,
it was
Zephyr subsume, but that is like mega copium and not worth it. This ability also really just does not do close to enough damage and doesn't scale particularly well, which is really tough. So her 2 damage output potential abilities, Bunraku and Kumhimo, just really don't get you where you want to go, meaning that you kind of get reduced down to forcing Bunraku to work, which is what I personally like to do, or mostly just surviving off of Omamori, which does have some RNG associated with it, but honestly, I find it not to be too particularly difficult to survive with it.
It's a cool survival mechanic.
Do like some health tanking and like some shield gating kind of combined on her to make surviving pretty reasonable, while you do Omakuji. Now, Omakuji did get an augment that made it a whole lot more palatable to use. So that augment is a tremendous build around, and I still think there are fundamental problems with this ability in that a lot of the decrees just aren't a reward whenever you do the challenges it gives you.
Yeah.
It'll give you a challenge that's like kill 20 guys while sliding, and then you will get the decree, and it will be like hitch a bus to Tennessee, and then while you're there, you run 10% faster. And it's just, there's so many decrees that are just not good. I really would love to see.
I don't think she would be broken if you just gave her crits do double damage. Statuses apply twice. I don't think you would break her if you were giving her these. While Warframe is full, generate 5 energy a second. I think like if you give her like some of the best Duviri perks, I don't think you break her. Corrosive added to shots, right? Crits do cold. Like those buffs I think would be great, and I don't think they break her. I don't know how you would really necessarily work the let's say like the damage reduction per decree, because you don't really get a lot of decrees for her, but yeah.
As I've said in the past, the whole Kome video is basically talking about the way in which this should be more like the actual Duviri decrees, getting more choice with this, getting the generalized buffs you get while in Duviri with this. All of those types of things could really improve this and make it a whole lot better. Right now, it's like kind of an interesting thing you can do on longer missions.
You would break her by getting like the crits do double damage statuses apply twice as like available rolls on her. I do not think you would break her. There are so many frames that just kind of do that. Just flat out, right? Like Citrine, 300% crit chance, outright, right? And you let's say you have a fucking status weapon. It's effectively like crit steal double damage. You're just applying a triple crit off rip, off a weapon that wouldn't crit in the first place, right? Like, it's not gonna break it.
You know, an interesting playstyle to be sure, but I think the general effectiveness of Kome is just lower than I want it to be. It's not that she can't do things. She can do stuff. Her survivability is all right, and her damage output can be made to work with Bunraku. But
I like to mess with
for me personally. It's the thing of I think her design is incredible, and like her theme is super fun and cool. And she comes out as just kind of disappointing for me, like personally, in terms of her actual performance.
There's like the weird side thing I want to mess
let's
with.
talk about Kullervo.
Dagath, right?
This one actually probably also is going to be a bit of a controversial one, even though this rating is still extremely high. Kullervo, previously, I had at an A+. And I have decided to move that down just a smidge, down to just an A. Right. This is for kind of a number of different reasons, but the really primary reason is the rising level of enemies in like us getting like ETA and
the base
EA
problem I have
content,
with him is
and I assume more of that stuff being on the way, as there's really no sign of slowing down on that type of stuff. Being a shieldless Warframe is not so great right now, and that is the primary thing bringing Kullervo down.
So much fucking overguard.
The reason is because whenever you get to those higher levels, recompense basically becomes a thing that you are hitting every single time it's available. And that like drain on your energy economy can really be a tough thing.
So he said that, and it reminded me of it might come up again with Styanax. When you get to high enemy levels, because Overguard cannot have any DR applied to it. If you didn't know that, any DR you have does not get applied to your Overguard. Your armor rating does not get applied. It doesn't get applied to your shields either. It only gets applied to your health. And any DR you have does not apply to your Overguard at all. Which means that like some frames that just completely rely on their Overguard, you're having, when you get high level, your Overguard's getting one shot off of you. So you're having to just spam everything to try and generate Overguard. Styanax is one of those as well. Like when I've been doing some higher level stuff with Styanax, I'm only spamming the 4. The 4 does damage, so it's pretty good, right? But I'm only spamming the 4. That's the only thing. I'm constantly in the air, only doing the 4, so that way I can just keep up the Overguard.
In those scenarios, can Kullervo absolutely get away with it pretty much 100% of the time? Yes. Between Collective Curse, tying all the enemies together, the massive buffs and mobility you get from Wrathful Advance, and of course Storm of Ukko just being generally useful in a variety of different scenarios, whether that is like damage output, especially at like medium to low levels, or of course being combined with Collective Curse in order to DPS that way, or of course just like being used to build up your combo if you're just using it for that, and having this follow you in certain game modes with its augment. All of that stuff, his actual output of damage and his general survivability is still very good, but I have decided just to bump him down just a little bit, down to just A instead of way up in like the A+ category, as I feel like there's just a couple of spots where it gets a little bit harder for him than I would really like it to. Obviously, he's still at A, so it's not that much harder for him.
I really want his new skin. I haven't got it yet.
But
I need to farm out
like
a bunch
health
of
tank Warframe underneath the Overguard is a really big downside, because all of the other Warframes that are dealing with Overguard pretty much have a shield to fall back on, meaning they get to double gate, and the difference between getting a single gate, double gate is pretty huge, and offers up some like big design differences. If he had 200 shields, I think he would easily be no problem, trivial A+ for me.
Even 100 shields.
And it might still be the case that I'm being overly harsh on him, even putting him down to A, because Kullervo is a phenomenal Warframe. Okay, let's talk Lavos. Lavos got his prime, and previously I had Lavos at a C+.
I want to make a build on Lavos There's a couple of subsume tricks that I've seen recently, and I want to build up Lavos and I want to mess with them. I will give a little bit of a spoiler on one of those subsume tricks. Subsume the two out for Breach Surge and use the gas valence upgrade. And Breach Surge applies gas, which applies Breach Surge, which applies gas. It's fucking amazing.
Thankfully,
hi, how you doing?
Lavos is being bumped up to a B-. Not much of a bump, but still definitely a bump up. Unfortunately,
I really like
this doesn't have a tremendous amount to do with his kit being better, and more so has to do with his elemental augment that just allows him to choose any element in the game and just slap it on to every single form of his damage dealing, alongside being reasonably tanky.
That's the main thing, is that like the valence augment is the thing that I'm talking about that like has made him like he combos really well with a few different subsumes because of the valence augment. That makes it really
basically means that he is a weapons platform for, lack of anything else to really do. And I still do think that in general, his kit, Ophidian Bite, Vile Rush, Transmutation Probe, and Catalyze, all 4 of these abilities, I think should have better numbers and be more effective at what they do.
Vile Rush kind of sucks.
And potentially have like some cooldown changes or maybe some like, just functionality changes to what Lavos's like core loop is. Make it feel more worth it to do. It's just a matter of like the effectiveness of using his abilities is worse than installing his augment and just like slapping Ophidian Bite to get this gigantic damage buff and then just shooting guys. And just completely foregoing using any of his stuff outside of giving yourself the particular elemental buff you want, being the better way to go. Basically means that you're just like cosplaying as Lavos while just shooting gun decently, and I think that is a tough spot to be in, but it is better than what he was doing before, which was only relying on his quite lackluster numbered abilities.
Some of his abilities are low.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You all know what it is. This is another D rank Warframe. This is Limbo.
I called it. Fuck. I called Limbo was going to be D, and I
what
fucking
we need to talk about. Honestly,
I said no.
The Rift is a design problem. This is just not like a good thing to like have, because anytime
if you are playing Limbo, go play solo.
It is a
get out of my
acrid toxin on the thing that it can affect, and most routinely showcases the design problem with the thing that it's good at, instead of just being something for Limbo to be good at.
Sometimes,
obviously, the most recent thing we have to show for that is Scarlet Spear. Whenever the thing you would do with Limbo is turn on Cataclysm, and then you turn on Stasis, and then you would go make a coffee and just completely negate the entire game type. That, of course, is a problem with that game type, but the fact that that's what Limbo is good at is also a problem. If in any case the thing that you're good at is like separating the worlds and then stopping time and then no longer playing, that is bad for the game's design. In addition to that, he is just annoying for other players with his like, Cataclysm, dividing things between the Rift and not. Some Warframes are of course unaffected by that, but just in general, it's just a rather annoying thing for teammates to deal with that is also not particularly effective. This strategy is ruined completely by the enemy Eximus being able to go through the Rift and just hit you anyway with their abilities, which you will often die from. And of course, any kind of nullification happening to you pretty much will just kill you on the spot. Banish, not a particularly effective thing to do unless you're playing like Deception, which none of us are, because that game mode has nothing for rewards and no one wants to play it. And Rift Surge is like a potentially, decent. It's bad. It's a bad damage buff. Even it's like super awkward to like put like on enemies,
is
and
rough,
like the damage buff is just like not worth it whenever you.
It's okay when you're doing
already stasis in time anyway. And it's just a rough sell all the way around. It's bad news. If you wanted to argue with me about which one of the D rank Warframes is the worst, I think I have a strong argument for it definitely being Limbo. I think that there are ways to rework him to keep him like similarly themed. But honestly, my opinion is that the Rift itself has to go because it's like a horrific design problem. That, of course, I wouldn't blame DE for because this Warframe's ancient and it was really cool and interesting.
He's never really had a rework too.
Now, if our B rankers embody a perfectly average Warframe, Loki embodies a perfectly below average Warframe, remaining at C rank.
I needed to swap Limbo and Loki. God damn it.
This mostly is in regard to just I go invisible, and
I totally thought Loki
a lot of cases that's good enough. Loki is fast and invisible, and that's you can do that.
I think because this video is so long, I think I'm gonna split this reaction in two, and we're just gonna play the game a little bit. So let's actually do the tier list now.
Do that. You can also do a Revenant impression by using Switch Teleport.
Back a little bit.
Frames is the worst.
Limbo sucks.
I think I have a strong argument for it.
He should have made a new tier that was F tier for Limbo and put Limbo in there.
I think that there are ways to rework him to keep him like similarly themed. But honestly, my opinion is that the Rift itself has to go because it's
so. Like if you weren't here Monday, I'm reacting to. I already did half of this, right? We're already an hour and 20 minutes into 2 hours and 20, right? We're reacting to this. I'm gonna put this all up, a whole reaction as its own YouTube video, and then I'm gonna do 2 separate other videos. One, I'm going to make build guides on every single frame. I'm gonna level up all the frames. I'm gonna make build guides on it. I think I'm gonna do mag first. I thought about doing it in alphabetical order, but the problem is I don't own them all in alphabetical order, right? I don't own Atlas right now. I owned an Atlas a long ass time ago, and I sold him. And I'm missing some of his prime parts. So I have mag done, and I have 3 separate builds for mag already, just like as a thing. And then I could make like a cheap build, right? I have like a couple other frames I might be able to do that with. So might do mag first. And then so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna also do a video where after I've done my initial reaction, and then after I've done my my build guide reaction as well. So it's part of why we're doing this. But yeah, we're gonna see what he thinks. I mean, I've agreed, I think, mostly with what he's had to say. There's a couple of them I haven't really agreed with. The Caliban one, I don't think I really agreed with that. Oh, the Gyre. I did not agree with his Gyre take. Like, at all. Yeah, we're gonna get back into this.
Horrific design problem. That, of course, I wouldn't blame DE for because this Warframe's ancient, and it was really cool and interesting whenever they put it out at the time.
Pablo needs to have Limbo in his sight.
Now, if our B rankers embody a perfectly average Warframe, Loki embodies a perfectly below average Warframe, remaining at C
Loki
rank.
used to be amazing. He used to be the best frame.
This mostly is in regard
his invisibility
to
was better than,
and in a lot of cases
than
that's
Ash's.
good enough. Loki is fast and
his
invisible. And that's
his 4 actually did.
You can also do a Revenant impression by using Switch Teleport with its augment and like getting invincibility that way. I would not ever play him that way, but you could. Radial Disarm used to be good back in like the 2015 style era. That was 10 years ago, by the way.
Radial Disarm was great for a long time.
Yeah, it's there's stuff here. His new augment for Decoy is like kind of cute, like kind of adorable, kind of like. That's neat that he can apply the statuses through that. But in general, like, you're invisible, you're pretty fast, and that's going to be good enough for the, like, vast majority of missions you're going to do.
Decoy should use his personal weapon, not just Lex.
A whole lot. Lucky us, now we get to talk about another starter.
When he said there was, like, 4 D ranks, I put Loki in D, or before. Mag needs to be an A. I'm sorry, she's so fucking good. If she's not a goddamn A, You're losing your mind.
This is Mag, who is similarly to Excal also being bumped up from B all the way up to A-.
Okay.
Mag is
I'll deal with that.
actually kind of a great state right now.
It's amazing.
Just where Mag has gotten to with like
you want to shield gate, polarize
with Breach Surge alongside like Pull being so amazing in the early game and really not being bad later. Polarize is her kind of like not great ability, but Crush being able to give yourself, you know, instant shield refills and like full armor strips for its still quite good damage bonus, really has done Mag.
If you have high enough power strength, Polarize will full strip as well, not just Crush.
The reason that she is at A- is mainly because Magnetize is a bit of a weird one sometimes. You can pretty much get through any scenario by just like, you know, crushing like her shields back on or using Polarize to put her shields back on and just like have a huge amount of survivability that way. But Magnetize doesn't work on a number of different enemies, and in certain environments or certain weird placements, it can really be a pain to get going. What Magnetize really wants is like large open areas where it can like explode and really kill a lot of enemies, especially whenever you're combining it with the Breach Surge synergies. But in some scenarios, you kind of aren't going to get that. But
if you don't know, I'll be making a video guide on this on tomorrow. I'm not streaming tomorrow. I'm gonna make a mag guide on it, and I'll show the Breach Surge build. She's also pretty decent with evade, as well. Magnetize actually keeps people pretty still, and there's a new one with Temple Subsume as well.
I would say the biggest negative is that I think that for higher level play, you'll notice that I do continue to mention Breach Surge. I do think that Breach Surge is a thing that is bringing her up with its unique interactions with her too. And if you had to use like the usual interactions with Magnetize, I do think this would probably bump her back down into B rank. But it is also worth noting that Mag is, I would say, the best starter pretty easily. That is mostly on the back of Pull being absolutely insanely good. But the shield restoring effects are also
she's good kind of no matter what. But like in order to like send her like through the roof, you kind of need good weapons, right? Like Breach Surge does decent amount. It can do like insane, right? At like base Steel Path, Magnetize, Breach Surge, move on, right? You're gonna kill them all. But the instant you get to like 500s, you're doing ETA, EDA, and stuff like that, you need a good weapon in order to back you up on it.
So if you're
just doing like 120 Steel Path
as a starter, I think she's
literally
extremely good for that, and she is my preferred starter. You know, it's pretty obvious when we get to the obvious ones. Very much like, you know, Gara and very much like Khora. Yeah, guess what, everybody? Mesa is an A+. Mesa is like, you know, just the staple. She's just incredible at
what do you mean Mesa A+?
Pretty much. Shatter Shield makes her pretty much invincible to most forms of offense from the enemies. Shooting Gallery is a nice little buff for her, giving you a little bit of extra damage and stunning enemies around you. And then, of course, the main attractor is Peacemaker. Just tremendous damage in a very like large radius. Of course, that shrinks as you continue shooting, but as it shrinks, your damage just goes up, meaning that any targets that this works on, that it can be used on, will die very, very quickly. This scales really easily into Steel Path. That's only been made better by the different tools that we get access to, such as like new arcanes like Hotshot and stuff, really adding even more to this. And the only real negative I can say about her is that Ballistic Battery is pretty much just totally useless, but you just replace this with Nourish or whatever else, and she's having an absolutely amazing time with an even stronger set of Peacemakers. She's incredible at like pretty much everything with very limited things that she like can't do.
She only has like one
even
build,
if you
though.
don't get to use your Peacemakers on an enemy, like just
I only throw
Shield
Nourish on her.
Gallery is usually more than enough to get you where
I can't even think of anything else I'd want to throw on her.
I have similar feelings on Mirage. Mirage, since her changes,
Mirage has a couple
with
of weird
Eclipse being
things.
now very consistently the damage reduction or the damage increase, has a tremendous amount of consistency and just good things to do. You can throw a Prism. This affects an incredibly large area and basically just kills everything that can see it.
Mirage feels really clunky to me, is my biggest problem with Mirage. I hate going into like leveling and there's a ledger main Mirage. It's really annoying. Because like I want to play the game, not to stand there while everything just blows up from someone else. If I was doing it, it'd be super fun, but it's really annoying to me. When I'm not the one doing it, right? I don't know. I would give her a B, to be honest. Like, she can be either tanky or she can destroy everything, right? She can't really be both. And then, like prism, like there's a prism build where you effectively go, I can't die if everything else is dead, right? And you just walk through stages. So like she's a low level like nuke everything in imagination build. She's a high level nuke everything in imagination build. And I don't know, like you can't compete with her on damage essentially. But I don't know, I find her really clunky. Like I wouldn't put her that high because she feels clunky to me.
Which in
like I'd put her A minus B plus.
Number of tile sets just means that you throw this out and then the mission completes itself in some ways. You do have to be a little particular in certain tile sets because this thing will just bounce around. It won't just stay in one spot cleanly for you.
That's why you put the
but
augment.
it does a tremendous amount of damage that scales up the longer it's active, and it's very, very powerful for that. Sleight of Hand, while not normally useful, does have a number of farming applications, such as things like leveling and ESO and such. Where like you just constantly blow enemies up with this.
You just go sinks for your onslaught and everything
dealing
does.
damage in static areas, so that's quite nice. In addition to that, Hall of Mirrors to go alongside the buffing of Eclipse. This is just a damage buff. Obviously, it's more effective with melee weapons because you get like the full 5 multiplier instead of just like the 2 that you get with guns. But
so if you don't know what he's referencing right there, Hall of Mirrors, it spawns the 4 clones. Whenever you melee, all 4 of the clones attack with you, so you attack and all 4 clones attack. Whenever you're shooting an actual gun, you can go into the simulacrum or you can go into a mission or whatever, and you can go up to a wall and you can test this. You shoot, so if you shoot, all 4 look like they're shooting, only the 2 front ones actually fire a bullet. So it's not as good of a multiplier of like an actual thing than that you like that it seems. Only the 2 front clones actually fire. So you can test it. So you can go like take like Latron, let's say, right, or a single shot weapon. You can shoot the weapon, and you'll see 1 bullet. Assuming you have no multi-shot on, right? You have 1 bullet hole in the wall you shot at. You pop your clones. You'll have 4 clones. You'll shoot. Only 3 bullets. 3 holes will be there because only the 2 front ones shoot. The 2 back ones don't.
Regardless, like getting a significant damage increase with any of the weapons that you happen.
You can see it right there as well while he's like running in the little like video guide thing.
In certain tile sets because this thing will just find whatever you need to be doing, especially while Prism is around. Is just a really effective like strategy.
In the video guide, you can see like as she's shooting, kind of
works
only the front 2 actually have bolts coming out, and the back 2 are just like standing there with their guns.
Version of Eclipse is seeing play on a bunch of other Warframes because the consistency to do 2 different good things turns out is really good. That's A plus. I didn't say, I guess, but it obviously.
She feels clunky to me though. That's my problem.
Now this one previously I talked about as similar.
Necros. I use Necros as my loot frame. I like Hydroid, and I might actually swap to Hydroid as my loot frame. But the problem is that Hydroid and Khora as loot frames, they have to be involved more. They nuke, they obliterate, they never everything fucking dies, right? So they're good like outside that. And Necros, like, but they have to be either caught by your swarm or they have to be in your strangle dome. Necros, he's just there. I'm just in the corner. I'm chilling. I'm just a little guy. Give me your loot. It just makes it easier. But in terms of like actual use frame, he sucks. Like the shadows don't do enough. Even if you're a summoner build, Terrify sucks. Soul Punch really sucks. I don't know. I use him, but I will like to loot farm. I will, and he's like I barely survive in like basic steel path, or like lower level steel path. Normal path, it's a joke. I don't care, but like lower end steel path, I like barely survived. I would never, I will never take him into ETA or EDA.
Similarly to Mirage and Mesa being an obviously.
So B.
But it has been
because Decay is so good.
Years of new thing coming out and Necros working on it, and then a hotfix coming down and Necros no longer working on it. That has happened like clockwork for so many updates, where new resource you want to farm, new arcane you want to farm, new thing you want to farm comes out, and then the farming Warframe, whose only thing he has to his damn name is farming, with Desecrate giving him more drops, doesn't work. And I've been really lenient because he's just like a long-standing staple where you bring Necros to the mission to get more drops. He does that still. But with his not working on like anything, I've
better
come to
at
terms
it.
with this Warframe is also a D rank Warframe. I am plummeting Necros from A-, where I had him pretty much exclusively because he had survivable enough.
Okay, I don't remember what I put as the Ds. Right. I had Oberon there. I think I had Limbo and Loki. Who I don't remember my other D. Rose is a D? Really? Like, I don't know, like, what? I mean, like, the Decay has to give you something, right? And the summons are body. I mean, like, he just hates summoner builds. That's it. He hates summoner builds. Like, he saw Kamisato and was like, this isn't enough. I hate this. He doesn't see the power of Kamisato's and Summoner's Wrath. That's it. That's the answer. He hated Caliban. He hates Necros. That's it. He just doesn't get the Kamisato. He needs to make a couple Kamisato videos.
Ever and looting all the way down to D. Is that maybe a little harsh? It's possible. But I really think that like his kit overall is technically usable. You can summon some shadows who do mediocre business. You can never mind. Don't worry about Soul Punch. You can strip armor and have enemies run away, which is really inconvenient.
I use Terrify as a survival ability. That's the only thing I use Terrify for. One of the big things you can do, and I hate that like it's like, by the way, in order for this to be good, subsume, but it Nourish, and this is an overstated one, right? This is Nourish is overused a little bit, right? But Nourish applies to the summons, and not only does it apply to the summons, but the explosion, the viral explosion on damage, the summons do it. So whenever you summon everything, pop Nourish after you summon your shadows, and the amount of viral explosions that go off is insane. Plus, if you have the link one where like if you take damage, the summons take damage instead of you. Whenever you take any damage, all like 10 of your shadows all fucking explode for Nourish.
And you can get more loot sometimes when you usually don't care about it. If you're a newer player, you're gonna care more. But like when this
I use it like right now I'm out of Baruuk cells. I'm gonna go and I got a resource booster for my login. I'm gonna go use Necros today, and I'm gonna go get some more Baruuk cells. Because I've been spending it like crazy because I've been making a fuck ton of Forma recently, and a lot of frames, and all the frames cost like 3 Baruuk cells, and all the Forma cost 1.
Is in a squad. Generally speaking, they're either loaded up on every survivability mod and just like range and desecrates on, which is just like forcing them to work for Desecrate, or they are the pretty little passenger princess of the mission who's there with Desecrate on, and the rest of the team is just protecting them, and they're there because the loot work, and that is their only purpose in life. This Warframe, like thematically and like as like a total design, deserves to be more than that. And I think that the longer that this has gone on, it has actually made me like kind of just dislike looting abilities, because it constantly comes up as an excuse that admittedly I have used for multiple years to rate this Warframe higher than I think it maybe should be.
Okay, but here's the thing, Brozime. The beginning of your video stated usefulness was your grading system. You were grading it on how useful the frame was. if you're gonna grade that and you're gonna put like, let's say Mesa, you know what Mesa's good for? You want something dead. How fast do you want something dead? Yes. And you're making that an A+. But like, is she useful in anything else? Like, one of the best things for disruption. Okay, there you go. So that brings her up. Right? But like, if you're gonna talk about like useful, and you're gonna be using the looting ability of Khora and of Hydroid as like things to bring them up a little bit, well, Khora nukes everything, right? So like, just her killing everything is like the bonus for her, right? Automatically makes her A+. But like, let's say Hydroid. I guarantee you the looting ability of Hydroid bumped your score up. You can't say, hey, how useful is a frame? That's what we're grading on, and then say like, I'm gonna because this one specifically has been writing on how the usefulness of it as kit rather than the damage of his kit. I'm gonna take that away now because it's been 15 years and all he has is the usefulness.
It sucks. It sucks to have this Warframe be this, because like, we should have a cool Necromancer plus this, but we don't really get that because he has this, which is, I hate that. I hate that, and I hate it more now than I've ever hated it in the past, pretty clearly, because I have tanked his grade tremendously. Should this maybe be a C-? Yeah, maybe. But fuck it, I'm putting him at D for all of the bad grades he hasn't been getting, because he's had his get-out-of-jail-free card of giving me more loot that he wasn't really giving me over the last year or so.
You're just nuking his score because you're petty. That's all.
Now, on the other hand, Nezha has entered his death metal arc, and that has been very good for him. That being said, there was definitely like some thoughts. Like,
I didn't like Nezha when he came out. I leveled him. I played with him for like a little while too. I have not played him recent since any changes. I don't know how he really functions, and I don't have his prime. Why no? Do I have his prime? I might have his prime. I need to play him. That said, I'm not a fan of his aesthetic. I'm not a fan of the abilities he had in the past. He was fine. So like, on a fine, I'd give him a B- C+. But again, I haven't played him in like whenever the fuck Nezha came out, right? Like what, 7 years ago?
In this year about me lowering Nezha's grade a little bit. That was before the new subsume kind of bumped Nezha right back up to where he was, keeping him at a nice A+. I think the Nezha, especially with the new build, is still incredibly powerful. And with the 4+ flame combination, you can really clear out a ton of enemies very, very quickly. That, of course, combines well with Warding Halo, giving you very solid survivability, though not as solid as it's been in the past. And, of course, the defense down on enemies with Blazing Chakram and, like, your one being, like, a moderate buff is all pretty good. You just generally have a lot going for you. I will say that the subsume is a huge part of that because it really gives you the damage part of your kit just on a whim very easily. But there's also not really a huge reason that you can't like also inflict that either with like your 2 augment or with like, you know, your weapons and such to spread those statuses around. So there's really a few different ways to access that good stuff from Divine Spears even still, though you do need its augment to get in there. But yeah, really good things for Nezha. That new death metal build I really like quite a lot.
I didn't look at it.
Nidus, unfortunately, is in the case of the poor.
B- C+ again. You gotta rate him higher because, like, as a solo frame, he's just the best solo frame. It's just, that's it. You want to not die? Guess what? He has a skill called not die. You want to extra not die? Throw the augment in. Now you're extra not dying. The only problem is that he's super greedy, and if you have anyone else getting kills, you're fucked.
Poorly aging health and armor only Warframes. So I have moved Nidus down from B just to B-. There's maybe a bit of an argument that he could get moved down into C, but I'm a little like, skeptical to do so, as in a lot of content, Nidus still does a slow but consistent job. This mostly revolves around Parasitic Link being a whole lot of damage reduction, so usually you're really not in threat of dying. But the end strategy of what Nidus is up to being like Virulence, which performs worse now than it kind of ever has in the past because of the increased health of enemies, is not doing amazing. Like, casting like your big area and getting
my temple subsume for Nezha, yeah,
that's crazy KPM and great survivability. Casting Virulence into it. It's a really cool
like I said, last time I played Nezha was like 7 years ago, right? And I just didn't like. He was fun. He was okay. He survived really well, but I didn't really like him too much. The temple subsume, I'm looking at a couple of different ways that temple subsume works really well. And one of them that I did, I don't have a video of it. I had it a little bit. Subsume it over magnetize. And you use pull and then use the flames coming up. I will throw up my Discord right now because I made a GIF of it, right? So here's the GIF I made. It's gonna be hard to see, but I made this GIF last night because I was testing it and I thought it was really funny. The way it works, and I'm gonna make a mag video, like a build guide, and it's gonna include this build, and I'm making that tomorrow. The way it works is whenever you use pull, they ragdoll. When they ragdoll, every single like joint they have becomes a hitbox, and Temple's subsume hits every hitbox. So you apply like 200 plus fire procs to every single enemy in this stack. I did some missions with it last night, and it's okay. The biggest problem is just overguard enemies. You just can't get them to apply. You can't get them to pull. But I mean, overguard enemies is the bane of like every frame, right? That is like a caster.
Game plan that like works.
So I could see that working. The flames
of this really could be a whole lot better. I think that this is the case of like number one, of course, health and armor being like changed up in some way to help the Warframe.
Probably in like 2 hours. I'm still going over this.
Is that are health and armor only, or just Warframes that want to survive with health and armor being generally buffed a little bit could really help with these different concerns. But even
I think the health gate,
I do think that would only really move Nidus back up to like.
I think it was a Brozime video that he was talking about. So like every armor, let's say every 300 armor you get a health gate. So like let's say it's like half your health. If you get hit and you hit that health gate, you get an invuln window. And I think every like 300 armor, right, gives you another health gate. Maybe it can be 1,000 armor for better tuning. Right, especially if you have like a really heavy healing frame and you can get like that health gate to last like 3 seconds, and say you're like Wisp and like it just heals all of that instantly, or Trinity or whatever. It might be a little overpowered with like 300 armor, but like maybe 500, maybe 1,000 for each health gate. But then give us like multiple health gates where it gives you like a second to survive. I think is like one of the best solutions in my opinion. If you haven't been aware of the whole health tanking argument, Valkyrie's rework just like blew the community up over it
previously. And I do think something else has to happen with his kit, whether that's an augment or just like a general like buff pass on like what Virulence does, perhaps, for him to like
that really... Or they just need to give everybody the Araxia treatment right now and give them all a massive fuck ton of health.
Get that much better. Speaking of getting that much better, last year...
It doesn't say with Nezha since the 4 ragdolls, and it multiplies the fire procs like mag, except in a huge 40-meter radius when you end the 4 with the augment. Okay, I'll have to look at... So I saw his video on it, and I thought it was one of the best thumbnails ever. Fucking Twink Death Nezha was such a great title. It was so great. I'll have to mess with it. I think I might have a Nezha Prime right now. Let me check. Do I have Nezha? I don't have a Nezha right now. Okay. Yeah. That's gonna be on the list of frames I need to grind out. Lovely. Okay. All right. But yeah, I'll have to try that out when I can get another Neja. I mean, I could grind out a normal one and try it out, right? I don't have to get the Prime. Especially because I think last time I had Neja was back before I had a lot of Warframe slots. This is before Nightwave even like gave Warframe slots. So I'm missing so I just sold my frames. This is before the subsume system was even a thing. So I think I sold Neja. So I don't think I have a subsume. So I might have to go grind the normal one as well again, just to get the subsume. Nova. She's like the tankiest fucking frame because of her neutron stars. I mean, she has to be like an A- at least. Plus, she has the slow. She can be super fast. What else is there? The room nuke. The room nuke's kind of shit. She's got to be an A-.
An A-, and apparently, that causes like her to be buffed. Just like hit the alarms, everybody like batten down the hatches. Nova's got to be buffed. She's almost falling out of A. She, with her rework, very easily, trivially moves right back up to A+. She was falling a little bit over like the last few years. She went from A+ down to A and then A-, and then the nukes were deployed, and now she's the nuke that was deployed. She is in a much more consistent state at performing at pretty much all levels.
I mean,
whether
like,
that is her like antimatter drop nuking enemies.
Antimatter drop's okay. It's slow. It's clunky. I don't like it. Null stars are just busted. Null stars are so freaking broken. If you want to not die, just use null stars. That's it.
Whether it's augment or just like this being like defensively very powerful, speeding around with wormhole. Or now you get to be Spiva and Slova on really any given build, as now you can just Spiva whenever you want.
That is really nice. Oh my god, I had this one guy. I was doing the Kome mission. Hey, what's up, Skill Diff? I was doing the Kome mission, and I was Slovaing, right? Because they're defense points where you just have to keep the enemies off. So I was just using Slova the whole time. And this one dude was just like, hey, you want to use speed Nova right here? And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, because our kills do not matter. We just need to take the tribute, and give it to the statue. And that's all we need to do right now. And he's just like, no. And then like the boss came out and he's like, now slow. And I was like, how about you play your own character, your own game right now? And he just like was going off. And I was like, brother, fuck off. Work on my Tord build? I need to work on my Tord build. I finally got Tord incarnate. I need to fully finish unlocking it. I've just been so stuck on the Araxia update. It has so much going on. But I just got the incarnate this week. Oh, I'm sure. I think you want to run. I think one of the best things you can do, from what I've seen, is run blast on it, because isn't it its incarnate a chain beam, and blast on chain beams goes insane, from what I understand. It's just my understanding.
Have overguard on them and everything else. So Nova gets to do what she wants. She will always be buffed. She's always going to be good, is what I learned, because if she is ever Nova's in question of dropping out of A, it seems like she's going to get buffed.
You don't have the 60/60
I
fire
personally
mob?
have no problem with. I really like Nova.
Hey, what's your character? What's your character name? Dude, that's fine. Alright. Mod. Okay, now hit heat. Where's that? Oh, that's right. I love news. All right, let's continue.
Nova a lot.
What? Oh, Ralph.
And it's good to see her at A+. She is absolutely tremendously useful for pretty much everything, and she was only made better at farming by being able to swap from her speed up to her slow down as it suits her. But yeah, really good stuff. Honestly, like the buffs were like fairly unnecessary. I probably still would have put her
Why
at
would you do that when he's in your
yeah, great stuff.
You have to bring him to me now. Just throw the cat across the room. Hello, Ralph. Hello. I have been asked to bug you. Hello. You are bugged now. All right. Oh, Nyx is next. Oh, Nyx is an A+. You cannot put Nyx anywhere but A+. You can choose to have her CC. She steals Overguard, and she's just invincible even without that. Like, I don't know. Like, you could put her, like, A-B, because she has, like, a, It's the wrong one. She's a noob. Okay. We're gonna get back to this, now. Alright, so let's get back to this. Nyx, he's gotta put her somewhere in the A's. I think because her invincibility is kind of slow. I actually like Chaos Nyx way back. I need to rebuild her. She's like just invincible though. She doesn't add a lot of damage, right? Unless there's a new thing that like she can do. They can do like a bunch of damage. She's just invincible. That's the problem. Like you want to say just invincible, right? But like when you start getting like some, I want to say like but Chaos is really good, right? You can steal Overguard even if you don't want to be walking around slow. So you effectively immortal anyways, just flat out. Even if you don't use her actual immortal build. You can do damage just by soaking up all by exploding the 4. I want to say just flat A, to be honest, because you move really slow when you're using the 4 for invincibility. That's the only problem with her. It's just she ends up being slow.
Speaking of Warframes that got buffed, let's talk about Nyx a bit. Nyx is kind of in a weird case. First and foremost, let's talk about that she is moved from a B. I have moved her all the way up to a solid A. Okay. I will say there is some like contention on my part. I might have wanted to place her at A-, but I am gonna put her at A as it has felt.
I think she had some way as like ability to do a bunch of damage.
Put at A is because her rework did a lot to help her out. Not only is mind control actually a reasonable build around ability where you can stack up damage on an AI controlled character and have that like enemy actually do work and kill a bunch of enemies, especially depending on how good the enemy is that you mind control. That in and of itself is pretty impressive, but it's the gimmicky thing that you can do with Nyx's kit. Psychic Bolts being a just like defense reduction that removes all shields and all armor from everything as you just continually kill more enemies, and they just spread and they give you Overguard and they give you shields and
Overguard still
give you is really good. This is just like spreading just defense removal from pretty much all the enemies you're going to interact with. It's super cheap. It's a one-handed cast. It's really great just for casting at will. It's really great for turning your shields back on if you happen to like want to be out of your 4 and move around quicker. You can pretty much just cast this to shield gate up or steal shields from enemies, and that's all very good. Chaos is of course still just like a general like
so
it's
I
like an interception type ability where like this will cause some disruption to the enemies, but it's not going to be the craziest thing in the world.
My current Nyx build, because it's an old Nyx build, is actually Chaos Nyx. It's using the augment on it that makes it so that the chaos like shrinks over time, and it's really high ability range. I need to rebuild my Nyx. I need to go in and I need to retool it. This is my build is like a 7-year-old Nyx build.
This is mostly, I will say, worth casting because of her new passive, giving you a tremendous amount of critical chance on your primary and secondary weapons. 200% critical chance it's an extra mod basically of the type that you really want on basically all of your weapons. So provided you're using critical benefit,
I did not know about that new
which
passive.
most weapons are, I would say. You're getting a huge buff from that Chaos can easily enable. Chaos also is usually used with like the rad procs on the mind controlled enemy to make them even stronger, so on and so forth.
I would
but
probably
this is just, like, generally good, and it enables
control.
your passive really trivially, which is great.
Like it really.
And then
let's
Absorb. Now Absorb is only used with its augment. I would go so far as to say that I do not know why the unaugmented version of this ability still exists, but we all use it with the augment. And with that, she got a little bit of like some mobility help. And like she's like a little bit faster in this state now. In her like regular state,
I don't like the way Zephyr builds. Like, oh, sorry, the way Zephyr plays. But if you build Zephyr right, she kills everything. I would personally, because I don't like her playstyle, would put her at a B, maybe an A-. I think he's gonna put her an A+. Zephyr nukes
round now. If you do want to use it unaugmented, that's like
he might have
cool,
some other thing.
Maybe that's the reason
I'm missing on the way on her like,
but
kit. But
the big thing here is that you are basically doing a Revenant impression. If you just need to be invincible for a thing, this turns on the "I'm completely invincible" button. It no longer chaotically drains your energy whenever a bunch of enemies shoot machine guns into it, so it's really easy to keep going for very long periods of time.
That's what I use.
The damage output of this is completely negligible, but like it does technically exist. But being able to just have the "No You" button and just do what you want, even if you're a little slow, is still really solid. So combined with her like mass, debuffing of all enemies, plus like a mind control that is actually kind of decent, which is crazy. Plus her massive buffing of
mind
her,
control.
Like,
yeah, you create one enemy that does much damage.
You like replace like usually her one if you're going to with like a nourish or something, like weapons platform her up really easily. With
if you're gonna subsume,
like
I'd subsume the mind control
or what have you. And she can really get to work on pretty much any piece of content really easily. Does she do it a little slowly if you're not jumping around and like doing shield getting things with
a couple other ones, maybe?
Yeah, I would say so. But that's that's conditional. That's like if I'm stealing a bunch of shields in Overguard, I can kind of just go where I want until those shields in Overguard are broken, and then maybe I just like instantly turn Absorb on. But this has no casting time; it just turns on. So it's not like that can't be my response to my shield gate being broken, is that I turn this thing on and have to slow down for half a second, which really is not so big a deal. So I think Nyx is in a really phenomenal spot right now. Okay, let's talk about Oberon.
I thought Oberon was going to be one of his D ranks. He said he had 4 D ranks. So I'm putting Oberon at D rank. I don't know where he's going to put. He has to put him at C- or C. Because he's not fitting into the 4 D ranks that he listed.
I'll be honest. After actually going through and recording this stuff and talking about Necros and such, I do think that most of the argument around Oberon is that I do have him still at C-, and this is more of a discussion about why he's not at D, I think, maybe. Because I think that I wouldn't have a ton of people disagreeing with me.
If health tanking was good, he'd be great.
But I do think that he's a little bit better than the other D rank Warframes. You still can kind of do some stuff.
He increases
with him.
The armor of everybody.
Between renewal and hallowed ground.
If armor and health tanking was good, he would be amazing. He actively increases the armor of all of your allies and grants them regen. He would be great. Plus all the radiation procs. You throw the new arcane, the radiation one that grants energy orbs, or sorry, universal orbs anytime something dies from radiation, and you have a bunch of orbs. You have increased armor. You have regen. You can put Phoenix renewal on. Now nobody fucking dies. He's amazing. Legitimately the only thing to make Oberon like a great support is health tanking sucks.
Like the healing and armor is still a little something. Smite, like with its augment, is like a damage buff that's okay. Reckoning can strip armor if they're standing on hollowed ground, and it is a really tiny AoE. Is this Warframe the absolute bottom of C? Oh yeah, for sure. it's tough out here, and he massively deserves a rework. Actually, I've talked myself in. We're gonna move him down to D. Actually, yeah, no, I can't. No, he's gonna go down to D.
He lied earlier. He said there was 4, and then he actively changed to 5 D ranks.
No, we could split. Tell me in the comments. I'm having a tough time. Is he D or C minus? What do you think? Because like,
but I personally, I don't think his kit actually needs a rework. I legitimately think it's the health tanking is his problem. I legitimately think he could wreck home with the health tanking changing. He might need a little bit of a buff on like the damage end, a little bit on like something in here, because he honestly really doesn't do that much damage. Like maybe some numbers tweaked in like in line on these, like but you change health tanking, give us a health gate based on armor rating, something like that, blah blah, whatever. Passive regen, passive health, ability to like res allies just flat out, just when they hit the floor, for some energy with the Phoenix renewal. He's a great support. And then yeah, and then you can, if you rock in the new atomic fallout, is that what it's called? What's the new radiation augment? Or arcane rather. Called like fallout, right? Where did he put Mesa? A+. Mesa's insane. Where's the arcane universal fallout? Yeah, each radiation. Why does it do that? I hate that. Each radiation status effect inflicted on enemies based on abilities gives a 6% chance to drop a universal or on enemy. Yeah, it's great. It like legitimately, I straight up think if just throw this in Molt Augmented and change health tanking, and I think Oberon would be fine. Pretty much. Like maybe he needs some more damage on something, like on his one. Maybe if his one did a little bit more damage or something. I don't know. Reckoning stripped armor easier.
I'm gonna put him at D. I'm gonna put him at D because it's like actually very difficult.
Mesa is one of the most broken things in the universe. Especially like, okay, so you're MR 12, so I don't know exactly how much you've messed with like arcane shards or anything. Where's my Mesa at? I don't know. Mesa is one of the most busted things in existence. I only put 1 orange in. I think I meant to put more in. You only really need the 1. The more you put in, the more broken she is. You don't need it to be more broken. Okay. You don't need secondary innervate. I run Fortifier because then I have Overguard, and I never have to worry about literally anything. Because what's the one thing that's gonna down Mesa? Status effects. I don't care about status effects because I have Overguard. I do run this though. So you get weapon critical chance for 10 seconds for every whenever an ability inflicts heat status. So if your regulators inflict heat, if they have a heat at the end of it, then they just shred. They just, the crits go through the roof. I take this into level cap any day, and nothing survives. And I don't need innervate to do more. What happens once I fully rack up my my critical chance as well. If I had a second orange shard in, I could be red crit right now. But I'm gonna be orange critting essentially the whole time. Hildryn's great. My only problem with Hildryn is that she's really hard to take into high level content, because if your shield gets one shot, then you're dead. Because her shield is her energy, and she can't like shield gate properly. Like, because if you had a second where your shield's disintegrated and you could pop pillage, then you'd be fine, right?
You may use it.
But you can't. Yeah, Mesa, like, you just make sure you keep your buffs up, and then you just kill everything, right? Have a death cube so that he can like with Tazakor, and he can tag enemies, and you get all of the you get energy back like that. I like Nourish on her because it helps she doesn't really need any more damage, but it helps with her energy. Right? And so with one orange shard and an unfinished arcane hotshot, I'm orange critting. And I have secondary fortifier, which means statuses can't get through to me, which means I literally do not care about anything ever trying to stop. But yeah, Mesa, I don't know what more you need to see. 183 still path, right? If they were 9,999 still path, it would not look much different. All right, let's continue this. Mace is insane. She's like the easiest A+ in the game.
To determine whether or not he should be down in here, we are gonna just bump
Gara
him
is also an easy insane. Is an easy A+. The problem with the difference between Mesa and another thing, right, is that like the skill to play Mesa is nothing. You have like 60-second to 70-second buffs, so you just pop your buffs. They last for a minute, so you don't have to activate them again for a while. And then now you just for a minute you activate your 4, and then just walk and mow down everything. Because you're stealing Overguard. You're invincible. You have 90% damage DR if your Overguard happens to drop off. Which, by the way, damage reduction does not work on Overguard if you didn't know. It's insane.
Please rework this boy. I don't know if some of that is just that I think that the Paladin, like Satyr, like stuff is really cool. Please rework Oberon. He deserves it. He deserves something. Okay, we can stop feeling negatively at all now.
Cool.
It's not,
and I legit, I'm holding back on it. Like the same thing on Oberon. You rework health tanking, and I think he's good.
Octavia, you know, for all the time she's existed running, is an A+. Unsurprisingly, she has access to a
the mallet does infinite damage, and she can do invisibility. I don't know what else you want.
Korean MMOs worth of buffs on Metronome, one of which includes refreshable invisibility, which as a stock standard is good. Honestly, if she only was Metronome, she wouldn't be an A, but she wouldn't be doing that bad.
Yeah.
Just invisibility plus all the other buffs that she can give out are quite nice. And then that is coupled with her one being Mallet, where she can just put down an AoE, enemies shoot it, and then all the enemies fall over dead. This was made even better by the armor changes, because the armor changes only allowing up to 90% DR makes it so the enemies kill themselves more effectively, which is really, really useful and good. Resonator is her worst ability, quote unquote. This like turns off enemy AI and it'll carry Mallet around, but you usually want your Mallet wherever you put it down, so generally you don't cast Resonator and this becomes a free subsume slot. But it is worth noting that Resonator is like not a bad ability. Generally, this just makes enemies like incapable of attacking, and they just like follow after this thing.
Combo, actually.
And like just
most
don't attack, which is as a stock standard pretty decent. But the real star of the show here is that you're invisible. You have all these insane buffs. You're giving all those buffs potentially to your entire team. You're throwing down Mallet, and you're combining it all with Amp. Amp is a large damage bonus for yourself and your entire team based on the amount of noise in the environment, which is pretty much always max.
I haven't played Octavia in, like, again, same as Naja, like 7 years. I sold my original Octavia. I need to get another Octavia again, but I know she's insane. I played her. She's insane.
Especially if you're 3 and your 1 are on.
It's simple.
And that is also going to increase the range of your Mallet whenever your 4 and your Mallet are together.
My Octavia mission is bugged as well. Like in actual game, it's I will always have like my current quest is I mean, it doesn't show because I have my master rank right now. My current quest is always Octavia's ballad or whatever it is called. I don't know why. I've done it. Yeah, Octavia's Anthem. It's just forever is broken. I've done Limbo Theorem. I've done Mask of the Revenant. They won't go away. I don't know why. It's a weird bug. Like, let me go to my actual frames, right? There's 2 frames I haven't leveled. Gauss is currently being made, and I need to grind Sevagoth. He's really annoying. Everything else I've grinded. I've leveled every other normal frame. So, like, why aren't the quests? I did them. I know I had. I sold the frame, but, like, why is it bugged? I also have Araxia cooking right now. I need to. All these primes are the only. I have bits and pieces of all of them. I thought I had Baruuk Prime. What? Did I lose my mind? I swore I had Baruuk Prime. That sounds going nuts. All right.
Really large AoE where the enemies shoot the ball and then the ball kills them. You're invisible and can't be interacted with functionally, and have a big damage bonus for the enemies that you do want to shoot. It's just good stuff. It works on, like, basically everything. There's pretty much, like, nothing that this doesn't work on. You will have, like, you know, some considerations for some more of, like, the newer enemies.
She's one of the strongest.
Kind of just blow up when they die, but that's, like, the most you're dealing with. Octavia is still crazy. Speaking of still crazy, Protea got her prime, and okay, we're gonna get it out of the way. This is my favorite Warframe, but for good reason. Protea is ridiculous.
I thought he was gonna say, but he's giving her a B or something like that. I was gonna, like, lose my mind. What, dude? Support, overshields, support, dispensary. She can lock down a zone. Her fucking fucking turrets are insane. It's just. She's insane.
Again, we are placing her at a very easy A+. She has,
I think her ultimate's actually her weakest skill.
Tosses out these blade nades that can kill enemies, the weaker enemies, very easily. This did get a little bit of a knock, similar to things like Citrine, and, like, all of the enemies, you know, Hydroid and all that stuff, because enemies are less affected by Slash than they were. Not that they are actually less affected, but they have, you know, more health now, so it takes longer to kill them with Slash procs. But that's not the biggest deal in the world. This is going to clean up a lot of lower level enemies and is actually very good for regular path farming. And at higher levels, the stun that it kicks out is still quite nice, and it is going to be a nice amount of damage that it's doing. And
so if you don't know, if you have a defense target that you're defending, throw down shrapnel vortexes around it, or at, like, clusters, or, like, funnel zones, and it stuns the enemy constantly while they're in it. You lock it down and you just defend the point. And then you also have the shield satellites that you can just grant a bunch of overshield to everybody always.
Ability has another half with the shield satellites, where you're going to toss the shield satellites down, and as long as they exist on the floor, they'll just attach to you anytime your shields break, making you functionally invincible for a very long amount of time, especially with the enhanced shield gate invincibility that you get whenever these attach to you. meaning that it's insanely difficult to kill you as long as you've got some shield satellites that you've been tossing out, which of course you should be. That is then combined with the thing that still works very well at high level and works even better now with the armor changes, being Blaze Artillery.
Throw on something that has heat inherit for like to prime heat inherit, and then just fucking Blaze Artillery.
Lowering down that.
Octavia's just a snooze fest for me. I subsumed off Mallet my main because it's too good. So that's like a problem with a lot of frames, right? That's a problem I have with Nyx. That's a problem I have with Trinity. There's a lot of frames that it's just boring to run them. That's the reason. It's like the entire reason Valkyr got a rework. Was because her 4 was just I press 4, I go now. Mesa, I guess, is also kind of that, but you do have to like upkeep the other 3 abilities, and she's, I don't know, you have to aim more. I don't know. Mesa's a little bit different, right? In my opinion, in the way it feels to player. But like there's a lot of frames that are just like they're really good, but they're so good that there's just like, okay, like I don't really want to play this. And the Mallet kills everything too fast to do that. That's one of my biggest problems with yeah. But that's one of my biggest problems with low level content using the Ledger main augment on Mirage. It's just, okay, I use Ledger main, everything dies now. And then the other ability of Mirage is you use the augment with where the globe sits above your head and you run through the map and everything just dies. So it's like, I don't know. I actually find Mirage really boring. As well. I like building her in other ways, like really stacking in on the on her 1, and then using like one of the glaives with a really big impact and just throwing out 5 glaives that all cause a massive explosion, or throw 5 Falcors and they all bounce around the room proccing influence, right? I like playing Mirage that way, but like the good ways to play Mirage I find are really boring. So I completely understand that Octavia snooze fest thing.
That like what used to be 99% damage reduction down to 90, plus the armor strip that this still does give, albeit slowly, from the heat procs, means that Blaze Artillery on enemies that are like grouped at all or in kind of a line is incredible at just shredding through just any amount of enemies. The more enemies there are, the better.
So I leveled Protea. I have a Protea on me right now, but because her prime is out and I've been trying to farm her prime, I have not built Protea. Even with that, just a leveling, no reactor on her, no Forma. I've blown through so much fucking shit with her with like no fucking mods equipped. She's amazing. And I can't even imagine how it'll feel to play Protea when I actually get the prime and I actually build her up.
Better this is at just obliterating them all. And notably, in open worlds, this is actually, I think, one of the more useful abilities to be taking, because with a large amount of range built on Protea, you can actually just have this as a functional sniper that is
I didn't really like her 4.
The very large zone objectives.
I know there's an augment, like some people built, there's the augment with the 4 that like makes it so like you get like the extra Blaze Artillery, or like you can like make infinite Blaze Artillery or something like that. It felt funky to me to try it. So I'm not really a fan of it. I might even subsume her for, to be honest, when I make it, or at least on one of my loadouts for her, just to test it, because it feels funky to me
in those situations, which is quite useful. Combine that with Dispensary being infinite health and energy orbs, and also ammo restores, though that's of course the weakest part of this ability. And you functionally just get a perfect energy economy with Dispensary, where you can toss out Blaze Artilleries and Grenade Fans at will with no stopping, and then whatever subsume you want, because Temporal Anchor is not great. It's not that there's not a build
so I'm
here,
not
especially
alone
with the new augment that lets you have like an infinite duration Blaze Artillery type beat with this. But in general, Temporal Anchor is
really
just going to be a thing that you're going
I'd rather
to
just keep casting Blaze Artillery.
better. There's a number of different options for this, whether that's like, roar or gloom or
recasting the blaze artillery is weaker than doing the infinite one, I believe. Does the infinite one keep the shot multiplier? I don't know how it works. So I know blaze artillery has a shot multiplier, and every single time it multiplies its damage, and it can go insane. It's one of the reasons why it can do so much fucking damage. That plus heat inherent. Does the infinite one keep the multiplier? It's capped at 20 times. Well, yeah, but it's still insane. But does the temporal anchor augment let you keep the multiplier? Can you just run around with a maxed out 20 times artillery?
Or just any number of things that you can put on this, and all of that is made easier to subsume onto her because her passive is every 4th power cast is granted an additional 100% ability strength, more than a full blind rage's worth of strength for whatever subsumed ability you want to put on. Meaning incredibly strong roars, incredibly high level glooms, all of that good stuff at a very low build cost to you.
I need to get normal Dagath. There's a couple of frames I want to put gloom on.
So she's just stellar. Again, my favorite Warframe. Maybe she should be an A.
Gloom's
but hey, she performs A+ for me in pretty much every content I bring her to.
The slow?
Let's talk about the big radioactive boy. This is Corvex. This is the second time he's been on a roster.
B. He's a B. He does decent damage. He makes everybody else status immune. He could be an A-. You could with the new arcane, he has infinite ammo. He has infinite energy as well. You just walk around doing fucking arc reactor chest beam blast, and every enemy you touch drops universal orbs. The augment is capped at 20 times. The non-augment has no cap. Oh, okay. You can just keep it. Okay. I need to play. I need to finish getting Protea Prime, and I need to play with it.
Roster review, and last time
I think he's a B+. I think like the stone walls kind of suck for damage. The beam is cool. And he keeps everybody status immune. And you can drop a bunch of universal orbs. I think he's pretty good, but his damage isn't insane enough to get into the A's, I think, is the thing. Right? Like, he has okay damage. He has good survivability. Nothing is amazing. So I think that's the problem.
Ranking.
I think it's B.
I will say, last time I was lenient on what Corvex was providing, and he honestly really needed to be buffed whenever we talked about him last. But, maybe I was giving him a little more credit than he deserved,
pillars feel clunky.
He was usable enough. That being said,
cool. He
has remained at the same rank, quote-unquote, year over year, staying at a B rank. Yeah. Now, this B rank is pretty much completely and entirely because of his new augment that basically allows you to play tower defense with his Shrinka pillars, where you put the pillars down in 2 different locations, then you go into his Crucible Blast, and it turns his pillars into Crucible Blasts that are localized to wherever they are, that constantly blow up the enemies that are spawning there, while you shoot lasers at whatever you happen to be seeing.
That's an augment? I thought they just did that.
While you are
I thought they literally just did that for some reason.
Casting your Crucible Blast. That game plan is narrow, but it does work very well in a number of scenarios, and it's like a pretty decent thing to be doing. Unfortunately, that doesn't help much with Containment Wall being a very lackluster ability that has a damage vulnerability on it and, like, quote-unquote groups enemies, though not very effectively.
I mean, you still want to use
the enemies who are already standing in a line into a slightly tighter line in front of you, which I don't particularly see much value in. And then Disometric Guard, which is a buff that he gets himself and for the squad, but this, it gives you status effect negation, but it really needs to give you, like, way more than this. Disometric.
I kind of don't agree with this statement. What is, like, the biggest thing for survivability? What's the, like, even if you are shield gating, right? Even if you have like something that like makes you like really, really tanky, if you have something way to survive, what's the one thing that's just gonna fucking kill you? Toxin. Bleed. Something that bypasses your shields. Status immunity is like one of the biggest things that when I'm looking at trying to make a build, I look for a way to get status immunity, right? It's rolling guard. I'm like rolling guard can't cleanses too much time in between. Worm with the worm negate, right? But I feel like there's too much time in between. So like that's why a lot of times I look for some way to get overguard, because overguard is just a flat status immune. This you don't need the overguard. Well, like you want the overguard because you want the extra like you want the extra shield gate, but it's enough in my opinion. The status immunity. I mean, like, what else do you want? Do you want like armor increase? But you're gonna shit on the armor if you give it that. Like, I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. Like, okay, give everybody status immunity, and then give everybody like, let's say, 100 armor, maybe 200 armor, and scales with power strength. It can go up to like 500 to 1,000 armor that it can grant, right? Is that gonna be enough? Are you just gonna shit on it still?
Metric guard is a very weak ability.
DR. Okay, let's give it status immunity and 50% DR. Amazing skill right there, right? I don't think it needs to go to 80 or 90 because other skills just flat give you 80 or 90, and that's insane. And especially because it gives it to the whole party. I think a 50% DR is great.
Corvex would be much better if this gave not only healing whenever you gain charges, because in general his stats reflect that he's more tilted towards being like a health tank, which he doesn't do very well because he has no in-kit way to heal. And then in addition to that, this being some form of damage reduction, again, this is maybe a symptom of health tanking not being very good right now and needing outside buffs, but this having some type of damage reduction would really be needed for Corvex to be more successful in his tanking endeavors that don't involve him just staying in Crucible Blast and being invincible all the time.
Giving the party,
but being invincible all the time is pretty good. Two of the best
I think it would make
game do that.
Corvex
so yeah, put down pillars, blow stuff up, be a big nuclear reactor boy, and it's okay. Now, speaking of being invincible, the poster child.
So I've never played Revenant, or I've played Revenant because I haven't leveled, right? I don't remember ever playing Revenant. And I got him back before Helminth was a thing, and I needed the Warframe space because I didn't like the way he played, and I needed the Warframe slot, so I sold him. I don't remember... All I remember is not liking the way Revenant played. I know he's immune. I know you just jump around and spin to win with laser beams coming out of your hands. I don't know. He's gonna give him an A. I mean, like, I kind of can't argue, but I feel like I'm gonna find him really boring to play, or something. I don't know. I'll have to come back at it. I can't argue with the A that he's gonna give him because Revenant is just, you want to live? Play Revenant. You want to live harder? Play Revenant. I mean, like, maybe you could say Wukong survives better, but I don't know.
For such a thing, Revenant. Now, we all know where this is going, especially if you watched last year's review, and that is that, of course, Revenant is staying at S tier.
Yeah, he gave him an S, yeah, okay.
Which is a bit surprising, as I did think that...
I know. I knew he was gonna... I didn't realize he had an S tier because he didn't put Mesa in S tier, right? Like, we've gone through so many frames, he hasn't put a single one in S tier. Like, not Protea, not Mesa, not... trying to think of some other ones. But yeah, I was assuming there wasn't an S. It's the most boring frame in the game, in my opinion. All he has is his 2, and whatever you subsume on him. Yeah, you just go invincible. You do laser beams and maybe use Roar or Nourish or something. I don't know. It's like, I see people use the laser beams all the time, and I don't think you need to do it.
That it was probably going to happen. But the thing that Revenant offers is you hit Mesmer Skin, and you are invincible usually for upwards of 20 seconds. at least, because the charges fall off as they are used. That is like the main appeal of Revenant. If you want to do something, you turn on the I can't be really interacted with or like, you know, die at all. And outside of some very, very, very niche scenarios, that pretty much just works across the board. In general, I consider Revenant to be the easiest to use, almost to the point of being like an accessibility mode for Warframe. There are like a number of situations that like I have seen for people that have like
that's wild. That is that is such a way to fucking say that. Yeah, you got a disability here, play Revenant. Fuck.
You know, limited vision, or like some other kind of like, you know, thing going on in their life that makes it so they might not otherwise be playing Warframe. But
you're missing an arcane. What arcane are you missing?
Ease with which they can play Warframe as Revenant makes it so that they.
I don't even know what arcane you throw on Torrid. Primary Deadhead. You got another trade plot. At 9 left. Let me double check how many primary deadheads I have real quick. Also, let me combo them so I can only do one trade, right? Oh wow, I only have 13. What? Okay. Shit. Why do you want redhead on Torrid? Or deadhead on Torrid? I mean, I guess you're gonna try and get headshots, right? I turn them into well, here's my thing. Why aren't you just running why aren't you just running galvanized aptitude? I would honestly probably I haven't built this up. I would run Crux. Does Torrid multiply that? So hold on, wait. We'll go over this right now. This is something that everyone should kind of know for modding wise. If you don't know, mods like Serration, like Galvanized Aptitude, Primary Deadhead, Primary Merciless, all of these are additive together. They don't like multiply together, so they fall off. You get diminishing returns. You only ever want one on a weapon. There are some exceptions. What does Crux do? It gives you ammo efficiency, and which isn't really a big thing on it, but then it also gives you oh, you know what I'd actually run? I'd run Primary Blight. On toxin status effect, critical damage, and then you get multi-shot, and you can get a bunch of multi-shot. That's probably what I'd run, actually. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna come over to your web browser. You're gonna type in Google, right? You're gonna type in condition overload mechanic, right? You see this right here? Let's actually go to Google so I can show you how it looks. Condition overload mechanic. So condition overload, galvanized aptitude, all the status galvanized mods, they all have this effect where every single you do damage per status type affecting, right? So that is the exact same damage type as Serration, as Primary Merciless, as Primary Deadhead. So they fall off. So you only ever want one of them on. You don't want to double up. Now this is why you type this site. You check out this site because there are exceptions. Um, also, if a weapon, like the dual toxicist, right, has the perk, almost always the perk is weaker than the mod. So don't run the perk. Run another perk. That. So let's see. So Torrid's main fire does not apply that. Okay, cool. So let's go down here. You're gonna come to this chart. If the weapon you are trying to mess with does not show up on this chart, that means they're additive, only run one. If it says adding, it means they're additive, only run one. If it says multiplying, you've jackpotted, run both, because they multiply together and they do an insane amount of fucking damage. Like absolutely insane. So Tenant Archiplasmor is a really big one. I do 1.5 million damage, like literally 1.5 million every fucking Archiplasmor trigger pull I do. Because it's multiplying. So let's see if Torrid is. I don't think Torrid is. Torrid, Stealthos. Torrid. Oh, yeah. Run both. Run both. Yeah. It's amazing. Okay. Or at least, okay, so on at least the main thing, the incarnate form does not have is additive. It's not multiplying. So to be honest, I would say you could probably still run both, but there's an argument to only run one, because the incarnate mode is what you're going to be doing like all your damage on, right? So there is an argument to only run one, but I mean the base form is multiplying, so you can do fuck tons of damage with the base form as well. But yeah, you can look through this. You can also see some things are in A, right? So the Balefire Chargers, so Hildryn's Balefires, condition overload does not affect. Do not run the galvanized. What is the galvanized one on that one? Galvanized shot, right? Galvanized shot. Don't run galvanized shot on Balefire Chargers, right? You know what I'm wondering is are Jades in here? No. Yeah, galvanized chamber's fine, but galvanized shot won't. Galvanized shot is different. Yeah. So that's one thing you should look at on every weapon you ever build. If the galvanized mod is multiplying, additive, or NA, before you do, like before you even start building the weapon, just to see if you should only run one or if you should run both, right? In this case, honestly, drop the serration, have aptitude, right? Galvanized chamber, right, and then put primary. Yeah, primary deadhead's fine, right? I would trade you primary deadhead, but I only have 13 right now. If I had 21 right now, but I think I just changed them in for phosphor, a little bit ago. I haven't put the incarnate on. Here's a good tip. I don't know if the incarnate has a good critical damage or not. If your critical damage is 3 or 4 times or higher, so essentially any critical damage, right? You're actually better off trying, if you can, getting to like orange and red crits. You're better off getting that than more critical damage in the weapon, because of the way additional crits work. It's so like your base crit is like the 1 times your crit multiplier, then your second crit is 2 times your crit multiplier, 3 times crit 4. So you want the numbers as close as possible to get the higher amount. Night. So if you can, so if you like aiming down the sight, right? Usually, if you're gonna run either bladed rounds or Argon scope will get you more damage. Usually. I don't know if the incarnate for Tord crits or not. I haven't unlocked it yet. I have unlocked it. I just haven't like gotten paid for it yet. All right. Let's go back.
And I see that as a good thing. In addition to that, this is not disruptive to really any other players. You make yourself invincible, but everything that you do is Revenant, you still have to do. Whether that's like do damage with like Dance Macabre, which like is like not like as good as using weapons, but like technically works. Or if you're using like his Enthrall plus Reeve combo to do percentage damage to instantly kill enemies, that's also a thing that you can utilize. But most people using Revenant, I find, are just on like, you know, Nourish over your 4 or Roar over your 4 or some such like that.
Yeah.
And just shoot the enemies to death until they die to death, or use a melee or whatever else. They're just using Revenant as a platform to use whatever cool weapon they want to or like should be using for the content that they're doing. And that like type of like non-disruptive power, I think, is maybe overall a good thing. Is Revenant insanely highly used and extremely powerful and great for basically everything? Yeah. But he is the only S rank we've ever had that I think nerfing him would come with some significant downsides for different parts of the community.
I wonder if they're gonna come after all of the immortal frames. And if they're gonna I wonder if they're gonna come after Nyx, and I wonder if they're gonna come after Revenant, and they're gonna give him the Valkyr treatment. I wonder if they're gonna do that. I would not be mad about it. The problem with Valkyr is that they took away Valkyr's only survivability because health taking sucks. And like, okay, now you got a shield gate. That's okay, that's fine. But like, Revenant, yeah, you could shield gate pretty easily with this, I think. Yeah, 825 base shields as well. Like, just run max shields and shield get the fuck. And then on top of it, like, you'd have a way to maintain give something that where you actually have to do something actively to maintain Mesmer Skin. I could see that.
And like,
Granted, you have to cast it every 20 seconds or so, so like you could count that as like having to maintain it.
Not really any particular upsides. So yeah, once again, the kind of the discussion of like
them coming
Revenant's the S rank that I almost made an S- for because I really don't think there's a great reason to nerf him right now. But yeah. Let's talk about Rhino. So Rhino has not changed a whole lot, really, in terms of like what he's up to. Some of like, you know, the definitions of what he's been doing.
So
have
one of my
changed
biggest
with his
problems
becoming Overguard and all that, some such. But generally, what Rhino has been up to lately is
that Overguard doesn't have
giving
DR,
you Overguard,
which means
and then giving you an invincibility at the end of that.
Even when you cast Iron
Rhino
Skin,
being a Warframe with shields, allows you to, anytime your
it's
2
just
breaks,
gonna
just turn your 2 back on, and you're usually invincible the entire time of that rotation, kind of no matter how.
So this is like an example of like what I'm meaning on like giving Revenant something to do. Is you just like my Overguard broke, Iron Skin, I'm invincible. I generate Overguard. My Overguard broke, Iron Skin. Right? Like you're actually having to like do something to maintain your invincibility. Like you have a window of invincibility, you gain extra resources, that resource breaks, you're invincible, you do something, you gain more invincibility, right? Roar's busted, the Stomp is okay. It's CC, it does okay damage. I don't know what he's gonna give him. Let me think of what I would give right now. I mean, Roar is great. It makes him a weapons platform. Any weapon on him works, right? He's like one of the go-to subsumes because of it. I haven't even fucked with Rhino that much. What would I even put on him? I'd probably subsume out his charge, to be honest. Although I think I've heard his charge can do really well, kind of like the Atlas Punch. Yeah, I don't know. B+, right? I think that's a good spot for Rhino. Like, he doesn't room nuke. Like, the Stomp just isn't good enough for that. His invincibility, you have to actively do it, right? Which I was just singing praises for it, but technically makes him worse than Revenant. And then yeah, Roar is just insane. It's Roar, right? throw torrent on him, and you just spam Iron Skin, so that way you keep invincibility up. Every single time your overguard's gone, you Iron Skin, and then you just activate and use maintain roar, and then run around with whatever gun you want to use.
How much you're being shot at, because there's also a time invulnerable at the beginning.
So okay, so the reason why blast works. Okay, so here's the thing. Does the Torrent Incarnate, is it a chain beam? I believe it's a beam weapon, isn't it? That's not what I want to do. All right, let me look at this right now. Chain beam. Okay, so the reason why blast works for chain beams, and blast is insane for them, is that so you apply blast to the target you're doing. The blast also triggers on every other thing you're doing. You're firing 1 million statuses a second, which means every single one of those enemies stacks up blast, procs. Boom. Everybody goes boom. The one you're shooting goes boom, the one behind him goes boom, the one in the next room goes boom. And then they go boom on everyone else around them. So that's why anytime you're using a chain beam gun, the Oka core, I think the new core is a chain beam, the Torrent Incarnate, blast is one of the best statuses you can throw on it, because anytime the enemies are grouped, they just destroy themselves. Like you can mod whatever you want, and I mean, like, yeah, you can't really do blast viral. I mean, you could actually find a way to do it, to be honest. Like subsume, like if you say you subsumed, no, I know there's ways to like combo it to be weird, but you have to do something weird to do it. Yeah, I mean, blast. What are you left with? Corrosive. Go blast toxin and then use toxic blight. Put punch through on it with prime shred, and then do yeah, it's insane. I'm on the torrent right now, right? Let me do. Right, take this off, throw this on. Do primary blight. Throw in. I don't have prime shred. I don't know why I don't have prime shred, but I don't have prime shred. Yeah, throw shred in. Right. Yeah, you can use serration because it combos, but I'll just take it out. I don't need it. And then that's all you need. It's already gonna kill everything. You've already won with these mods alone. I don't know if it crits. If it crits, throw crit mods in. Right? Go hammer shot. And then stats damage. Yeah. That's so let's go that. It's high crit with the Incarnate, then yeah, just throw in. I don't even throw in that. Yeah, let's throw a punch. No, let's do critical delay. I don't know the mod capacity right now. Critical delay, and then vital sense in here. And then yeah, hammer shot. Then last slot hammer shot. Win. It would literally obliterate everything. If you don't know how chain beams work, punch through allows you to chain to more enemies, which means you will now chain to everything. Primary blight gives you a bunch of critical damage, gives you multi-shot for every toxin proc you do, and so now you're gonna blast. Every single enemy is just gonna constantly explode. And you're gonna have toxin damage on top. Plus, you're gonna trigger primary blight. Oh, I didn't put the toxin back in. See, there we go. It's not even hammer shot in the last mod. Put toxin in. Oh no, it has base toxin. Fuck it. Yeah, put hammer shot last mod. That's it. And because I mean, like, realist. I don't know. In Karnan stuff, you might have a higher status. Drop Rhyme rounds for Prime Cryo rounds, and you'd have even more damage. There you go. You destroyed the game. This is how I would mod it.
Beginning of Iron Skin that also builds up your overguard, so usually lasts for at least as long as that time.
Yeah, what I give right now? B?
Meaning that you just tap B2 anytime you're taking damage, and you're kind of just fine. Combine that with Roar, which is arguably the strongest damage buff in the game, with, of course, a lot of Warframes opting to get the nerfed version of this from the subsumes, and you've got an incredibly powerful weapons platform that can also be built to, like, you know, have a hilarious amount of Iron Skin using, like, the Iron Charge builds and such like that. And, of course, Rhino Stomp is, like, a fine ability for crowd control if you do want to be doing that. In general, though, the thing that Rhino's up to is just like, I press 2 real good, I press 3 real good, and then I shoot the enemy real good. And it all kind of comes out to be just a pretty explicitly worse version of what Revenant's up to, which is kind of unfortunate because we just talked about how good the stuff he's doing is. But he also does have those other options, being like his dance and all the other abilities and things that he can apply to missions, whereas Rhino really doesn't have that. I really wish that Rhino Charge and Rhino Stomp were, like, more effective in, like, current day Warframe, but they just kind of
That's kind of why I put him B, because, like, a lot of the other stuff, I feel like he's a more interactive playstyle with his Iron Skin, and that's why I think better of him than Revenant personally. But, like, yeah, his 1 and his 4 suck.
2 on top of, like, the weapons platforming stuff that Rhino does so well. So we have kept Rhino at the B+ that he has kind of just been at. But of course, he is still tremendously good. And if you are a new player, I would really suggest that you get him, as he is tremendously powerful for new players, especially with his, like, you know, basically nothing that you can build him on and make him very effective.
If she's not an A, he's playing the game wrong. That's all I'm saying. If she is not an A goddamn plus, he's just playing the game wrong.
Time to talk Saren. So, like all the other Warframes that on all of the past ratings have been an A+, and it has been unshocking to all of those involved. Yeah, guess what? Not much has changed for Saren. Yeah, there it is. She's the A+ once again.
Okay, he's playing the game right.
Absolutely,
we're good.
Nobody.
We're good.
Saren can be
we
built
can put the pitchforks away. He's playing the game right. At least okay. He's at least playing it okay.
Whether that is the gardening style of spores, killing everything on the map at a medium pace as they build up, whether that is utilizing Toxic Lash plus, like, her 1 augment to tremendously buff your weapons and deal immense amounts of damage that way, whether that's, like, you know, just, like, hitting enemies with a viral on miasma to, like, wipe them out after spores, whether you're just, like, speeding through missions with Molt, which I have seen people do, or whether you're replacing her Molt with Gloom, and doing, like, a hilarious tank build that actually works on her, because Gloom plus spores means that you're constantly healing for your full health total. Pretty much whatever you decide to do as Saren, it's pretty much gonna work.
So I run 2 builds on Saren. I run a max range one, and then I run a negative range max power strength one. The negative range max power strength one, I throw that in for, I do that on high end stuff, and the max range one, I throw that in when I do lower rank stuff, because it's spores is like my damage entirely on that. And I'd probably do Gloom on the low rank one, especially with the max rank, just like everything is stuck in Gloom. That'd be insane. But yeah, that's kind of like my builds on
work out for you. And that hasn't changed. She is tremendously powerful in a myriad of ways, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Speaking of tremendously powerful, this one comes with a few caveats. We, of course, have...
My biggest problem with Sevagoth is I can't figure out how to fucking survive. Like, that's it. I can't survive on him. Like, I can room nuke. Everything can be, like, a lot of things can be dead, but the problem is that it doesn't room nuke enough. Like, I think I need to put Roar on, right? but like I just can't. And any Sevagoth I ever see, they're always dead. I'm always rezzing them. That's the only reason why I'm gonna put. I want Sevagoth at B-, because like I can't fucking live. And yeah, you turn into like the shadow, but like my problem is that most of the time, for me specifically, it bugs, and I'm stuck, and I can't move, and I can't do anything. So like I turn into the shadow, but I can't attack with him. I can't do any. I can only move around, and I can dash, and it doesn't do any damage, and I can't use any of the abilities. I'm stuck. I don't know why it's bugged this way, but it happens all the fucking time. So that I don't know. I like Sevagoth. I think he's really cool. I like his aesthetic. B- because I can never fucking survive with him, ever. I can throw Gloom on, but like I just get annihilated.
Sevagoth Prime now, and with that we have a heavily augmented Sevagoth build that entirely forgoes the shadow. This of course lowers the cost of,
like, because I've tried, so I usually put a survivability one on the 4, and I need to put roar on there to see if I can nuke everything faster, and that I improve my survivability because everything is just dead. But like, as of right now, I can't fucking survive, dude.
Of the build for Sevagoth quite a bit, but also gives you a unique power in that you can cast your Reap plus your Sow plus specifically Roar as your Subsume.
Yeah.
Over your 4.
I need to throw Roar in.
And that gives you the capability to instantly deal percentage damage, 100% of the enemy's health as damage to them in a radius that keeps exploding and spreading,
so that's
as
why
the enemies
I need Roar. So that's why.
That's pretty good.
I need specifically Roar.
Watching it in effect is like
I've
insane.
tried things
like
for
just
survivability.
Watch it go off and just popcorn through a map and just kill
I need to
everybody
kill, apparently.
and watch the ghosts just come out of the enemies that are dying and create more
Can't
enemies
die
that
if
are
everything else
dying
is
in
dead.
the chain.
Got it.
And it is an immensely powerful way to play Sevagoth. It is not his shadow, unfortunately, for a lot of people that really like the shadow. But it is an incredibly powerful playstyle that I think does deserve Sevagoth being bumped up all the way up to A. It's really powerful for a number of different farms that you can do, and just like it's incredibly safe in the vast majority of situations as well. I will say that like the safety of it and the consistency with which you're not going to die while doing it does get him bumped down from what could be an A+ down to just an A. As it is a bit...
The survivability factor is what dropped him from an A to a B- for me. That's my problem with it.
More on like the dangerous side of the playstyle, as it's not quite like Khora where you're always casting your 1, otherwise what are you doing? You do have to like very like specifically cast his abilities and in smart ways to really get the best performance out of it.
It might do better if I put catalyzing shields on. Because he already has low shields, so Predator redirection I think is actually a bad idea. I think putting catalyzing shields might help me out actually.
But you can, cast your 1.
I have briefer spite and the 2 shield region delay mods, which will work pretty good. Yeah, let me mess with Sevagoth real quick.
Life support.
Okay, let's go here. I don't have the energy. I don't have the energy. There you go. Go. You guys drop me like a little bit more energy. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, with 2 purple shards, I need to make. If I just make the last 3 blues for max energy, I think I'm good. Or I could. I'll swap out the auger message for prime flow actually. I think. I think that's what I need. We're gonna swap. I'm gonna swap out the auger message for frame flow. But yeah, that's like my one problem right now. Yeah. Okay, it was roar, and running the yeah. Okay. It's a little energy again, no problem. But it's just my max energy. I think transient fortitude, not blind rage, so that I can keep things up better. Yeah. So I'm bugged. I'm not bugged! No, I'm bugged. I'm just dashing. I'm not actually attacking. There you go. Energy. There we go. And everything's dead.
Your lack of honor has brought this upon you.
I'll have to come back to it. The survivability might not be a thing as long as I have energy. With the new build, but like I need now I need something for energy. I'll figure it out though. The energy can come from something else. Like I have stretch in, I can throw Archon stretch, I can throw Jericho, right? Or I can throw a Hound in with the electric mod. That could fix a lot, right?
A bunch if you need to shield gate up, but the energy economy can maybe be a little hitchy depending on what your setup is, and there's just a few little things here and there that I think bump him just a little bit out of an A+ territory. But the current build for Sevagoth, Red Mage Sevagoth,
I still
is
stand
going
B-.
absolutely crazy, and has no real signs of slowing down.
Because you gotta, because like I said, you gotta figure out the energy economy. Then he's not survivable, and he's got this, and he's got that problem, he's got that problem. Steinax. A-. I like the crit on the primary. When you take him into high level, his overguard disintegrates. And then his shield disintegrates. Then you build up the overguard back up, and then it disintegrates. So effectively, whenever you play Steinax in high level, the only way really to survive is just spam 4. You just spam the 4. That's all you can do in order to survive. And so he essentially just he turns into press 4 simulator. Not press 4 and walk away like old Mesa was, but like kind of just spam 4. At least that's my experience with him. At like when you're in lower levels, you can actually use the rest of his kit. Once you start getting into like actually high levels, like I don't even want to say EDA, ETA, probably like higher than like 1,000. You have to just hit 4, hit 4, hit 4, which is like, I don't know, maybe an unfair way to gauge, but I've been kind of trying to do that with a lot of the frames as well, on like gauging their survivability on like levels like 500 and up, 1,000 and up, right? So I'm thinking A-. He does give overguard for the party, not as good as Dante does. The more shield he has a massive amount of shield. The more shield he has, the more primary critical chance he has, and it's doubled for. I think it's doubled. It's increased for the polearm guns. So I'm thinking A-. The 4 does do damage, like even when you get to really high levels. This is decent. The 2 not only grants you shield back, like over shield, but also gives you a vuln on the enemy. Pretty good. I think yeah, get rid of the nipples. If I had the Conquistador outfit, I would maybe he'd be a flat A, not an A-, but I don't have that costume for him.
Speaking of no real signs of slowing down, ever since Steinax got his augment, he has been one of the best supports, if you can really call him that, in the game. Maintaining his A+ ranking, Stynax is currently tremendously powerful. Of course, he has a full defense strip and a heal on his Theros Strike, which is nice. But the main seller here is Rally Point, giving you a massive amount of energy regeneration for yourself and your entire squad, and getting regenerating shields on every.
I did not know Rally Point regenerated the squad shields. I'm giving him a flat A now. I thought it was solo. The fact that it's party energy regen, actually it bumps him up higher. He's flat A now in my book. Not A-. He's a flat A.
Free kill is tremendously good for your survivability as a baseline. Combine that with your 4 plus its augment. On any hit you deal to an enemy with this ability, you and your entire squad get overguard for every hit. Means that you're effectively just completely invincible all of the time. This all scales with being able to subsume on stuff like Nourish, which will not only increase the amount of energy that you're kicking out, but also Nourish affects the damage of Final Stand, which just means you have like a tremendously, like, well, at least very reasonably powerful fourth ability to be dealing damage with while maintaining the invincibility and energy regeneration of your entire team pretty much completely passively.
Yeah, I didn't know Rally Point.
A phenomenal
was,
support, maybe not what you'd expect to say whenever you look at him, but definitely performing.
I knew it was solo. I didn't know it was a party win.
Okay, another newbie to the list. We have Temple. Now,
I knew the blast one. There was just a bug with the punch through call out. Okay. There's a weird interaction where the punch through doesn't work, but I know what I'm talking about. Most of the time when it comes to Warframe. I am MR20. I'm about to do P28. I just haven't taken the time to do this. And I've played since 2014. So, I mean, I got a lot of Warframe on lock. Temple. I've leveled him. I subsumed him. I think I made a second. Or no, I need to grind out a second version of him. I didn't make a very good build for him. I think he's a really fun playstyle. I didn't play anything really high level. That's the biggest problem. His 4 is absolutely fucking insane. The amount of heat procs you throw out. Oh, dude, Arcane Hotshot on him too. Okay. Like, as long as he has a really unique, it's really interactive, it's a fun playstyle, timing your abilities with the beats. It's similar to the way Octavia is supposed to be. How, like, you're supposed to fire with the beat, crouch with the beat to go invisible, but everybody just runs the highest BPMs. That way, it randomly matches up all the time. You get the buffs. It's really good. The fire ability's pretty decent. My biggest problem with his 1 is that unless you're using an ability that groups, it like kind of doesn't do a lot. Like, it does insane for anything that ragdolls and anything that groups. It's insane. But like on him specifically, he doesn't have that, so it's like kind of funky, to be honest. But otherwise, like, I don't know. I think his survivability was the question for me. Like I said, I didn't play him in anything high level. I think he's gonna be an A-, maybe a B+. I think that's my ranking for him. I don't know what Brozime's gonna do. I didn't play him anything high level enough. That's the real problem.
Temple is an interesting one because I'm not so certain that they are currently working how they're supposed to. And what I mean by that is that the amount of fire it puts out is which like builds up their meter, and they have like their tempo that they use that to get like the additional damage and all that. And they have overdrive, which is going to give you like the crit stats and everything. And they have Ripper's Wail, which allows you to build up a heat damage as you use
oh yeah,
your other
Ripper's Wail is
well,
insane, dude.
and
The
also,
amount and the fact that you give it to your party and you can have like 750% heat damage on everybody, it's insane. And I've had Timbles in my party, and the amount of like just heat damage I'm putting out is insane.
this gives you the ability to regenerate your shields and be invincible while you're doing it. And then, of course, you have Exalted Solo, which lets you use Lizzie in order to basically have an Exalted Flamethrower, an Exalted Ignis, really. That is quite effective at dealing damage. That all being said, right now, things are a bit weird. As you would think that Ripper's Wail would scale your heat procs and also like scale up the damage of both Overdrive and Pyrotechnics, and it did scale over Pyrotechnics for a moment there, but now it doesn't. And it also currently doesn't scale any of your heat procs appropriately that you're going to be getting out of Exalted Solo or really anything else. Even though like the damage that gets added up to 750% is tremendous without that multiplier, it really is a bit on like the lackluster side, even though it definitely should be giving you that multiplier. It's in a little bit of a weird state. I think if things were working more
maybe I would notice these problems that I got on like high level, but like
I could probably pretty easily.
I know his first two abilities felt weird to me. Like they felt like they just weren't doing enough, or like were missing or something. So I think it's the problem with like the what he's saying, that like the kit is like bugged apparently.
But with the way things are,
like I said,
currently,
play high
I
enough
think I have to just sit at a B for them. They perform well. Like they just flamethrower about, and like this buff does still give the upfront damage to those heat procs. It just, or not the procs, to the actual damage that you're dealing. But it is a bit of a weird one with like just the way Pyrotechnics and Overdrive generally perform, that I think it makes more sense currently for Temple to just be at a B, which is, again, not bad.
Yeah.
It's time to talk Titania.
So, I like Titania. I'd rather be playing Jade. I don't like Razor Wing Blitz. I'm constantly running into the enemies. The Razor Wings themselves don't do enough, even if you do like a Kamisato build. All the rest for abilities are kind of, in my opinion, kind of nothing burgers. They don't really do a ton. You got status cleanse on one of them, right? You got some CC, right? But like none of it, like, I don't know. Like the Dex, if the Dex Pixia didn't run out of ammo, I think I would have a much better opinion. No. You don't need shred. No. So remember what I was talking about. The punch through is broken on Tord. It doesn't work. That's the one thing I was wrong. Is that there's something about Torrid specifically that the shred doesn't apply. On other chain beam weapons, yes, punch through is insane, but specifically for the Torrid, no. Oh yeah. Prime shred is a login bonus. So you can just wait and you'll get prime shred eventually. I'm pretty sure it's a login bonus. It's a login bonus, right? Anyone still here that like maybe knows better than me? Oh, but here's the problem. You're always gonna want to choose prime sure-footed. 200, 400, 600, 900 until chosen as the milestone run among. Yeah. You're gonna want prime sure-footed first, and then you're gonna want prime shred. I mean, you do you, boo. Just letting you know, prime sure-footed is a little OP. Did not mean to drag that away. Like on Titania, you kind of need prime sure-footed, otherwise you'd fucking like do a backflip every time you hit a wall. You say that you'd rather take a fall than miss out on shred. Oh, you can get shred at 200 because sure-footed only shows up on 400. Okay, there you go. Yeah, grab shred first. Sure-footed. So here's the thing. Whenever you get to really high end levels, right? So we're talking about Khora earlier. He was talking about Khora a bunch, right? About how she just spams her one so she never dies because you shield gate with her because you have an auger mod or can't think of the freaking aura. We were just talking about it and I was just putting it on a thing. Guess what Khora can't do if she's on her back from getting knocked down? That, which means you get hit for 1, it knocks you off it knocks off your shield and knocks you on your ass. As you're getting up from getting off your ass, you're hit for 2, your shield gate's already over and you're dead. Yes, there's a lot of if you can get overguard, it's solved, right? Because overguard also protects you from knockdowns. So there's a lot of frames you don't care about Prime Sure-Footed on, but let me tell you, when you're going into high level stuff, Prime Sure-Footed will save your goddamn ass so much. It will keep you, like, without it, there are so many instances where you would just flat out be dead because you would have been on your ass and not been able to do whatever you needed to do to save your life in that moment.
Titania is simultaneously, I would say, maybe the highest effort Warframe and also the lowest. Obviously famous for her Firefly build, where you put Thermal Sunder over one of her abilities, go into her 4, and go.
When I was talking about Titania, so I'm gonna put her at a B because I don't. If her Dex Pixia didn't run out of ammo, I would probably rank her higher. Maybe I think I'm missing a mod on her, or the arcane on her that gives her the infinite secondary ammo. I think I don't have that on her, and that might change my opinion. But as of right now, I'm concentrating on Dex Pixie ammo. I also don't have Thermal Sunder, the build he's talking about. I'm literally making my Gauss right now to subsume it. So my tune may flip on Titania in like a week.
Incredibly fast through the mission, utilizing her 4's augment, the ability just to cast Thermal Sunder while you're in that, spamming out flame AoEs to just burn the entire mission to the ground. That is generally done on regular path, where you can just speed through pretty much any mission utilizing that strategy. This is incredibly good for farming any new Prime access. This is incredibly good for popping relics on fast missions like Captures and Exterminates. And all of those things are incredibly relevant to just those farms that are going to come up pretty much every 3 months that pass. There's going to be a new PA, a new time where Titania is going to be immensely useful. And if you are a newer player and you don't just have every single Prime item like I do, incredibly useful for farming all of that stuff that you will still need to farm. She is the by far best at it, and only asks that you get good at controlling her 4.
Yeah, that's like the biggest thing I don't like about her.
In addition, she was recently made better as the guns in her Razor Wing are now much stronger insane. Due to getting the exalted buffs.
Obliterate anything.
But her sword wasn't so well adjusted to the new exalted things. That weapon has never been good, and it looks like that's not going to change anytime soon. But for her actual guns, they do perform a bit better now, and they kind of hold up more in Steel Path than they have ever in the past. In addition to that, she does now give buffs with her little razor flies that go around. They'll give you an increase to your damage. So she's just kind of generally a bit better in Steel Path than she ever has been. That being said, I've been giving Titania a consistent A+, and the improvements to her exalted weapon, though I would say on the more minor side, and just like to, generally what she's doing being a little bit better overall. She's going to remain easily, I think, at an A+ for just being the best at a variety of farms and just being generally pretty good at kind of whatever you want.
I know why. With her, I know why I always feel like she's running out of ammo, because I gave my Pistolier to someone else.
Unique stuff.
Now I remember.
That she can apply.
That's why I'm always running out of ammo.
But yeah, it's like, I mean, what do you want? She's the most efficient thing as long as you can get good, and that gives her an easy A+, being so good at so many things. Let's have a disappointing conversation about Trinity. Now, Trinity, last year before her rework.
Okay, she's got to be an A-. If you want to just live and always have energy, especially because her augment that gives you a bunch of fucking crit now takes care of your damage, you just go Trinity. That's it. You want to live, you want to be invincible, you want to have as much DR in the game as like absolutely possible almost, besides 4 Citrines. Just go Trinity. I don't like subsume her 1 for roar, and then you have so much goddamn critical chance from her 4 augment. You just everything dies. She's boring to play, kinda, because like there's nothing really interesting about that, in my opinion. But you just spam energy vampire, keep a baiting link up, and then you just use the 4 whenever you start to take damage, and you run around killing everything.
Was at a B ranking,
and everyone in your entire party is just running around killing everything.
And now, post rework, she is at a B ranking. This is another case of, I do think that Trinity's rank was going to go down without the changes that she got, but the changes that she got basically make it much more convenient to heal the squad and yourself with Blessing, and utilizing Link, and, you know, like doing energy vampire things like you've been able to. Well of Life is an ability you can cast, and like is, you know, kind of almost interesting with the kind of combinations you could theoretically do with energy vampire. And Well of Life is actually mostly interesting as a subsume on some other weird scenarios, but energy vampire is the one that could like almost combine with like Marked for Death to like almost make a DPS thing, but it doesn't work quite as well due to some interactions with the way the Link works and a bunch of weird things with Trinity that could get hammered out. But the basic gist of what the rework did for Trinity is it makes her still the same amount of good at being invincible between Link and Blessing, and giving the buffs of Blessing to your squad, and providing energy whenever you can, which is usually way more energy than anyone needs. Not that that's a problem, but she's just rooting around, shooting gun, and doing
there
a
was
thing.
Someone
it's
else
just entirely fine. She is very similar to Harrow, like totally capable, but just like
I was gonna compare her to like the way he like talked about Styanax, but then Styanax also does like a lot of damage, but she also just grants the entire party energy and keeps the entire party alive, just like Styanax grants everybody overguard and grants everybody energy. But the difference is that Styanax actually gets kills with a 4, while Trinity like doesn't. So yeah, I can see that.
Not poor performer, not amazing.
But I think because of like, I don't know, in my opinion, her survivability is actually almost better than Styanax's, even though the overguard, because of the way the fucking, because her 4, as long as you hit it, it's everybody's invincible.
Just good stuff. There's no reason you can't play Trinity, but it's not going to be a particularly special time.
8, right?
Let's talk about Valkyr. Now, as of this video, we're in a little bit of a weird place because this is just before the Valkyr rework. I've heard both
really good things and really bad things about her rework.
Very lucky position, and I very much appreciate this, that I have already played an
I've heard
early
a lot
version of the Valkyr rework,
and I've heard a lot of people being like, "Oh, it's amazing."
No longer be invincible in her 4. And have some like significant changes to her kit just in general.
I have no clue.
That being said,
I like
having played her rework early.
I will say I'm not a fan of the exalted melee frames. I haven't played Excalibur for a while. I haven't played Valkyr for a while, because I find like, I don't know, I find like melee only to be kind of boring. I had my time doing melee only. Like, when I first started playing this game, I was using Dakra Prime with Crimson Dervish. I was using Sindo Prime with I can't remember what the one for that one was. The heavy weapon version of Crimson Dervish. And running around with Valkyrie using Warcry, and everything and anything and everything just obliterated in front of me, and it was a slower game back then, although it still felt like you were going really fast because of Volt and Warcry and stuff like that. Like, I don't know. It's I'm kind of just done with like melee only. It's like boring to me. I'm not a fan of it. To be honest. And you essentially like even if like with the new Valkyrie, right? You're still gonna spin to win because it's the faster way to get around. So, I don't know. I mean, influence is gonna make it insane, right? But it's I don't know. I'd make her a B. She's gonna be invincible. I mean, well, this is like skill, right? So like, I mean, I'm taking in like my own personal like grading on like how I feel about her. I would put her at a B. If I'm using Brozime's scaling thing of like how useful is she has to be an A minus.
The like further changes they've announced since then that they responded to feedback.
I mean, I believe Nullifier Bubbles still stop her in her tracks, right?
Exact same rank. She was previously just at a B rank, and I actually, for most content, don't see that changing. For much higher end content, like level capping stuff,
so like it made her interactive. So this is what I was saying. Like the problem with like Revenant is that like, and like he's S rank, yay, but he's like boring and he's kind of lame to play. But like it's because his invincibility isn't interactive. Well, Valkyrie's invincibility wasn't interactive. Now it is, with the like constantly trying to keep meleeing, which is cool and interesting, and especially like so like run the paralyze augment, and now you have a grouping skill. So now you run around, you keep Warcry active, so you can keep the armor and the speed buff going, and then you run into a group of enemies, you paralyze it, pulls them all in, and then you just like slide through them, or whatever you want to use, attack a group of them, and they all blow up, and then you move on. And then as long as and then if you ever take damage, you just keep meleeing, and you're full health, and you have deathify. So like she seems really cool. But like I said, like I don't know, it's the melee frame that I'm just that's the reason why I bring her down. I don't want to just run melee, right? In order to play Valkyrie, you have to be meleeing. Like if I could use my guns like at all, kind of like you can use your guns a little bit, right? But like but what's the best thing you can always be doing on Valkyrie? Meleeing. So it's like I don't know. That's my only thing of like dropping her down. In my opinion, I think the rework is a positive up to level 1000. The biggest things are the updated stance on her claws, and her grappling hook is actually good for grouping. Yeah, but so here's what I've seen. You're gonna subsume something, because like in this day and age of Warframe, like you're almost every single Warframe, you try to find something that you can subsume to try and put something better in. So what are you gonna subsume? I mean, like I could see Nourish for energy to keep her abilities active, right? Every time you run into a energy orb, it's gonna be like way more, right? I could see a couple other ones. What is it? Wrathful Advance, right? Is it? That's Kullervo's thing, right? Wrathful Advance. For like the biggest red crits you've ever seen in your entire life. So I've seen the trick is you're either gonna subsume the 1 or you're gonna subsume the 3. The reason why is that you want a grouping skill for her, and so if you have the mod capacity, or not the mod capacity, but the mod space to throw the paralyze augment in, subsume the 1. If you don't, if in your build you're like, I don't have space for this augment, subsume the 3. That's kind of just what I've seen. I'm assuming you're gonna it's most likely people are gonna subsume Wrathful Advance on it. It gives you, and probably I could see subsume Wrathful Advance on the 1, and then have the augment for the 3. You have a grouping skill, you have a teleport skill, so you teleport to a target, and then you use paralyze. It pulls everything in, and it's pretty much almost the exact same as just using Ripline, almost exactly the same. You went to them and then you pulled everything in, but now it's a 2-step process, so it's worse. But then the first ability is the biggest fucking damage boost you could ever have in the fucking game, as long as you're using a melee attack. And the third thing is a pretty decent vulnerability, which means whatever is in this group, you tap one melee button and they're all dead. So, I mean, like, even at super high levels. But that's kind of what I've seen from her so far with her new rework. I haven't played it. But I've seen a lot of videos on it. I've heard people talking about it. I've heard people like it. I've heard people hate it. I'm kind of for the change to making her invincibility interactive. I'm not. I think the conversation opened about health tanking is extremely warranted, and I think they kind of skated around the health tanking conversation with Valkyrie's death defy ability. I'm just gonna call it death defy. I don't know what it's actually called, or like death gate. That's just kind of what I'm seeing. Yeah, I think that's it.
Cascade and things that you could theoretically do with Valkyrie in the past, which she was a semi-niche pick for, but could do it. I think she's going to be much, much worse. But for general play, for like newer players and regular content, and
she brings up Void Cascade, and I can see Valkyrie being way worse for Void Cascade, specifically because the way her kit feels, it feels like you have to babysit her kit to keep everything active and keep everything going. And Void Cascade, you have to hop out of your frame and use the Drifter or the Tenno to take care of some stuff, and then hop back in your frame. So I could see some like things making her worse because you can't like babysit her kit while you're shooting your amp around. But I don't know.
EA and ETA and all of those types of places and content.
She'll be fine.
I think that she is going to be a better designed, similar performer to what she has been doing. So it kind of puts it in a weird spot. She's losing a niche that is not particularly
which I've used on other frames on like their survivability
change.
I've been gauging mostly at like 1,000 plus on frame survivability is kind of where I've been actually like looking at. And I think she's
Sign is going to get
mostly
better,
fine.
But I don't think that she is going to get better with those changes.
The grouping on the augment doesn't seem as good as the rip line, in my opinion. Wrathful Advance is also not super needed since she has 50% crit chance, which is crazy. Yeah, but I mean, like, you just Wrathful Advance and now you have like triple red crit. You have 600% crit chance.
A bit disappointing to a lot of people, but I do foresee that Valkyrie will see play one way or another in the future for one reason or another. And speaking of consistent
I agree
performance,
with you. Like the problem so one thing I haven't checked is what's the range on the grouping. I know one of the big problems people asked about that one of the big buffs they asked for, which Pablo heard and gave us, was they extended the range on Ripline because it at the base that they were showing us when they first debuted the changes, it was garbage. It was insanely garbage, and no one would ever be able to use it. I know they increased it, but like, so what's the comparison on the grouping on Ripline versus the grouping on the Paralyze? That's one question I have. Like, what's the range difference? I don't know. Can I test with the okay, so that doesn't so 20 meters versus 9 meters. So there's a reason why I think Paralysis would be better than Ripline. You have so much more range. Oh wait, no. Why are we 20 meters? It's 10 meters versus 9. Never mind. Yeah. That's... Yeah, 100%. It's effectively like do what you want, realistically. And yeah, if you feel like Wrathful Advance is not needed, I mean, you can go Roar, right? You can go any other Subsume and just throw it over Paralysis, to be honest. Kind of just fall over. The grouping isn't as reliable. Oh, really? It's not like Mag's pull kind of thing. If it was essentially Mag's pull, I think it'd be great. But yeah, if it's not, then yeah, I can see that argument. Bob-on, I think this is one of the ones I said was going to be a D. Where's he going to put Bob-on? He's going to put him at C-. I think he has some use now, like not as much as before. I think he's okay. I'm going to give him like a C, like a flat C, maybe a C+. Bob-on's in a rough state right now.
Bob-on has kind of just been in one type of way for a little while.
When Bob-on first released, he sucked. He sucked so bad. He was terrible. His rework happened, and it went with his, like, when his prime came out, and he was actually one of the best frames. He was really fucking good. And then the game kept advancing, and he just stayed. And now he's bad again, which is kind of funny to me.
Here, he's like moved around in C rank to various spots in it, and he's not moving this year. He's just at a C rank.
Yeah, I agree.
There are interesting things to do with Bob-on. He's got like a slew of abilities,
he was,
but unfortunately,
at one point,
generally
amazing.
speaking, they're rather ineffectual. Tesla Nervos has a cool augment which like deals damage in some interesting ways. It's slow and just not very good. His 2, of course, has the like Flechette Orb that can scale up. This is going to be the primary thing you're going to be doing if you're really going to want to use his like abilities to DPS. Then he's got a bunch of other functionalities that are just like not particularly good. Overdriver probably being the second best one, which is like not stellar because Vector Path and Feather Coil are pretty much doing nothing. His Photon Strike, which while extremely cool, this is a giant beam from space that does absolutely fuck all, and like has piss poor damage.
Okay, Photon. Okay, he has had some change since I've last played him. Since I've last like I didn't know Photon Strike was a thing. Interesting. Because his 3 was Bastille and his 4 was the Vortex. So that's different.
With people coping insanely hard.
Is Bastille like, his 4 now?
Just hilarious scenarios to make this thing look like it does any kind of reasonable amount of damage. Both its radius and damage dealt, even though it does technically scale with level, is just sad. And even throwing like multiple of these into your Vortex.
Yeah, Bastille's his 4 now. Where's his Vortex? Is it just in his like normal orbs now?
Feels pretty bad.
Interesting.
Speaking of Bastille/Vortex, generally the only thing on here that's used is pretty much always going to be Vortex. It's crazy to me that
that's weird. Sorry, this is someone who's been away for a few years. Holy crap. I didn't know Bastille and Vortex got comboed. It's kind of shitty. You used to be able to have like 4 Bastilles up and like 4 different Bastilles up and 4 different like Vortexes up.
That like the debuffing of armor and such does not work while this is vortexing and only works during the
collapse
Bastilling.
all Bastilles into a single damage.
In general,
vortex.
It's just like
it's
not great all the way around. You can make Bob-on work. Generally, that's going to be done through like using Nourish to scale Flechette Orbs, because yes, that does work. Flechette Orbs scale with level, and then you just like Vortex enemies up and let the Flechette Orbs kill the enemies. And that's like okay as long as you keep yourself safe with like usually just shield gating and stuff. It's like a thing to do. It is a unique play style for sure. I wish everything about it was better than it is. Especially Photon Strike. This was a brand new ability that they added onto Bob-on, and it has never once been good, even though it is a relatively recent addition. Bob-on deserves to be better than this. That could be my bias, as the Warframe that I would argue shares a theme with him, Protea, is my literal favorite Warframe.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is what it is. He
had such potential. He was, like,
on a much more positive note, let's talk Volt. So,
really
interestingly, Much like
so if you notice earlier, like my Torrid had like Forma in it, it's because I used Torrid with Vauban, because I used to just throw out vortexes and then throw one Torrid thing into it and then just walk away, and it would just kill everything. It was amazing.
Of the other starters, I had Volt at a B+, and I think things have evolved to the point where I can easily give Volt an A- as well, bringing all of our starters.
I don't know what I didn't even give my my opinion on Volt before he did, which I've been trying to do. His kit just works. You shield, you gain over shield, you shield gate really well. You can use the augment to gain yourself a bunch of weapon damage. You can go fast. You can drop the shield if you want for a subsume. You can drop the fast for a subsume. You can drop the 1 for a subsume. I probably wouldn't drop the speed for a subsume. You can even drop the 4 for a subsume, although I would keep that for the augment that it has that gives you overguard or overshield. Yeah, I mean, like, all of his abilities are good. All his abilities work. They all do something. They're all pretty good, and you can drop almost any of them for a subsume, depending on how you want to play, which means he's really versatile. Yeah, A-.
Warframes up into the A category. This is for a variety of reasons. Volt, interestingly, has very similar applications to Titania.
And then what you do is you put Inaros's subsume on, and you finish an enemy, and you use your speed bonus, and everything dies because you have a bunch of like super fast cats.
Not in that like doing exterminates or captures like as fast as Titania on like regular path to farm relics and like do
I don't know
those
if you guys
particular farms.
That build. It's
but more
insane.
In
it's
that
funny.
Volt brings a particular melee style power to doing missions quickly.
You go Kamisato, you go Summoner's Wrath, and then you use the Inaros' subsume. I think you keep Shock Trooper on. Shock, because you use the Shock Trooper augment. I think you subsume the shield or the 4. I don't remember which one you subsume for Inaros's. You pocket sand them, you finish them. It summons a cat, right? Then you use the duplex bond on, I think, the Vulpaphyla to trigger, so that, because it has a reaction where it also multiplies the summons you have. And then you pop Shock Trooper, and you pop the speed bonus, and you have a bunch of cats that do a bunch of fucking that do a bunch of electricity damage and are really fucking fast.
Where you can use shock with Shock Trooper, combine that with a melee influence melee weapon, combined with speed to increase your attack speed very tremendously, and then of course just like running through the mission usually with like some buff like nourish or what have you over discharge, and then being able to like use your electric shield where needed, whether that's a defense objective or whether you just want to be holding it for the buff that it can give for your guns, which can also combine with Shock Trooper to be quite effective. You just generally do pretty good stuff. It is like a very solid thing here. Melee getting a whole lot better is a whole lot of the reason that Volt has moved up a bit here, as I think without melee influence it would be a much harder sell, but with melee influence I think it's a pretty easy sell here to put.
Does Shock Trooper applies to the weapon, so it combos, right? It doesn't it's not an additional effect, so it doesn't stay separate. So even if you have like, say, like heat, it makes radiation. It doesn't just like leave the heat alone.
Volt up to the A- category, which is good to see. Good to see all of the starters moving on up, and Volt didn't even need an exalted rework to get there. Speaking of moving,
I love Varuna. I think she's amazing. She's super fun. You can go invisible. That's gonna be a big bonus. There's 2 different ways to play her. One of them I feel is objectively better, and you just room clear. Or rather, you map clear. Where do I want to put her? She's one of my favorite frames, to be honest, right now. I want to put her at like a flat A. I don't want to make her an A+. I don't know where he's gonna put her. Yeah.
Moving on up, we have Varuna. Varuna, as of the last tier list, was at a B-, which is tough. And I really like Varuna, so it was tough to see.
The invisibility gives her a lot.
Thankfully, some madman at DE decided to just design an augment, Prey of Dinar, that is just every single conceivable word that is functionally a rework.
Okay, and Arcane Impetus. Without the new Arcane Impetus as well.
Augment allows you to use your one Shroud of Dinar, mark an enemy who will glow your energy color, and then you just use your 2 on them, and then if they die, usually they die from the statuses that you're putting on them, but there is a little bit of a gamble with that. It spreads to a tremendous 50-meter area when modded, through walls, which used to be 100, but that got nerfed down to a reasonable level, 50, which is still incredibly good. That spreads to every enemy in that radius. And then
I do conjunction survivals all the fucking time to relic pop, and I usually choose Varuna, and I do them in squads, and I've had people leave because I've gotten the ability strength and ability range relic crack. And I just look at an enemy, I lunge at them, everything dies, and they were just like, I wanted to play. Which, I mean, like, was a complaint I was having with, like, the Mirage Legend main, but I mean, like, I'm also talking about Steel Path level 200 enemies, and I'm doing this shit to them.
Your 1 will mark another guy for you
insane.
to also hit your 2 on, and then spread all those statuses to everybody again.
She's insane.
This does involve, again, a little bit of gamble with getting the damaging statuses, but it is a tremendously unique, fun, and most importantly, good playstyle, as you also have Lyceth's Hunt to use whatever melee weapon, usually like a heavy slam melee weapon, in order to use Lyceth's Hunt to generate a bunch of energy. And Lyceth's Hunt effectively lasts infinite duration because Fangs of Rosh meets the requirements for Lyceth's Hunt to have its duration increased. This does, unfortunately, mean that usually you're getting rid of Ulfrin's Descent, because you're using your 2 to kill all these enemies, and not your 4. Your 4 is on the lackluster side, and even with its augment, I think that it drastically
I've seen people build for her 4, and it's kind of cool.
Pretty much always, I would say, replaced by Roar or a different damage buff. If you want to make your energy economy even better for some reason, you could go with Nourish, but I would pretty much just say this is always going to be Roar instead to buff up the rest of your game plan. But that
it's the same thing as Sevagoth, where like you just roar to make the 2 just kill everything. Only the difference between Sevagoth and Varuna is that Varuna generates energy orbs and goes invisible, so she has no survivability problem.
Game plan.
And is immune to statuses, so she's just better room nuke than Sevagoth, in my opinion.
Maybe a little overzealously by me. I want to point out, I did mull over whether this should be an A-, but I am going to put Varuna at just a solid A. Part of that is that you also tend to not really have problems whenever the enemies aren't dying to the Fangs of Rosh stuff, because just spam casting Shroud of Dinar with its massive like melee buffs and like the slam weapon you usually have on Varuna is more than good enough for almost all content, just to like slam through with those tremendous buffs, constantly re-upping your shield gate with Shroud of Dinar. And while that is a bit of an energy spend while you're doing it, like its hunt is filling you back up as you kill enemies, so it's usually not really a big problem to be doing that whenever that is the solution that you have to kind of resort to. So because of those like lack of problems that I've really experienced while playing Varuna, I did decide to just give her the solid A rating.
I mean, I was the same.
Moving on.
I think her invisibility is...
Now, this is one that I do worry that people are going to be mad about.
Okay. Wisp is my favorite frame. I assist the paralysis augment again. It's okay on clear, flat ground, but if you are near stairs or a dead body or a pillar, the enemies will fall over above the obstacle. Stay laying there. I wonder if like so paralysis doesn't have a problem with that either. That's I'll have to fuck with it myself as well. Like I said, I plan on going through and making a build for every single one of these, and then making my own tier list. But I haven't played a lot of these, or I haven't played them in years, or I haven't built them up. Going back to that, Wisp is one where Wisp is my favorite frame, and Wisp is like my main frame that I have like as like my main loadout. I want to make another Wisp. I want to make a completely second Wisp. And I will show you guys why. And this is kind of like why I like Warframe. Is that don't let anybody tell you that you're building wrong. As long as it works. Play how you want to play. And have fun. And never build Wisp the way I built her. But I have fun playing. And the way I built Wisp is funny number go big boom. Don't do this. Okay. Let me do this. Hello. Thank you. And now I do this. And then I do this. And then this. No? Where's my knife? I'm too far away from you. Come here. Take me again. I fucked up. There we go. There we go. That is hilarious. Why is it doing that? Okay. So yeah, I just go big number with the power string. And get like 900% power string. And then it goes out as Whisper. And then I just go this with the X52. As long as I get headshots. Which I usually do. And there you go. Don't do what I did. It's dumb. But it's fun. I usually am, there's enough enemies that I usually just get all the headshots and never have to worry about it. But yeah. Yeah, don't build Wisp like me. But if you want to see it. I also have Zenuric instead of Moderai now. I need to have Moderai. Yeah, you have growing power, so you do a status effect. You have energy conversion, pick up an energy orb. It's full umbrals. Technically, this would actually even be... There's ways this could be better without the umbrals, because you can just go Archon Intensify instead. But I like using the full umbrals because Umbral Vitality instantly gets your health up as well, which gives you Bellicose quicker and easier. Archon Stretch means you have infinite energy. I think this should always be on any Wisp build, essentially. And then you use a Nidus Spectre because he increases your power strength whenever he's connected to you, and he's really fucking annoying picking up a bunch of fucking ammo the whole time. Can I get rid of you, dude? Can I pull you over here, please? Come on. I'm gonna have to leave this place because you're annoying. Follow me. Come here. Come down here. Come down here. Oh my god, you're so annoying. There we go. But yeah. And because of everything all combined, once you have molt augmented completely capped out as well, that's another thing I didn't have. Vel'Koz caps out really fast, and then you have pick up energy, and then you use the Grimoire with the Voam, so you get 60% additional power strength there, and then you do Madurai. I think it's Madurai. Might be Naramon. No, it's Madurai. Yeah, then you do the sling strength, so you get 40% right there. You get like 900% power strength with this setup. Yeah, let's test. Well, since I'm here, let's test out the Valkyrie. Right. Okay. Come over here. Oh wow, I got no range. Alright. Let me increase my range. Nice, you're annoying. I have flat range. Let's just say fuck it and let's really test this bitch. Okay, interesting. Look over here. Oh, that sucks, yeah. Oh, that's... Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that does suck. It left all of them there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, the Ripline's a better gripper. Just look at that. And you get damage in when you do that too. And it increases your melee multiplier. It's a better grouper. You get a little bit less range because paralysis is 10 meters and Ripline's 9, but like yeah. Yes, this is 19 meters radius, 17-meter radius. Yeah, you get like a little bit more. It's not worth it. Let's stretch in there, right? This is not a good build. Don't look at this build for Valkyrie. That's like a 6-year-old Valkyrie build. Let's go back. But Wisp, I think she's an amazing buffer. The problem is that the thing that she buffs is health tanking, and health tanking sucks. Breach Surge is fucking amazing, and it breaks so many interactions in the game, like Mag's Magnetize. And her 4 with her augment, I haven't tested it because the build I have currently, right? But it seems really good. And she's effectively invisible always. And it's an interactive invincibility, which makes you invisibility, which essentially makes you invincible. Right? And then if you want to just face tank, you have the option to face tank. Just run a bunch of armor or DR and run a really high power strength, and you're good. It free if you are in the air, plus it gives parkour velocity, bull jumping, or bunny hopping, and then riplining is just plain and simple fun. I feel like Batman. Yeah, it seemed like the better one. The grouping was definitely just better. After testing it, I think Wisp is not an A+. I think Wisp is an A-. The ability of Breach Surge, blinding, and doing a bunch of damage around the room is a great CC. It helps everybody out. It does a decent amount of damage to everything, right? Cataclysm has the ability to do a bunch of damage. She has a bunch of energy maintaining because of Archon Stretch with her electric buff. She buffs everybody with a bunch of speed. She gives everybody like CC with the electricity as well. And then her clone makes her like literally unkillable because you just activate the clone and all enemies AI just look at the clone, and Wisp is invisible during that time. So, you know, it's one thing I've never checked. I don't think Crepuscular works on Wisp's invisibility. I think it's just the fact saying like enemies can't see her, not that she's actually invisible. But I personally want to give her A-. She's my favorite frame. He's gonna put her like a B or a C. I love Wisp. I will say that because of where health thinking is at, she's worse. But I think she's amazing.
But it is what it is. We're talking about Wisp. Now, Wisp, for her entire existence, has been at an A+. She has been very, very good. But the direction things have been going, I think there is a slight downturn for what Wisp is up to, and unfortunately, her most recent augment couldn't really stop this from happening.
I've heard a lot of people
Wisp
really
down
like
from
that.
an A+ just to an A.
Okay.
Which is, of course, still tremendously good. Wisp is a phenomenal support, but I do think that she pales specifically in comparison to Warframes like Styanax and Dante, and her ability to support
thought he
the
was
team,
going to be
kind of a crazy thing to say, I
harder
know.
than that.
Her one gives a bunch of great buffs. The speed buff and the health buff, though the health buff is less good than it has been with those rising levels of enemies, making health tanking much, much worse as we go forward in time. Her two being just invisibility, you know, if you need it, and a teleport. The teleport, though, doesn't really matter.
I never use it for the teleport ever.
Breach Surge being a massive damage multiplier, great spread ability, an immensely powerful debuff that, of course, we use on Mag, and you're going to see on Dagath in the new build video that she will be getting whenever that comes out. And Soulgate.
Oh my fucking god. I'm sorry. We're taking a break. He had mentioned a Dagath build earlier, and I fucked around with Dagath, and I loved it. But I put Roar. I'm gonna finish. We're so close to finishing this. I've gone so much longer than I. Oh my god, it's 1 a.m. Holy shit! I feel like last time I looked at the time, it was 11. Now it's fucking 1. Holy shit! All right, let's finish this. I'm so close.
Is with its augment a workable damage output ability. Even without the augment, you can force it to work. Though
I thought I was gonna finish this around 11.
Lifting.
We're 2 hours later.
But just as a very passive, easy to use support that, like, you know, anytime you're jumping, you're invisible, and that effectively means that you jump to be invincible in the vast majority of cases.
Yeah.
Plus the generalized like good speed buff that you're giving out, and of course the healing and vitality at most levels of play is more than enough for all the survivability your squad could want. And Breach Surge being really powerful is enough to have her be a very, very solid.
The best thing about the clone is that because the way it works with its AI, and it pulls attention from any enemy nearby to it, it's also effectively survivability for everyone on your team.
We're at A.
It almost makes everybody
who's not usually going to use. Usually gives you room to subsume over whatever other incredible bonus you want to put on here, whether that's Roar or Nourish or whatever else to help out your team even more. And that makes her still incredibly good, but I think just shy of A+ here. This is much more of a like top of regular A, as like counter to the kind of bottom of regular A. Maybe
I really thought he was going to rank her lower.
Time to talk about Danky Kang.
I don't like Wukong. He's gonna be A+, because he's invincible. I don't like him. I don't like his playstyle. I give him a B because I don't like his playstyle. He's gonna be ranked A+. It may be an S because he's as invincible, if not more so than Revenant.
And let's talk about Wukong. Wukong has waxed and waned a little bit over the last few years, and right now we are waxing. The Wukong is moved back up to A+ very easily, with the kind of reapplication of Primal Fury being a real weapon for you to use. This is a tremendously powerful 1.0 follow-through influence weapon that has a tremendously good range. Spin attacking with this is an incredibly fast way to clear missions, being honestly pretty comparable with Volt speeding through missions, especially whenever you're combining it with Cloudwalker being used in certain sections. Cloudwalker being incredible for all kinds of spy missions, speedrunning through Exterminate missions, going through captures, doing, well, not so much Exterminate.
I just don't like this
You're actually usually going to be spinning with Primal Fury as opposed to casting this whole time, but for capture missions and all those types of really quick missions, really, really powerful. With the correct weapon loadouts, Celestial Twin is still incredibly good as a nice benefit to you on the
Celestial Twin is
and
what
Celestial Twin also gets a copy of Primal
Loki's
Fury, which that is so much better now, is a lot more compelling as well. And yeah, like basically the gist is that Wukong moved from A+ down to an A whenever he got nerfed, and now his 4 is back, so we're back to A+, baby. And there's not really much more to be said than that.
Yep.
He you know, the give and take
he
here.
do
They
be
take
monkeying.
and then they give, and then I don't know what we're gonna get taken away next, but let's hope it's nothing. Unfortunately, speaking of the take, let's talk about Zaku. Now, Zaku previously,
I've played him a little bit. I don't like his kit that much. I think it's okay. I like the stealing the weapons. I think it's really cool. I think it ends up being weaker, like a weaker version of Protea's turret. And then I don't like how you have an ability where you have to lock an enemy down. I always hate when there's an ability that locks an enemy down and makes it like invincible and stuff like that. I don't like those abilities. Yeah. So I give him, he's got great survivability. He steals enemy weapons. Zada's Whisper's insane. B+.
Was at an A+, but much like a few others that we've talked about on this list, like Hydroid and Citrine, Zaku was made less powerful by the armor changes. The big thing about Zaku was that you could use gaze, set up gaze targets, and then all of the defenses
gaze
in a gigantic area would be
I
removed.
think one of the big things is I never really fucked with the 3 too much, and I just don't really know how it works very well. I know like you want to have one of them like locked up, but that's all I know. I remember.
2 would shoot the enemy and they would be dead. That is less effective now by a pretty considerable margin, because enemies have so much more health now, instead of just having all of that armor that you're removing for their total EHP to end up much higher than it would in the past. This was not coupled with like a buff to how much damage the Grasp of Loke does or how much it scales to, and because of that, things are just a bit less effective in general for Zaku. That game plan still totally functions, and Zaku's still at an A, let's not be crazy here. And of course, being the best box breaker and farmer for like a number of different, box breaking things, whether you're doing that on
that's
the
something I haven't. I don't know how to
wherever else.
Box break with him.
Gives you a good niche to go into.
Look into
that. But the general game plan of like Grasp of Loke plus gaze and like locking down areas and having your auto turrets just like be shooting the enemies and taking them down still totally works. You'll need to back it up.
I might make a config B with him where I take off Zada's Whisper and put greedy pull on. And then just box break pull.
A bit more with your own weapons.
It'd be great for like farming very specific things.
But it's still a like totally good
I don't know how
style,
box break
and
works.
Like the niche scenarios that come up for Zaku to be very useful, I think still keep them up in A. This is, I will say, another one though where I did consider dropping down to A-, but I think that just A is good at least for now.
I might be underrating him, to be honest.
It's time to talk about our newest prime.
I love
Ureli.
She's great. I think she's a flat A. I think her aqua blades are a little weak. I think her bubbles are great. It's lockdown, it's vulnerability. Marilina's amazing. It's just flat invincibility, and it's a fun invincibility. And especially with the augment where you heal Marilina so that you're effectively like extra invincible because you just keep her active. I like riding the K drive. I think it's fun, and I always subsume Ophanum Eyes on the 3. because when you're driving around, you got to have your headlights. I thought I was still in the I forgot I did a mission on Dagath, and I thought I was still in the simulacrum. I was going to show it off, but I'm not going to do that.
Now, I've been saying this for at least since like the last review,
I think
and that is that Ureli is pretty.
The increased critical chance on secondaries, as long as you have a really good secondary, you're set. It's great. She's amazing.
Good. I've got Ureli still at a B+. I will say, I did consider that Ureli maybe should actually be at an A-.
I think she's higher
but ended up not doing it because I do think there are a few like issues that she'll run into here and there, though they are pretty infrequent. So if you like wanted to argue for her to be at A-, I do think there is a reasonable argument there, but for now I have just kept her at a B+, and we'll kind of see as her prime ages a bit, like where she maybe starts performing over time.
I think she's invincible. You can choose a fun playstyle where you play as on the K drive. You can choose a different playstyle where you're off it because you think the K drive is annoying. She has CC, vulnerability. She has a decent AoE if you actually build Aqua Blades. She has a grouping ability with the 4. Like it's. I think she's in a perfectly good place. I think A is fine, and especially with her passive that gives her a bunch of extra bonus critical chance to secondaries. Run Pistolier on her, and then run like a new core with Innervate, and you just shred everything in existence. An Oka core. Run maybe run I run the Gaze what's it called? The pistols you make in Fortuna. Someone knows. Comment. The word I'm looking for. I run that with one that when you get a headshot kill, it shoots out a bunch of explosives, and it's great. But yeah, I think she's an A.
The main draw here is that Marulina is now optional with its augment.
If she's one of my options in EDA,
summoned out, and Marulina will spit out C snares and C snare the enemies. This combines multiplicatively with the damage vulnerability of your C snares, meaning there is a tremendous amount of damage on offer whenever you use that augment, in addition to you not having to K drive around, which I know for most of us is really the main selling point.
I like
that. Is a tremendous amount of damage just to have right off the bat. In addition to that, Riptide is a very good grouping ability, which can help you utilize the massive critical chance buff of your secondary while you're moving in order to have a ton of damage vulnerability go out, group the enemies up, and then just murder them all. The thing that this doesn't go well with is Aqua Blades. Aqua Blades, I'm sorry to report that even with the augment, which does rely on slash damage,
I go Nourish
is really
a little bit some energy.
Only a thing you can technically use, as opposed to being something you would ever want to use. This is pretty much just the subsume slot that you should fill with something, and I am not going to lie, that is a large part, I think, of why I did decide to keep her in B+, because Aqua Blades is really just kind of not an ability. It's not an ability at all without its augment, and even with its augment, it is kind of a poor.
I guess like my grading, I've been
using
in the vast
majority
like
of cases.
Subsumes a little
but
too
the rest
heavily.
of what Ureli is doing, like, you know, if you
He's
like
doing, like,
K
as
drives,
she
I think
is,
Ureli
kinda
is
thing.
an easy A for anyone that likes the K drives and just like wants to do that stuff.
I need to grind out Ureli Prime.
Like,
I don't have her
benefits
yet.
of being able to cast and recast Marulina to be invulnerable for 4 seconds at a time per the energy you spend lets you be able to, in like, you know, itchy situations, do a Revenant impression, where you can just like keep recasting Marulina and just survive whatever it happens to be that is giving you trouble.
Or you see the
but
K
there
drive,
are a lot of there are a lot of like little
Marulina
positives around on Ureli, and I think the biggest negative is that people really hate the K drives. But the augment, it does help with that if you're willing to go get it. And finally, for the last Warframe on the
Zephyr,
full
I already said he's gonna give her an A, maybe an A+, probably an A+. I'm gonna give her a A-, B+. I'm not a fan of the playstyles that she ends up doing, and that's why. But I fully understand she's OP.
Roster review, we get to once again tell everyone how completely fucking underrated Zephyr is. Zephyr is absolutely incredible. I'm putting her at A+ again. I know you people will not play this bird no matter what. I have been saying it. I've been screaming it from
like
the rooftops on stream. No matter what they do, they couldn't really realistically give Zephyr anything else. She already has Turbulence, which is effective invulnerability to almost everything in the game, especially if you're going to subsume silence over one of her abilities. Airburst, which is an incredible grouping ability. It's a great farming ability. It breaks boxes. It's amazing. Tailwind, which is incredibly good for speeding through missions. It's a really like reasonable replace slot. It lets you like activate her passive, which gives her a bunch of damage, a bunch of critical hit chance, but that translates to damage. Really easily if you want to just like float around. Obviously it's like a soft flight because it's that old version, not like the new stuff that Jade has. But then you also have tornadoes. Tornadoes being much more controllable now allows you to do like quadratic ridiculous scaling to enemies and even blast through some forms of attenuation with how much ridiculous scaling you can give this with like the multi-hit modifiers and like doing like Sampote's bullshit to enemies. She's incredible. Absolutely phenomenal. It don't matter. None of you are gonna play her anyway. I've been seeing her play rate every year since her rework, and it's really not going up that much. And I don't think she's ever in danger of getting nerfed. Honestly, the only thing that could possibly get anyone to play this Warframe at this point is, I think, an heirloom skin with a fat ass and huge knockers, and nothing short of that is gonna make people play the bird. And that's just the way that it is.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
And I can say that because this is the end of the video, and most of you didn't even make it this far.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Hey, it's Editing Gibbles here. Thank you for making it to the end of the video. I know it's like a 4-hour-long video. I doubt anyone made it this long. But if you did, thanks. And I'll see you guys. There's gonna be a lot more videos happening. I talked about in the video how I was missing a lot of frames. I already got 4 of the prime frames I was missing. It just in the last couple days. I'm gonna be putting out stuff. I'm gonna be a little bit slower. It took me days to build Orexia. I got all her parts the first day, but it's taking me 4 days to build her. So videos will be coming out, guides will be coming out. It's just gonna take me a little bit. And I will appreciate anyone who's here and watching the whole video. Subscribe, like, or don't dislike it if you want. Comment, it helps me out, please. And we'll keep making some videos. We're streaming Warframe Monday, Wednesday, and some stuff on the weekends. Probably a lot more just during the week. For the foreseeable future, but yeah, come hop by the stream, YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and I'll see you guys around. Hope to see you in a lot more videos. Bye.